I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade playing in the street.
Obono gini kama chozunu imana chukwa koti womo onyele miu nyelu yumi. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give you me, give me you. Obono kife la chasha so, obono kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the...
Orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkó. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìgbàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Ọkọ̀ onúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there. Oloma Padaleye, may God never depart with you. So that's a wonderfully majestic prayer. Of course, amen to myself and everyone listening. So amen to myself and everyone listening. So another day, another session. Of course, another day, another session. It will never stop. Well, we do it all the time, and we will always do it all the time. Always grateful for your company, and thankful that you're spending it with us again. So thankful that you are spending your company with us again. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in, or if you're in already and you've forgotten, please still click on that like button. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And if you want to be an active combatant, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Up it pops you into a studio space. As soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you on the screen, invite your thoughts. So nothing complicated. You know the format, so do that. It's been a long time since we birthed a new voice, so maybe yours will be that new voice that we birth today. So let's birth you as a new voice. So all that. We're going to be picking around the news items today, and not much in giving in terms of the news cycle, but we have some sort of a session, and then we'll see where it lands. So we have some sort of a session. We'll see where it lands as Boson kicks it off in the excellent manner that he does. So thank you, Boson, for that. So let's kick it off with this one. The room needs populating, by the way. If you want to be an active combatant, I always say this, there's always a slow build up to the room filling up. So if you want to be an active combatant, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, pop into the studio, come say hello. So pop into the studio, come say hello. We start with this. Tinubu to make national broadcast on Wednesday. So I think the window of opportunity for that national broadcast should have been his 1 year anniversary. But I'm not quite sure. Memory does not serve that this is essentially something that is conventional. I don't know it as a convention that every Democracy Day there's Democracy Day is actually Abiola Day. So that's June 12, isn't it? So Democracy Day really is Abiola Day, which is essentially tomorrow. So he makes a national broadcast, but what will be the content of that broadcast? Is he going to wrap it around the theme of democracy, or is he going to speak to the wider journey of his tenure so far? So 1 year and in, so 1 year and in. Let's where's that headline again? So 1 year and in Democracy Day, Tinubu to make national broadcast on Wednesday. President Bola Tinubu will address the nation in a broadcast on the occasion of Democracy Day at 7 a.m. on Wednesday, June the 12th. So it'll be nice and early, sufficient enough for us to probably have conversations around it. Television, radio, and other electronic media outlets are enjoined to plug into the network services of the Nigerian Television Authority and the Federal Radio Corporation, FRCN, for the broadcast. Although Nigeria returned to democracy rule on June the 29th, not on June the 29th, on May the 29th, 1999, former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2018 declared June 12 as the new date for the celebration of the country's democracy. The decision was to posthumously honor Moshood Abiola, the presumed winner of the June 12, 1993 presidential election. Before the new date, Democracy Day, was celebrated. So that essentially is it. So it is really in anticipation of what that day brings. So in anticipation of what that day brings, I don't think tomorrow's session wraps around anything outside of that. I don't think tomorrow's session wraps around anything outside of that. So let me take you to this headline. Let me take you to this headline. Like I said, the news cycle is somewhat slim picking. So it'll be in the lap of the gods, and essentially the assembled panelists that will chart the direction of where the stream does land. So it's the lap of the gods and the assembled panelists. I'm just trying to bring something up. That's why I'm talking so slowly. Let me actually take you to this one. Let me take you to this one. Exclusive: 9 out of 29 directors survive as CBN implements Oronsaye report. So I think I actually misheadlined this session somewhat. It should have been Oronsaye report, not Oronsaye report. I probably will have to change that headline. 16 of the 29 directors heading different units of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, have been disengaged. Sources familiar with the operation of the Apex Bank told correspondents only 9 departmental directors are left at the regulatory institution. The most senior deputy directors in affected departments are now in charge. The disengagement comes in the wake of the implementation of some of the recommendations by Jim Oronsaye, the special investigator probing the activities of the Apex Bank under the stewardship of Godwin Emefiele, the embattled ex-governor of the Apex Bank. About 200 other employees of the bank were similarly disengaged but received their terminal benefits in full, according to insiders who asked not to be named because of the sensitive nature of the matter. So I think that essentially tells us then, yes, this is actually it's a nuanced sort of piece, but it's a very important piece of information as well. But it's a very nuanced sort of a piece as well. So a nuanced sort of piece. Let me take you to this one. Dauda Lawal: no political will to end banditry. Tinubu not getting proper briefing. So this guy has actually been circulating around the media space. I saw a clip of him, actually. I think I sent it to someone. Maybe I'll find that clip and play it to you. Dauda Lawal, governor of Zamfara, says President Bola Tinubu is not getting proper security briefing on the operations of bandits in the state. After meeting with the president on May the 26th, Lawal described Zamfara as the center of banditry in northern Nigeria. He said the spate of insecurity in Zamfara may consume the northern part of the country if not urgently addressed. Speaking on China's television Sunrise Daily on Tuesday, Lawal said if the government is not committed, banditry will if Lawal said if the government is committed, banditry could be eradicated in 2 weeks. So this is not the first time we've actually heard. Let me actually see if I can find a clip of him saying that. This is not the first time we've actually heard somebody say that there's an artificiality somewhat to this bandit narrative, and if the government wants to stop it, it is something. It's a low-hanging fruit. It's essentially what the received wisdom is. A low-hanging fruit, essentially what the received wisdom is. So let's go on from there. Yes, let's go. Actually, let's get the fullness of that. Let me just give you that in full. Dauda Lawal, governor of Zamfara State, says President Bola Tinubu is not getting proper security briefing on the operations of bandits in the state. After meeting with the president on March the 26th, Lawal described Zamfara as the center of banditry in northern Nigeria. He said the spate of insecurity in Zamfara may consume the northern parts of the country if not urgently addressed. Speaking with correspondents on Tuesday, Lawal said if the government is not committed, banditry could be eradicated in 2 weeks. Whilst we are trying to take care of the situation, somebody somewhere, somehow, behind our back, is negotiating with bandits. As a governor of a state without my knowledge, when the situation got really bad, I met with Mr. President and complained one-on-one. And I told him the true situation of what Zamfara is facing in terms of security. When asked if he believes the president is properly briefed on the actual state of things, the governor said, based on the conversation we had, the answer is no. And I had to explain everything to him, what we're going through and what needs to be done. Zamfara State has become the hub of banditry in northern Nigeria. If you can take care of Zamfara today, believe me, you would have solved 90% of the banditry issue in northern Nigeria. So that's the Zamfara State governor then lamenting somewhat. So the Zamfara State governor laments somewhat. Let me bring you this clip. So Dangote now still moves the goalpost as to the date that this refinery is going to start pumping out PMS. So I'll give you the headline and then I'll play you. Let me see. Hopefully it's not too long. Yeah, it's yes, reasonably length. So I'll give you the headline, then play you the clip. We had a bit of a delay, but PMS will start coming out by 10 to 15 of July. But then we want to keep it in the tank to make sure that it settles. So by the third week of July, we'll be able to come out to take it into the market, the president of Dangote Group. So that is Dangote. The PMS, he gave the assurance, this was actually at some seminar symposium he was in Rwanda. He gave us the assurance then that at the most, within this month, he said midway through June, that PMS will be awash and the country's problems with petrol would have been solved. So he kicks the can down the road again, but let's hear him in his own words.
It's good for us to test all the types of crudes that we are receiving so that because sometimes you can buy a crude and then people can give you the one that has a lot of metals or a lot of sulfur. But the most important is this, that because we know mainly West Africa is a home for dumped bad fuel, bad petroleum products. So we have the most updated lab. This lab, you cannot even find it in Saudi Aramco because we have the latest and we can actually test anything, be it aviation fuel, diesel, gasoline. We can test everything, kerosene, and it will give you actual time, the longest test here will take you only 30 minutes. PMS, it will start coming out by, we had a bit of delay, but it will start coming out by 10th, 15th of, July. But then, we want to keep it in the tank to make sure that it settles. By 3rd week of July, we'll be able to take it into the market.
So there it is right there. Dangote shifts the goalpost yet again. I'll be surprised if we ever really see. I have the anticipation that we might not get petroleum from that guy this year. Let me give you this as a headline. CBN can only dissolve board of Keystone Banks, Union Bank, Polaris, North Banks. So it looks as though a spate of revocation of licenses of banks are taking place at the moment. So that speaks to that. Like I said, there is slim pickings on the headline. Let's carry on. Akpabio identifies faults in the national anthem. There's a move to somewhat reword that national anthem. So there's a move to somewhat to still retain the spirit of it, that independence anthem, but to somewhat reward it. Akpabio identifies errors in new national anthem. So I think there are certain words like native, I suspect. Senate President Godswill Akpabio has identified errors in lines 3, 5, and 18 of the new national anthem released by the National Orientation Agency. Akpabio observed the error during the plenary on Tuesday and directed the National Orientation Agency to immediately correct the error. Last Wednesday, the Director General of that agency, Lanre something or the other, unveiled the standardized version of the national anthem in Abuja. The Director General, during the unveiling, urged Nigerians to pay attention to the words in lines 3 and 5 of the anthem as released by the agency. We call the attention of Nigerians to lines 3 of the first stanza, which reads, "Though tribes and tongue may differ, note that the word tribes and tongues are plural. We want you to also note that line 5 of the first stanza reads, Nigerians all are proud to serve. The word are and not, the word are not and is correct. It's as said, I don't know, Nigeria all are proud to serve. It says the word are not and is correct, he said. So I think we're in the English grammar space now. But at plenary, Akpabio said the correction introduced by the National Orientation Agency was not what the National Assembly passed. Take note, this is the version that was passed by the National Assembly. What the National Orientation Agency has is not what we passed. Where you have Nigerians all are proud to serve, they say Nigerians all are proud to serve. And that is the number one. It should be are. So I think we're in the realms of English grammar now. That's just where we are now, in the realms of English grammar. It says, and by the way, the room does need populating. There's no one in the studio at the moment, so anybody that wants to jump on. If you want a session, that is, of course. It says where you have Nigerians all are proud to serve. They said Nigerians all and proud to serve. That is the number one. It should be are. So I think they're somewhat quibbling over semantics with that one. So quibbling over semantics. Let's say hold on. All right. Let's go to this one. Always good copy, Reno Omokri, prominent Tinubu supporter. So is this now his title now? I thought it was a PDP chieftain. Well, we're talking about Reno Omokri, of course. Prominent Tinubu supporter Reno Omokri speaks on getting rid of president. So I'm not quite sure what that means. It says as Nigerians look forward to the 2027 election, are they already looking forward to the 2027 election? We're still 3 years away from it. As Nigerians look forward to the 2027 election, a prominent social media personality and former presidential aide Reno Omakri has asked the People Democratic Party (PDP) to focus on building the country. So I'm not quite sure what focus the PDP can give to building the country, especially as the PDP are not in government. So I'm not quite sure. As Nigerians look forward to the 2027 election, a prominent social media personality and former presidential aide Reno Omokri has asked the People's Democratic Party (PDP) to focus on building the country. In a tweet on his verified Twitter handle on Tuesday evening, June the 11th, Omokri, a chieftain of the PDP and open supporter of, is that not an oxymoron? How can the two exist? How can you be a chieftain of the main opposition party and an open supporter of the incumbent government? So only in Nigeria do we have this sort of menage a trois. In a tweet on his verified Twitter page on Tuesday evening, June the 11th, Omokri, a chieftain of the PDP and open supporter of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, said if the opposition wants to get rid of Tinubu democratically, we will have a shot again in 2027. So how is that shot going to be shaped? The diaspora-based socio-political commentator urged his co-PDP members to cooperate with President Tinubu and his government and make Nigeria a better place. So if they I've always said this, if they cooperate with Tinubu and his government to make Nigeria great, then what incentive there is then to change Tinubu in 2027? So if the country is better under Tinubu, what incentivizes anybody not to want him in power? So this is always the question to be asked. Yes, the diaspora-based social-political commentator urged his co-PDP members to cooperate with President Tinubu and his government and make Nigeria a better place. Omokri also disagreed with Sule Lamido, a PDP leader and ex-governor of Jigawa State, who said in a recent interview that Nigeria is rich enough to pay any amount as minimum wage. So, well, how much was he paying when he was in situation is the thing. Let us build our country. If we want to get rid of Tinubu democratically, we will have a shot again in 2027. But for now, let us cooperate with him and his government and make Nigeria a better place. And then this is a tweet. I met Sule Lamido as a young man in 1999 when he was Minister of Foreign Affairs. He was very eloquent and articulate and wowed me with his word prowess. 25 years later, I would like to believe that he was caught up in the moment during the interview on Channels Television. So I think he's going to send me to his Twitter page. Yes, it is sending me to his Twitter page. All right, let's have a bit of Reno. Since the oh no, it's a long essay. So yes. All right. I met Sule Lamido as a young man in 1999 when he was Minister of Foreign Affairs. He was very eloquent and articulate and wowed me with his word prowess. 25 years later, I would like to believe that he was caught in the moment during his Channels Television interview when he said Nigeria is rich enough to pay any amount in minimum wage. That is obviously not factual. Nigeria is not a rich nation. Even in terms of natural resources, we are not even the most resourced country in Africa. I have been to Ghana. Most Nigerians cannot last in Ghana. It is a lovely country, but the standard of living is so high. There is hardly anything that is less expensive in Ghana compared to Nigeria. And on a per capita basis, they produce more oil than we do. So a lot of people don't actually know that Ghana is actually an oil producing country, but but there it is. I'm not sure that there's sufficient enough of a threat in terms of that production for it to have any meaning. But I think this is a case for the defense essentially. Sule Lamido, of course, a PDP functionary, and Reno Mokuri allegedly, purportedly, he says, I was in Ghana and Kenya to do a documentary, and people in those countries will give an arm and a leg for some of the things we enjoy in Nigeria. Who want you to get subsidized electricity in Ghana or Kenya? If you don't have your minimum of $82 in Ghana and $98 for your electricity bill in Kenya, there is no light for you. And these are monthly bills. So it says Nigeria is not all rich. We are all poor. And by the way, I know the argument is about to make here, of course, because if you per capita our production with the population, then really, I think that's where he's taking the argument too. Nigeria is not all rich; we are all poor. On a per capita basis, Ghana is more oil rich than we are. We produce 1.5 million barrels per day for a population of 220 million people. Ghana produces 200,000 barrels per day for a population of 32 million people. Saudi Arabia, so it goes on to make all of those traditional arguments. So those traditional arguments, but that is a Reno Omofri, of course. It's a case of pick a side and stick with it, isn't it? That's the narrative of Reno Mokri. Pick a side and stick with it. Let me. Do you want a bit of a Emefiele? We've done so much of Emefiele. The crimes of that guy, apparently, allegedly, the redesigned Naira was not even a design that Buhari approved. A witness at the ongoing trial of former central bank governor Godwin Emefiele has told the Federal Capital Territory High Court in Abuja that former President Muhammadu Buhari gave his approval for the printing and redesigning of the Naira notes. So that is Emefiele, of course. I think it's going to be the Dasuki of the Tinubu administration. They're going to hold him in perpetuity. I'm not quite sure why that would not be the case. Let me give you one last one, and then we'll see how the session evolves. So let me give you this one. Tinubu hails Tolaram. Tinubu hails Tolaram Group for acquiring controlling shares in Guinness. So Guinness Nigeria, of course, apparently after X amount of years leaves the country. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has commended the Indonesian business conglomerate, the Tolaram Group, for believing in Nigeria and having absolute faith in our economy. Tolaram, which partnered Nigeria to build the Lekki Free Trade Zone and the country's first deep sea port, has acquired Diageo's 58.02% shareholding in Guinness Nigeria PLC. You know, Guinness Nigeria PLC is actually the largest Guinness brewery. It's actually the largest Guinness brewery in the world. According to an announcement at the Nigerian Exchange on Tuesday, Tolaram will also enter into long-term license and royalty agreement for the continued production of the Guinness product and its locally manufactured Diageo ready-to-drink and mainstream brands. So there it is right there. I think it may well have been persuaded to do that. I think monies may well have changed hands before that situation came about. So money may well have changed hands before that situation came about. Like I said, the room still needs populating. So I'll send the link again. I'm not quite sure. We'll see how the session goes, but there is the link. Let me acknowledge the super chatters, play you the K-Guide music, and then we take it from there. So super chats from Boson, Alexander Gomez right there, Isaac Ojo are also in that space. So that's Isaac Ojo right there. Ayo, of course, tradition would have, and that's still Ayo continuing as it does. Let's see. That's Ayo still continuing as he does. That's Ayo still continuing as he does. That's Isaac Ojo right there. Isaac Ojo again. So that space still. We want other names in that space as well. So let's play the Kegite music and then we'll take it from there. So if you want the session, as I said, you have to hop on. So let's play the Kegite music.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. I'm here, Paul. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Emmanuel. Good to have you, Emmanuel. Adande Koko in the house. Always a delight when he's here. Pansat registers his presence. Good to see you, Pansat. Exit Black, fast becoming a regular panelist, and Ola makes up the list. So still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. So anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. Let's do it in this running order. Let me kick it off with Emmanuel because it's in Nigeria. Come to Pansat, and then we take it from there. Emmanuel, are you ready?
Yes, one man.
Agwan, kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀?
Emi Pawao.
Ẹni Pawao, kí ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀? Look at this guy.
Emi Pawa.
Ebi Pawa is what you are trying to say. Ebi Pawa, eh? Is that what it is, Ebi Pawa, eh?
Yes, yes. One man.
You don't look like as fat as you are.
Emi Pawa.
Look at this guy. Even Pastor speaks better Yoruba than you. I've seen him talking Yoruba. I think he actually Googles it, Pansat, and then he would slam it in the comment section like he knows what he's talking about. But
No, one man. I saw it. Not I didn't Google it. I saw it. I've been seeing it around now. In fact, Adane Koko's main man is going on the street tomorrow, so he used that Emin Power as a slogan. Oh,
you mean Showore?
Yes.
He's making a lot of noise within the cycle at the moment. What's the theme of his outing tomorrow? What is it? What is his gripe? What is agitated? What B?
Yes, he has been saying that since 8 a.m. this morning that everybody should come out. So they have mapped like about eight states that they will start the protest tomorrow.
It's the fact that tomorrow is Democracy Day. Is it time to to match that, or is it just coincidence, or is it saying
No,
it's a democracy?
I think it's premeditated. I think they just use that tomorrow as the democracy day to do that. Maybe it will escalate from tomorrow to next day or something, but I think their main purpose is tomorrow.
All right.
They said
is it making any? What's the feel on the ground? How are people reacting to it?
Yeah, they are going. In fact, they are just looking for excuse who will lead them to that. They are going to be a serious protest tomorrow.
And where is it going to take place?
The main place will be Lagos. Then they have Ogun State. They have Delta State. I think they have about 8 states. They have Abuja. So I think Showore is the arrowhead.
Are you reading? What's your reading of it? What politics is in play?
I think now there's a lot of reading behind the scene, because now they are saying that Showore is the only main Yoruba person there. That the agenda is the Igbos, because the list of the coordinators, I think their list is they say the Igbos are more in the list. But this guy is inside. Deji is also inside. Showore is inside. Yes. So a lot of them is inside. And I think there's one other prominent person inside there. But now, the reading now is that is politically motivated.
Of course, it's politically motivated, but what politics? Is it politics against the government, or is it intra-fighting amongst the opposition?
No, I think their slogan is that Nigeria are hungry.
Yes.
Tinubu should step down, or I think
I don't think it's about Tinubu. It's about populism. A lot of this politics is about populism.
Yeah, they say the policy that he's rolling out, the policy he's rolling out is attacking citizens, not for political elites.
Yes, no. That's the headline. I'm talking about the politics of it. Showore is playing rear guard in politics at the moment. It's on the back foot. So, and the person that occupies the populist space is Peter Obi. So I'm not actually sure that rally, the banner, the theme will be against the president, using all manners of anything. There's so many things that everybody wants to protest. So it's not really.
Why are you rubbing it into Obi? How does
no. I'm talking about no. It's not even an anti-Obi something. No, I'm just talking about politics now.
Yes.
I'm saying that Peter Showore wants to cut into the populism space or try to seize the center ground. If that place goes successfully, then he will. That Peter Obi and Showore, they occupy the same space within the political paradigm. You know that. Mm-hmm. So if Showore's name spikes up, then it gets more agency into that space, and I think that is what he wants. He wants agency into that space. I don't think it's especially bothered about Tinubu or Ibn Power or not.
One man. Don't be saying that. It's not true.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, no, man. I get your point.
Let's not do Peter. Let's not do Peter. Let's just stop the politics. Right. Let's not do Peter. Be one.
Accurate though. Be accurate. Peter Obi won 12 states. Actually won that election. So Showore did not win his own.
No.
He didn't win a single polling unit.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about populism. Would you say that Peter Obi occupies the center ground in populist politics at the moment?
Is it that question for me?
No, but either of you.
You talking to me?
No, either of you can take it on.
Okay, but the thing is, there is no comparison whatsoever. Popularity. Look, Showore is not enough to be hired to shine Peter Obi's shoes. Let's be honest.
All right.
Listen,
No,
now,
that's not where they call. No, don't reduce it to the lowest irreducible. Don't let's no, let's not hold on. You are going to ruin the conversation if you want to take it in that. We're not saying if Obi is better than Chore, or if Chore can shine his shoes, or if Obi won the election.
In popularity,
Yeah, you're just going to ruin it, man.
Don't be afraid.
No. Hold on. Let's speak to the nuance, not the big bangs or the ethnics or whatever. We're just talking about politics now, so let's not do buru.
No. Listen, you hardly ever see me talking about Peter Obi. Maybe the point is that by observation and with anybody with common sense, right? That kind of propaganda it's annoying. The point is that we should move beyond that. Peter Obi was in the same election as Showore. They had the same circumstances. So in the popular vote, Peter Obi garnered, 12 million votes or whatever it is, or 6 million votes, right? And now Showore has 30,000. Now, who in their right mind is going to be measuring popularity between those two?
No. Okay, let me explain what because I don't. Hold on. Just hold on 1 microsecond. You still have the floor. You either don't understand it or you are obstinately fixated to a single narrative and you cannot say beyond that. But just abandon your fixations and go into the. I want to have I'd like us to have a nuanced conversation. Peter Obi won however many votes he won. That's fine. But Showore, nobody voted for him. That's fine too. So that's not even where it is. Peter Obi is infinitely more popular than Showore. That's fine. But why is the thing? You can say it's track record and all of those go-tos, but you can also say that there's a certain narrative that identifies there are certain qualities that migrate towards sort of empathizing and aligning with Peter Obi, and that those sort of nuances, they wrap around things like developing the country, a paradigm shift in generation, more probity, a better connection between the governed and the governors. So all of those sort of spaces, so those are populist spaces. So now, not about who won what, who's more popular, that space itself is an entity and a large entity, and Peter Obi sits at the center of that. So Showore feels that is his natural habitat, and this sort of protestations is essentially to make incursions into that space. So it's not about Obi ding dong. So that's the nuance. That's the nuance.
That is Showore habitat. What is the antecedent for that statement? What is the antecedent?
Because Showore's politics has always been anti-establishment, pro-people, transparency, get rid of the rot in the system. So that sort of political space, which is a space that Obi occupies now. But
no, I mean like a proven record of him getting that.
No. It doesn't have any backdrop. It doesn't have any backdrop in politics. So we're not even talking about that. We're talking about believability, personality.
Yeah, believability, we have a lot of them on the space, in the political space.
Wama, can I give my own?
Is there?
Wama, can I give my own understanding?
Let me respond to one man. One man.
Before you respond, can I give my own understanding to it, please?
Hold on now. So
no, you've been talking. You've been talking.
Hold on, Pansat. Isaac is often brief and to the point, and then you come after him, Isaac.
Yeah, wait till we try make una know be say. For those of us who come from Edo State, now Showore might be the real person where we really want me there. But the politics can they play in a way where we say we come they look and say Showore never get leg like that. So people with this Showore side where be want make people like Showore come they rule the country, they can't just join Obi for now. They can't really look and say since Obi they inside all this they are caucus before. So maybe we just first join Obi first. If somebody like Obi come, then if he pave way for them Showore, now Showore get that space. Obi an opportunist.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not to say Obi is an opportunist, but I'm saying that Showore, this protest is Showore trying to seize the center ground of populist politics back.
At some point, you're gonna let me tell you what's going on.
No, come in. You can give your opinion.
Okay, so when people like that guy from Edo, first of all, I've said it many times, Edo is not worth all the trouble.
Oh, let's not go in that direction.
No,
That will just ruin it. Don't ruin it. Let's have let's be elegant. You know? Don't start attacking people, please.
No, I'm not. I said Edo State, right? It's a divided state up to like 8 regions in Edo State. So if you're a very popular candidate, maybe you get 150,000 to 200,000 votes from there. Is it worth all these insults? People seeing something that is clear. Who is going? If your head is correct, how are you going to compare Obi with Showere? They do not occupy the same space, like you said. You aptly described Showere as somebody who throws mud, who organizes students.
Which space does hold on? No, you made a point now. Which space does Obi occupy in the Nigerian paradigm?
All of it. So that's what I was going to use Doreka to give you an example.
All right. You just don't get it. It's not brute force.
Hold on now.
You're just going to brute force him. Okay, go on.
We're going to clash at the end. We're going to clash at the end, but let me get a word in here before we clash. What I'm saying to you is that you're looking at somebody who organizes students, sing a song, go out there. He's courageous, right? As a matter of fact, Obi is not doing his by courage. Obi is trying to appeal to Nigerians who are sensible from the north, south, east, and west, right? Business, students, youth. Now, what you're pointing at is that, you know how, I don't know if you've been to the market where they have Doreka, right? Where do they take, they measure something. There are some cups that fit into that Doreka, they're smaller. And there are cups that are bigger than the Doreka that you put in.
Let me ask you a question. Why do people follow but the things so that it can be conversation? So don't be long and winding. Why do you think people follow Peter Obi?
People follow Peter Obi because he went out there and made a case, right? He did it the old-fashioned way, trying to gain credibility. He invented some mantras. One of them is to go and verify. He's using his term in office experience out of 8 years. Nigerians they didn't even know they had such a public servant that served for 8 years, did not waste money.
All right. Yes.
So one man, can I continue?
Credibility, and then people went and verified.
No. I did say don't give us the longer. I wanted the.
Are you satisfied with the answer? Did I?
Well, not especially, but I wanted. I wanted a sonnet, not a prose.
Calm down. Let me log off. When I get home, I'll be on a regular computer.
Yes, Pansat, hold on. You take the time back now. But Pansat, when you do come back, please, I want it to be a conversation and not brute, not brute. No. Well, it's up to me, but I don't want
to. You never disagree with any of my points.
I don't disagree with it, but okay. All right. Let Emmanuel carry on. But the conversation, Emmanuel, carry on. But Emmanuel, do you understand where the conversation is?
I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say. Showore, you are saying that Showore is trying to, claim that natural space that I think that he belonged to by orchestrating this protest. But I'm not seeing it that way anyway. I'm seeing it that he just, he's a revolutionary person, like, his own method of attacking the government is different from the way Obi does. Obi speaks to the issues. Like, he talked to the issues, he appeal. He's more appealing than he doesn't attack. You hardly see Obi attacking anybody directly. If you go to Showore, if you go to Obi, what is it called? Obi's Twitter space and type Showore, you will not see a single word from him. He does not mention his name. So, but unlike Showore, some of them, they will just be mentioning names, attacking and all stuff like that. And if you think that that's the only thing that will draw people to him, I don't think so that it will happen. And if you think that these protests will also draw more Nigerian to him, I don't think so. So because Nigeria are just looking for any person that can just organize this.
Sorry, Emmanuel. Are you saying to me that you don't know, you've not noticed that over the last week, 2 weeks, even pretty much since he came back to Nigeria, Showore has been going after Obi especially and his space as a whole. He has been going after them frontally. Have you not seen that?
No, I'm saying now. It's not even now. Before, even prior before election, post election.
You don't think this protest is organizing is wrapped into that?
That I'm saying that it's not going to yield any result, because he tried it pre-election. He did everything. He called me names. He just tried to say anything. He didn't do anything. In fact, what that resulted at his natural people that normally vote for him, that he was able to garner like plenty vote, left him. So the only thing when he continually to attack Obi, that does not only speak to issue of Nigeria, that say that Nigeria should move from consumption to production, and dismantle criminality. So the only thing, that's the only thing Obi speaks. Other thing he speaks, and Showore is his own is to attack. He doesn't speak to issue. He only attack personalities. So, and that is not the kind of politics people be play. It's a different. They are totally in a different space. They don't occupy the same space. Do you understand? So they are in different dimensions. Obi is in different dimension. Showore is in different dimension. The way they're playing their thing. So this thing he's trying to organize now is Obi cannot do it. You will never see where Obi will come and say, let's go to the protest. That man will not do it. And he's not the kind of person that do it. His own, he like to follow the due process. Like follow the law, follow the law laid down. He doesn't want, that's why he normally tell his supporter that do anything you want to do, but make sure you follow the law, follow the law laid down, so that you will not get yourself into trouble. He always say that to his supporters. So he also tell them that not to attacking personally is cannot even yield any result to you. Just speak to the issue. When you speak to the issue, leave it that way. That is how it should be. So Showore own is attacking personality, attack Atiku, attack Tinubu's, attack Obi, attack other people. So Peter Obi is not that kind of politician. You understand? You can say that he belongs to the elite, fine, but his own brand of politics is different from all these people. We all know that the only thing he does, he speaks to the issue directly, and he finds a way to help and provide solutions. So that's the only thing I can tell you. And you ask Pansat, what made people to gravitate towards him? He came out, like, I'm sure that we have over 50 contestants or presidential candidates during 2023 presidential election. But he came out, he was speaking to the issue. He was speaking to what Nigeria want to hear and giving them solutions. Everybody just, looking for, find a way to listen to his clip. That is exactly what happened. Because if Peter Obi have them come out and say, Tinubu is this, Atiku is this, Atiku is this. You can see even during the campaign, he never attacked Tinubu for one day. He never attacked him. Even when Tinubu said that I will not mention that one that thing that is data and data will go chop in a campaign ground, he was like ridiculing Peter Obi. But one day he never respond. He never talk down on none of those politicians. He only speak to the issue. And that's the only thing that distincts him from other politicians in Nigeria.
All right. Take on Aizan's comment. It says, I'd like to see a debate between Obi and Showore. So if that debate, if the moderator is able to moderate it so that it's only about issues and not personal attacks, how do you think that would go, a debate between Showore and
we have seen, like, I think I have seen debate between those former vice president and Peter Obi before, and I can tell you that Peter Obi beat him heads down. So when it comes to debate. That's what we will tell you that I like. Just bring it on. Let's come. Nigeria will hear us. Let's speak to the issue. So I think that debate that happened, was it 2019? Yeah, an election before 2019, during the campaign season. There was a debate between Osibanjo and Peter Obi. I think they're talking about this subsidy and economy issue or something like that.
Are you going to suggest that Peter Obi float Osibanjo in a debate?
I'm wondering. No, I just laugh.
Yes.
When Peter Obi debated Osibanjo was almost becoming Bala Blue now.
I disagree.
His tongue, he was having a tongue twist.
Peter Obi floored him hands down for that debate.
Peter Obi did not flood.
Let me tell you the issue. What I remember, Peter Obi was like a threat because that day Osibanjo was under pressure. It was very obvious that he was under pressure. And to answer the question you asked Pansat, that what did they see in Peter Obi? Let me tell you, so many things. Peter Obi was the only one among all of them that could speak the language that the young people understood and were wanting to hear. Whether we like it or not, I am not for him. You can say, party is unstable, but I will tell you the truth. Peter Obi was the only one that was speaking the language the young people wanted to hear. Peter Obi was the one that was campaigning on issue and not on lobby. Though in some cases he took politics into it. Peter Obi was the only person that was carrying everybody along. You understand? That was carrying everybody along.
Are you making reference to the debate between Obi and Osibanjo? Is that
No. I'm talking of. I've left that one. I'm talking of.
But that's the one that people have.
I've addressed that one. I'm talking of why they wanted him in 2023. Peter Obi was the only one that was campaigning on issue. Then Peter Obi, of all of them, let's be objective. Peter Obi was the most articulate of them all. Tinubu was obviously under pressure. He could not even speak the way he used to speak normally. He was muddling up words. You could see it. So leave that one. Even now, if you put them together, Peter Obi is obviously more articulate than all of them.
More articulate than
himself. Could express them better than Tinubu, than Atiku. With Showore, if you put them in
hold on, Patrick. I will concede that he may be. It's like to say Peter Obi is more articulate than Tinubu. Is competing to be the tallest. Hold on. Let me make the point. If you are saying Peter Obi is more articulate than Tinubu, it's essentially competing to be the tallest dwarf. Because I don't think either of them have articulation, but you cannot suggest that Obi is more articulate than Atiku. Is he more articulate than Atiku?
Yes, now.
Are you joking? Are you Atiku Abubakar?
Election is gone.
Yes, one man during that election.
Let me say something. Patoski, I'm wondering. See, Patoski. I'm wondering the 2019 debate we all watched because
2023. I've even passed 2019.
Wait, no, because we are talking of that 2019. Like seriously, that 2019 is what we can bring up here
was under pressure at a point.
Wait.
He was saying,
is he Obi that didn't know what was
we didn't or didn't something? He was under pressure.
No.
One man pull that video. That video is still online. That their debate. Let's watch it. You see, he's more articulate. He was speaking to issues.
Sorry. Who and who?
Vice President and Obi.
2019. Osibanjo and Obi. What are we talking about?
I don't know what we call articulation sometimes. Let me tell you
leave that one. So now we have to redefine articulation.
No. Wait, no. I'm not redefining anything.
Tell we don't know all of us know what articulation is.
Peter Obi
was specific in what he was saying.
Emmanuel, no worry, leave that one.
Wait, do you
I'm not going to be over. Let's
do you call when someone lie on statistics to gear things up? Do you call that one articulation?
How do you know? How do you know it's a lie? How do you know it's a lie that he lied on the statistics?
Everything was fact checking. Eventually,
Okay, let me address that. Let me address that. When I mean articulation, I'm not saying Obi is speaking the fact or the truth. When I mean articulation, is the ability to convey your ideas or your knowledge or information in a way that people can be carried along. Wait now, the meaning of articulation, that people will pay attention to you.
See, the video is here. Let's watch the video together. The video is here.
Obi beat all of them in that one. Leave that one. But I'm not for him. That's just the truth.
I don't just understand what we are talking about. I see we've never heard Osibajo's speak somewhere before.
No, we are talking about the debate they had.
I've heard him. I heard him for 10 years. I had him for 8 years as vice president of Nigeria. And before he became vice president, I've known Osinbajo for long in the Christian circle. I've attended so many of his meetings, invitations, joint conferences with Daystar and everything. So leave that one. I know him. I know his younger brother. As in when the younger brother was in Ogun.
It's not even somebody I follow. It's not even about knowing someone. When we are stressing the truth further, when we are overstressing the truth is where they are actually.
In that debate,
all right. Let's just hear them on a single topic. Just a minute of that. I am alarmed that anybody will suggest that Obi is you're not even an obedient. I'm alarmed that anybody will suggest that Obi is more articulate than
Yemi
All right. Let's this is 2 minutes. Let's have a 2-minute back and forth between them.
Fighting corruption is not an economic policy. It is not that you can't fight corruption, but you can fight it more aggressively while addressing economic issues. For example, in 2015, unemployment and underemployment was 24%. Today it's 40%. In 2015, we attracted $21 billion in foreign direct investment. We attracted only 17 last year. We attracted only 12 last year. That means it's going to, our GDP was 520 in 2015. Our per capita was 2,500. Today it's under 1,900. If you look at our stock market, it's lost over 2 trillion in 1 year. So that is not any policy. You're not creating jobs. You're not doing the right thing, and you're just fighting corruption. You can't shut down your shop and be chasing criminals.
Thank you very much. Thank you. If you allow criminals to steal all the inventory in the shop, there will be no shop. That's the problem. Please. That's the problem. Please. And what has happened to Nigeria in the past 16 years is what the World Bank told us, that the major cause of our poverty is corruption. That's a major cause. That's what we've been told. So let me say that there is no way that we can minimize what has happened. We can't minimize corruption. If you minimize it, we run the risk of completely, in fact, the argument is lost. We cannot do what we want to do unless we're able to minimize corruption or eradicate it completely, which is what we're trying to do.
So that is how
from this discussion now, what suggests that Obi is less articulate here than him?
Sorry, Ola. I think we just the opening 3 words. Osinbajo defeated everything.
I watched the full. Just go and watch the full of this debate. You will come for Peter. Go and watch the complete. You see how
Emmanuel and Patoski. The challenges I have with you, obedient to this. You go.
It's just sentiment. It's just sentiment. One man is almost saying that Obi is even not more articulate than Tinubu.
Wait.
That kind of Obi is more articulate than
No. Patrick, Obi is more articulate than Tinubu. Is not articulate at all now. But I was saying that
Tinubu is more articulate than Atiku. He's more articulate than who has contested in that election. He's more articulate than Sowore.
It's not more articulate than Kwakwanso. Certainly not. Certainly not.
It's more articulate than Obama.
Than Obama, yes.
Obi is the most articulate than Obama, than Trump, than
One man. You would have asked yourself,
just allow me.
Why the educated people why the educated people tend to towards him and tend to go towards him.
Emmanuel, no worry yourself.
Hold on. Let's have one voice and let Ola come in. But Ola, that's where we were. Emmanuel, that's where we were trying to have the conversation. That why are the educated people gravitating towards him? But let Ola have that is interjection, and then I want us to open up that space because that's where the conversation is, and that is where Sowore is going as well. But Ola, yes.
Yeah, you see one thing, Emmanuel. Whenever we are saying something, the integrity of our statement matters a lot. Because if someone makes a statement and you try to fool me, right from that point, the argument is defeated. Now, in an attempt to oversell Obi, for example, now we now say it's more articulate than Osinbajo in that presidential debate that we all listen to. Yeah, you can have a debate for 1 hour and you have some few seconds of stuttering. That okay, you are lost in your thoughts, and you use a 1% of stuttering now to judge the entire 100% of that debate.
Ola, go and watch that video with Tell Bias.
Let me just land now.
Hold on, Emmanuel. Let Ola land that point. I don't want us to stay with that debate for too long. I want us to go back to Sowore's protest, but let Ola make his point.
So you are arguing the same debate that we all was. So the thing is, the challenges I have with obedience generally is that when you overstretch the truth, that's where you lose the argument. Stay within your strength and don't overstate things. Don't make us look like fools. Look at the opening statement of Osinbajo now, and look at what Obi was doing. Obi was basically reading the data from the Bureau of Statistics, Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, and this guy just made an analogy that defeated everything. And we are not saying it's more articulate.
Can you say that?
What is the analogy that defeated
that was a rebutter. That was a rebutter now. Somebody, the first person spoke, and then he had the opportunity to think through what he wanted to say. I just gave him a rebutter.
Sometimes authenticity of your analysis is part of articulation.
Is it that the data that Peter was reading from the Bureau of Statistics is not real?
All right. All right, let's continue because it's a non. It doesn't lead us anywhere. Who is more articulate? But I'm just alarmed that anybody will suggest that Obi is more articulate than Atiku. I mean, God Almighty, me already. But Emmanuel, yes, than Atiku. Yes, you said that now. Did you not say this?
Than Atiku. He's more articulate than Tinubu. He's more articulate than Sowore. That's what I'm saying.
All right. What about Obama? Is he more articulate than Obama?
No, Obama is not running with them now. No, let's not.
No, I just want to see where I want to see how far they. I want to see how far the fallacy is spread.
He's more articulate than Abiola. More articulate than Akintola.
Because Sowore
is more articulate. He's more articulate than
Sowore just go.
All right. One voice. Yeah. All right. Let's get back to Emmanuel.
Okay, don't worry. Osinbajo is more articulate than Queen.
I think universally. I think universally. Maybe not universally now, but I think the abundance will tell you that. Anyway, back to Emmanuel. Tell us about.
You're not getting the point. We are not saying generally Osinbajo is more articulate than. We are saying based on the debate they had, that what he said, what Peter Obi said, was accurate and fact-checked. That's why I say more because maybe Osinbajo was afraid
saying
that
fighting
maybe
corruption is not an economic policy. So
well,
that's what
no. Ola,
let me
just
finish.
let him have it. I want us to move from there. Yeah.
So maybe
All right.
he's already in power. So he's just trying to know the kind of words that he will say or not say. Maybe that's the only thing that affected him there. But when he come out of those things, he's a professor and all those things. Of course, we're talking about that debate they had there. He was more articulate. He said things. He speak what was happening on that particular on that years both on the economic and the securities and the fighting corruption. He was specific. So we are not saying outside that Osinbajo is a professor, of course. You can see how we will say that they are professors, even the one in Anambra State, they are more educated than him. But when it comes to speaking issue of Nigeria issue, P2B is more sound than all of them.
It's more fun than all of them. Anyway, let's leave that. Go back to Showore's protest. Actually, what level of success are you anticipating for? And how will you measure? What metric would you use to measure? What is your anticipation for tomorrow for Showore?
Now, the DSS and the police have already issued warning on their Twitters and the Twitter handle that whatever protest that is happening, it should be on the ambit of it should be coordinated, and they should not cause troubles. They have already thrown that fear in the space this evening. I think I saw their tweet this evening. So I'm not expecting something troubling or something problematic to happen, because I'm sure that space is well more, because people are actually eager to go to the street. That place will be well monitored tomorrow. So I don't think something.
There's an element of, because tomorrow is Democracy Day, which is a day of somber reflection for the nation to reflect on. So it's a noted day of national importance. So obviously, elements of mischief making Showore now wanting to protest on that day.
Yes. So, but DSS have issued those things. So, when you come to citizens, DSS and the police, they will get the ration. But when you come to politicians, they don't normally get the ration. So, because of what's about to happen tomorrow, now,
they get what? They get what?
Erection.
Oh God. Okay. Well, I don't know. Yeah, well, hopefully they have wives if they get that. So,
of course.
I thought I said somber or sober, whichever one. I'm an your man. English is not my natural forte, but there it is. Somebody correct me there in the comment section. But yes. So how would you measure success for it? And then I'll take you on to another point.
So the success, if the success was if he was able to coordinate it properly and aftermath of it and something happened, I think the success will go to Showore, obviously, because he's the arrowhead there. That what I mean, that after the protest and something good happened after it, you understand. So, and
you know we've had Showore on this platform once, lasted all of 5 minutes. His network gave up on him, but I will try him again, see if we can get him. It's still in the spirit of tomorrow. So tomorrow now, Democracy Day, not June the 29th, which is the birthing of the Fourth Republic, but June 12th, which is actually the most seminal moment in Nigeria's journey in democracy so far. So Tinubu makes a national broadcast. What is your anticipation for it?
Well, I'm actually not, I don't really know why they changed our Democracy Day to this June 12th. It's not really aligning with me, but let's just leave it the way it is, because they just want to appeal to some group of people for what happened that time, but it's good. So, well, he will speak generally to the issue on ground and try to appeal Nigerians to hold on and find a way that there is a hope at the end of the tunnel. There is a hope. There is going to be a light or something like that. So it's just normally the way they normally speak. But I kind of want Tinubu to have a private chat with one of these media house, so that they will ask him some question for us to even to know whether are they giving him proper information on what is happening in Nigeria? Because the media house will be throwing a lot of questions to him personally. So I don't know why he's still avoiding that kind of arrangement. So just where like in a
but we
private
don't have that convention in Nigeria though.
we
I
do.
don't.
Buhari did it.
Are you joking?
One
Buhari
man
spoke to the media 3 times in 8 years. 3 times. What are you? 3 times in 8 years.
Okay. So 3 times in 80, at least he did it. That's what I'm saying, that he did it. So I'm expecting that kind of conversation, because when Buhari did it, we all find out that he was not being carried along of the happening of what is happening in Nigeria, the issue on ground. So he was just saying based on what his aide we are telling him and stuff like that. So we want kind of to listen to that conversation between the media house and the president, so that when they ask him something is happening and something, let's see how he responds. Let's know whether he's actually aware of the issue on ground. I don't think he's aware. I don't think they're telling him the truth. Those people around him, those circle around him, they're not telling him the truth.
He's very much aware.
No,
it's
no,
just
he's
that,
not.
no, he's aware. It's just that, when you don't have a solution to problem, you avoid such interview, and you don't want people to query you. You run away from the media.
You cannot be having, for instance, this fuel subsidy, they say that they are paying through the back door. If he's aware of what all this is happening, he would have sent someone to just address that issue permanently. But
no, there is nothing they can do about it. You just have to admit that. So you just have to admit that there is nothing Tinubu is going to do about it. Corruption doesn't fight corruption. That's a simple fact. Before you can fight corruption, you wouldn't have some corrupt issue or corruption around you. You understand? So people that surround him are most corrupt under Buhari regime, and he recruited them into his own regime also. So how do you expect him to fight corruption? Corruption doesn't fight corruption. All these things they are doing is just mago. Maybe at the end of the day, they'll just achieve little or nothing. So that's it. So don't just say they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They cannot. They cannot just close their shop. This is their business, and they're doing it perfectly to suit their narrative. That's it.
All right, thank you, Ekene. So, Emmanuel, bring that space home, and then if there's any other topic you want to introduce, I'm going to do 5 minutes monologue now, just because the room is.
I want to speak as well.
Yeah.
Yes. This issue, I think I said, I don't want you didn't read the one I sent to you. I think I sent you one article like that. You are picking things that you like. So I sent you something that they happen in our economic economy. You understand? There's a lot of dwindling and drastically a lot of things are just drastically reducing, and everything is collapsing. So that article I sent to you, about 300-something thousand jobs have been lost. So, and a lot of company has been closing down, and so this is the issue that I was telling Ekene, that if this man is actually aware of things that is happening, there is some policy that he would have by now put in place to avert this kind of thing happening. We have a lot of youth that don't have job, and the little we have, we are losing it. Companies are closing down, and you're throwing them to the streets. Now, if you read that article now, you see a lot of job lost. So, and they are not even creating. I'm sure government does not create job. They made they create an environment.
Guinness is living. Guinness is living. 75 years old.
No, hold on there for him. I think we already have that as what the talking points are. Yeah, let Emmanuel and then we take it round. Yeah.
So what government does is to create an enabling environment so that job will be created by her citizens. You understand? So it will make it, but this time around, he's putting a policy that is chasing investors away. That's making the little job that have been created to close down. So it's not palatable at all. It's not looking good for us. It's not looking good to our economy. It's not even increasing anything. We are not even seeing the direction of travel for this man. To be honest with you, one man. To be honest with you, I don't know between Buhari and Tinubu who is going to be worse. We know that Buhari is the worst president we ever had, but I don't know whether this man is going to surpass him. To be honest, like I said before, I don't think they are telling him the truth. Jobs are closing every day in Nigeria. People are losing their jobs. The economy is biting, and everybody, small business are closing. And you are not checkmating this thing to retain the little job you have. Because when you throw these people out now, because the more people are not engaged, the more
just to correct something, because we don't want to be putting misinformation out there. Guinness is not actually, because I think it was one of the videos.
I'm not saying Guinness.
No, hold on. I think somebody said it. Guinness is not leaving Nigeria. So let's be clear on that. The ownership of Guinness changed hands. That's
one
it.
Man, I read the article.
So let's not misinform.
Exactly. I didn't mention Guinness because I read the article. So what I'm talking about is the small business that have been existing that are closing.
But
I don't even know one man.
The ownership change hands from who to who? That's what we should ask ourselves. One man.
It's a Singaporean company. Singaporean company has now owned Guinness. Diageo sold their shares for $58 million because of inflation, and they cannot get their money out of Nigeria. So it's a Singaporean company that has decided to take over.
So we have another foreign company owning it now.
Welcome to Nigeria. Well, yes, it was open for if a Nigerian wanted to buy it.
They've all this one in South Africa, not today. They've done a Cameroon and some other African countries. So it's a turn for Nigeria. And
it's a good thing. People dominate us. I love this, man. Nigeria is working.
No. Hold on. Sorry, Ola. Hold on.
So a foreign company divested, another foreign company took it over, right?
Yes, but they did not preclude. Hold on, there's an undercurrent to there's an inferred meaning there. They did not stop any Nigerians from buying it, and Nigerians there's plenty of Nigerians with the funds too. So if they wanted to buy, they could have. So nothing stopped them.
Nigeria is working. I love the country, man.
Can I go one man?
Yeah. Carry on, Emmanuel. Bring it home, and then we'll take the conversation round.
Okay. So, like I was saying, so they need to let him know what is happening, so that some of this policy that will enable business to drive in Nigeria, at least to some extent, so that people can even retain their job. Now, speaking to other thing like the minimum wage, I have not talked about it since I've not been coming for some time. Sorry if I'm taking you people back. So speaking to minimum wage, I think the federal government should at least try as much as possible to push that money to 100,000 naira, at least 200,000 naira, so that it can need to be at a living wage. You understand? So people you can't even buy anything with 60,000 naira. You can't even buy anything with 60,000 naira in Nigeria. You can't buy anything. So, and for the NLC not to embark on another strike that they will shut down our national grid and close airport, Tinubu needs to find a way to at least increase that money to 100,000 naira. I'm sure the NLC now, I think they're 250,000. It's not sustainable at all. So, but I think if they push it to 100,000 naira, it's reasonable for everybody.
Oh, okay. Can I ask you a question, sir? While it's still a moment, I just want to ask you a question.
I want to move the conversation from him only because so many people waiting. Yourself.
Allow him to ask, so I'll answer quickly.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I'll answer quickly.
all right. Okay, very quick. But before you say
Yeah,
that, you were,
I promise you. A quick question. I promise you. He mentioned 100,000 naira. I just want to ask you, sir. Have you looked at the budget of Nigeria, and are you sure they can afford 100,000 naira minimum wage?
So if
from
you're
a
looking
civil
at the
servant
budget, if you're talking about the budget, so the budgets we're able to budget some irrelevant things. So budget shouldn't be our problem. We have the money, but they are not prioritizing our need. Imagine them lavishing
Once
21
again, have you
billion.
looked at budget to
That's what I'm saying.
emphasize
If you look at the
Yeah.
budget, imagine them budgeting 21 billion naira for a vice president innovation and building and stuff like that. It's irrelevant.
But is that 21 billion going to be, is it going to be significant for, let's say, how many civil servants we have
Plus
in
92
Nigeria?
billion. Hold on now, from plus 92 billion for Hajj,
Exactly.
plus
So
the
all those
billion for the
irrelevant,
Hajj,
all
plus
those
the billion for
irrelevant
the car,
money.
plus the billion. So a lot.
No,
So-
I'm not. See, but we have to be
if they have
mathematically
a
precise.
shortfall, if they have
Yes.
a
No,
shortfall,
but
let them go and borrow the shortfall.
No, but sir, Nigeria is already borrowing heavily. That's what I'm trying to say, sir. If
Nigeria is
you look
what?
at the number, sir, if you look at the number of civil servant workers, right, that Nigeria has that will be receiving this 100,000 minimum wage, if you multiply this 100,000 minimum wage times 12 months by number of workers, is it still the 90 billion that you said? Is it enough to cover?
My question is to you: are you pitying?
Hold on. I don't want us to talk in that space for too longer. But if we bracket the civil servants to like about 2 million, and we say that 100,000 naira minimum wage, and you know that the minimum wage is the base level wage, so that will escalate proportionally up the food chain. So you are talking what about at least a good 3 trillion naira, if not more. So I don't think I don't know, but
Okay, let me
That's what I'm
just
trying to
respond
say.
to that.
That's what I'm trying to say. When people say these things,
To respond to that.
Can I say something there? No, Oga Patrosi, sorry, I'll be going out in the next 5 minutes.
Okay.
The thing I said is this.
Ola, before you go out, I'm coming to you after. So try and make a contribution before you go. Yeah.
Okay. So the thing is this. I'm not an apostle of giving these guys money. You can increase wages in the sense that you increase incentives. Wages is not all the take home in cash only. You look at other things, because when you make everything cash, you are setting the tone for inflation. At the end of the day, whatever you are doing will be less meaningful. What are the other incentives you can give to these guys? That is where, are you going to reduce the cost of transportation by giving them some kind of voucher just to reduce that? Because immediately you are forcing these people to pay, then the impact will be totally different. So for those people that are talking about, see, you can't blame workers. You can't be saying there's no money to pay and you prioritize Hajj. I wanted to say that in yesterday. And you prioritize going to Jerusalem for who? You can't be doing all those and we say you cannot pay. Why? So before you can sincerely tell the workers that you cannot pay, remove all those things. Then you are serious. You can't
Ola, just mentioned, Ola, what you just described is not just how you said, basically what you're calling in the Western world employee benefits or fringe benefits. But those trips to Hajj and those trips to Jerusalem, those are fringe benefits. Look, Nigeria is working. You guys should stop complaining. Those are fringe benefits. They deserve it.
Are you serious? We should stop complaining.
It's a waste.
All right. Thank you, Emmanuel. So Ola,
one man, let me conclude now.
Okay, conclude now. You've been concluding for so long. Conclude.
Okay. Now, if I just a form of, because I know one of them or the agent will be listening to us. If we don't want to create anarchy, because this man, the Ajero, I'm sure he's cooking up to go another strike again. So for us not to avoid, for us to avoid it, let them push it to 100,000 naira. Nigeria can pay it. If we know, we should cut our quote according to our size. But the government are not cutting; they are lavishing the money. 308 something trillion that the governors lavish in just treatment, eating, traveling, and everything. All those money need to be used judiciously for our good, not lavishing it up and down. And you're telling me that they cannot pay 100,000 naira. There was a day Ajay Koko was comparing what other countries are receiving as a wage than what we are receiving. We are the least at the bottom. But we are the oil producing. We are producing oil in our nation, like other oil producing states in other country. So don't be giving me dash bullshit that we don't have money. We don't have money, but we are looking at our leaders, what they are doing with our money. Let's be realistic and telling me that I should not complain. You are a citizen, and you know that the position you occupy is even higher than the one they are occupying. You should demand for what is rightful belongs to you. We should stop complaining, so they will be doing what they are doing. I rest my case, I beg.
All right, brilliant. So Ola is up next, but on our way to Ola, I think this clip answers the question that you were asking earlier on, Emmanuel.
Was past Tinubu?
Was Tinubu or Buhari?
Tinubu, because now Tinubu won't kill us.
Oh yeah, Tinubu or Obasanjo?
Tinubu. Man, Tinubu.
Tinubu or Goodluck Jonathan?
Tinubu. You know Tinubu.
Tinubu or Abacha?
Siba, Abacha strict to what? Do the Abacha time. And I know Nigeria know they like this.
So Tinubu be that.
Tinubu. Tinubu is the worst.
Oh yeah. Tinubu or Obasanjo?
Tinubu.
So the verdict is in Tinubu, the worst president Nigeria has ever had. So Ola, speakers.
People are ingrates.
Okay.
They are not ingrate. So you're not a Nigerian. That's why you're saying they are ingrate.
So where I will quickly start is that when what my brother Grazing said, see, that arch money that we are saying is free benefit, all those stuff. Look, the symbolism of it matters. It's not about whether it's fringe or whatever it is, even if it is $1. Once you are facing some kind of economic challenges, your workers, they are not well treated, but you still have money. You still cough away without being under serious pressure to still find a way to sponsor some people excesses, something that are not basic. You understand? So you are funding something that is not basic with taxpayer money. There's no way to explain that, because not only that you are using taxpayer money, but you are putting pressure on the forex as well. So if you want to prove to Nigerian workers that, oh, we don't have that money, that is where you start. That is where you start. So to me, whether we like it or not, the worker's salary will have to be increased. But what these people are requesting, I may not support, even though I know that theoretically, even if they demand for 500,000, yeah, it's within their right to demand. But the consequences of that 500,000 to those people that are not government workers, that is where the problem will be. Okay, so to me, 62,000 or whatever they want to, the government want to pay, I don't want to see everything in form of cash, because I don't like this idea that our labor union, they are always very active whenever they hear Naira and Kobo. I know I keep saying all those things. Anything that is not Naira and Kobo, security of the staff, they don't care. The health care for their staff, I've not seen them strike because of that. But once you mention Naira and Kobo like this, oh my goodness, they are on the road. You understand? That make their movement to be suspicious sometimes, that this thing is not totally genuine in the way they are driving their thing. So for me, let them go and deal with those this thing. Then we can come and discuss that, okay, we don't have that money. That's okay. So what's the other topic? I've missed all those topics even I started with you. What are the other topics?
Yes, well, the Democracy Day now today, really June 12th. The anticipation then, what direction Tinubu is it going to do a journey so far of its administration, Or is it going to strap the line that, oh, Nigeria has evolved sustaining democracy for so long? So what's your anticipation of his speech later on today? At 7 a.m. actually is speaking.
Yeah, see, have we moved forward at all as a country? It depends on your perspective. If you ask from my own perspective of my expectation, I think within the last 1 year, we have actually moved forward in some aspects of life. And in the other aspects, we have moved even backward more than the time of Buhari. You understand? So it's a two-way thing. Now, I'm a person that focuses on policy. I don't look at short term only, because you want to ask me something, we have something that push the like of Emefiele just to employ different type of people, destroy our monetary policy institution. You understand? When I look at what he has done around that place, number one, you float the naira. And if you are able to sustain that naira flotation, any person that want to reinstall that subsidizing of naira tomorrow, then we have a lot of questions to answer. Even now, look at the directors they fired at all these directors they fire, or those people they fire from CBN. We need to ask ourselves questions. How did we get to that point? You understand? You went ahead to employ those people that will compromise the institution there. But your ability to look at those people and to fire them, even the thing I'm still wondering is this. I'm interested.
So, Ola, was it a good or bad policy decision, floating the naira? Was it good or bad?
In the long term, it's a very good decision for us.
Meanwhile, Ola, which area that we move forward? You said that we have moved forward in some area. Where?
I'm telling you, in terms of our policy making now, you understand? Some people were doing round tripping with our dollars. It's just because you were getting that in subsidized. You are getting subsidized dollar from the government, and you flip it in the black market. You understand? So you are creating over. Okay, it's just like maybe you know someone in the government. Now you go to the CBN give you $1 million, and you go to the black market. Maybe they give you at the rate of 100. You flip it like at the rate of 1,000. What has that done to you? Without doing anything, just for doing anything, you become overnight billionaire. That is one of those things that our EFCC should be running after. But you know what? Because those people involved, they are powerful. You understand? You never do. So the best thing to do is to say, okay, we are going to create leveling ground. We float the naira. Let the naira just find its level. We are not going to subsidize naira for you. So the thing like that, you look forward. Now, in 20 years, you don't expect any stupid person to now subsidize naira. So what people were unable to remove like 20, 30 years ago, someone arrived and removed that. It's a good policy. You understand? From the policy angle, it looks like it's doing well. But from alleviating poverty, Nigeria is not moving forward. People are crying. That's the problem. You understand?
No. People are lazy. Say the truth.
Okay, it depends on your capacity for you to say people are lazy, because I've given an example over and over. When you lose job, government will be after you. They release money. Okay, you are a doctor before. Let us restrain you to be a mechanic. Let us listen. They will be practically be running after you. They will retrain you. So the thing is this: if Canadian that they have better things, that they have better environment that are high functioning, we need government to even be pursuing them to do the right thing. Now, go and look at Nigeria that will demoralize these people for more than 50 years, that they are lost, they don't even know what to do. That is where government needs to be on the toe and teach people. You can't just say someone is lazy. Are you sure that these people, they even have an idea what they can do? It is very easy to think people have an idea. You will not know until you put them together and you start explaining and you start training them. To come up with innovative idea to do things, it's not that easy as we just say it like a motivational speaking. The speaker will just say, okay, do this, do that. It's not that easy. Even some people will still know that, okay, I'm supposed to do this, but if you don't apply the law of physics, if you not push them, they will never do that. So to me, the person that said a lazy youth, it's unfortunate that the statement was coming from the president that benefited a quota system president, a quota system military officer, that because If that man existed today, he would never have become a general in the Nigerian military. So using that thing to just call Nigerians lazy is derogatory. Are we not talking of Nigeria that used to own manufacturing factory those days? That you will see some people manufacturing battery, they be manufacturing like a corrugated roof, roofing sheet and all those stuff. How come that Nigerians that were industrious like 40 years ago, all of a sudden they are now lazy today? So
because you guys are complaining and you're all a bunch of communists that want your government to run things.
See, you cannot do things without the government. So let's just say, like I've just given you an example now, that when people lose job here, the first thing government start running after them. Oh yeah, we are going to pay. See, there are some programs here that government is paying as much as $21,000, $25,000 per head just to pay for people to be retrained and get back to job. Because government is after its taxes that government here will not even like you to even sit down at home for more than 5 months. They want to push you out. They will support you with everything. In fact, that's one of those welfare things they borrow money. When you hear Canada is in debt, for example, those are where they are spending their money. They are not spending their money on legislators just for them to benefit. They are not spending their money on.
Are you a communist? Are you against the free markets? Nigeria is working perfectly.
Is Canada a communist country? Is Canada a communist country? Nigeria a communist country.
All right, Ola, let me take you to this headline on the screen. Nothing to do with Nigerian politics. You are not an American, neither am I, but we follow that space anyway. Son of U.S. President Hunter Biden convicted of illegally buying a gun after hiding his drug use. So, it's that American politics space. There's been somewhat of a response from the broader Trumpian space. Let me play you this clip and then see if you have any thoughts on it.
So Hunter Biden was convicted. Big freaking deal. This trial was a sham. Just like the Trump trial, it was a sham, but a sham for a different reason. It's a sham designed to legitimize the Trump conviction. That's why it came right after, even for charges that date way far back. But it also avoids accountability for the Biden crime family on the actual things that Hunter Biden should have been charged for. Like, for example, peddling foreign influence while his actual father, Joe Biden, was the vice president of the United States. Hunter had no business serving on the board of a Ukrainian energy company, a state-affiliated energy company that's affiliated with the same country, Ukraine, that his father, now as the U.S. president, is sending hundreds of billions of dollars of your taxpayer money to. That's where the real crimes lie. So this deflects accountability for the actual investigations that are more close to implicating Joe Biden, while coming in convenient timing right after the sham Trump conviction in the veil of bipartisanship. Don't buy it. I said this before, I'll say it again. This is a smoke screen, and the reality is you got to cut through it to get to the essence of what's happening in this country.
All right, I'm not quite sure if you have any thoughts on that. There's a book called Black Skin, White Mask. You know, anytime I see people like this, I always remember that book. It was written by some British guy who so embedded is he in the Englishness. It's a black guy that when eventually was walking down the road and somebody called him black and pointed at him, it just broke down. So that's that guy, Black Skin, White Mask. But do you have any thoughts on that? The American
that book was not written by a British guy. It was written by Franz Fanon.
Was it written? Was it not written by a British guy?
No, it was written by Franz Fanon. He's from Martinique. He was a psychologist. He actually wrote The Wretched of the Earth. His whole position was that the colonized have to violently fight the Oyibo, and bloodshed is the only way. He took Hegel's thesis and exploded or expounded upon it further.
All right. Let me see. You may well be. You are right. Franz Fanon. Yes. Yes. But the anecdotes though.
I was going to yap you and say that the book actually applies to you.
Well, applies more to you than me. But there it is. But look at this American guy. Ola, do you have any thoughts on this, or are you busy rebuking your son?
No, I know I'm telling them to get prepared for the game we are having. That's why.
Oh, what game are you having? Is it Xbox night, Abby? Xbox night, eh?
No, this is football now. We are footballers. We are footballers.
His children are going to play for Canada. They are not going to play for Nigeria.
It depends.
If they don't make the Canadian team, then they'll default to Nigeria.
You see how God.
No, it's all about opportunity, right? It's all about opportunity. So wherever opportunity is, even if it is England, so it doesn't matter. So one man, well, on politics of America, well, I know that politics is everywhere, but I'm one of the worst person to discuss the American politics. But I know the politics we play. So this one, I will leave this one to Ajali Koko and
all right. That was actually sent in by Prince Daddy, but give us a little flavor on Guinness not leaving Nigeria, but not really. It's no bigger a story than companies changing hands, isn't it, under new ownership?
Yeah, one thing about businesses is, everybody find a way to maximize their profit. So the thing is, it is possible that Guinness may not be getting the type of profit they had before, or they are just trying to move to another area of Diageo, not necessarily Guinness. Guinness is a brand. So then they probably need to concentrate on another area where they have their full capacity, they have full strength. So the way the thing is that it is true that the time they are coming, it coincides with the time there's economic hardship. Probably it's probably contributing to it. I can't say, but then the fact that we still have another foreign company that is taking over, that one should give some kind of relief that okay, one foreign company is going, another foreign company is coming. Then if you look at Toleram, they are the one in charge of this Lekki Deep Sea. So could it be that part of their strategic portfolio of investment in Nigeria for them to be able to do something?
Just what you said. When I was reading it, I came across that as well. They did Lekki Free Trade Zone. They also did the first deep sea port. There was a part of me that thought that the government encouraged them to buy it to save face.
Can you explain to me what is a free trade zone? I'm a low IQ African or American.
I have no concept of
that.
That's a Kulata question or a Patrick question.
Abi?
Okay, please, what is a free trade zone? Please help me understand.
I don't know who is calling himself a low IQ. Is it Grazing? You are an economist. Who are you setting up?
No, I'm very low IQ. Please, what is a free trade zone?
I know. You have, in fact, then I'm lower than you in IQ. So let's just move. let's just move ahead. I will leave that one to Patrick Patoski and listen to, because I will soon, as a matter of fact, my boys, let me just give the next 2 minutes to just say whatever I want to say and go. So their face is going right now. So the thing is, the way I see it is this. I think it's part of the strategic portfolio. So we should be happy that Guinness as a brand is still staying in Nigeria, and Toleram may eventually expand that just because of what they have on ground. So Guinness for exports may be something in Nigeria, especially when the same Guinness we are talking about, they are closing their operation in Cameroon and some other part of Sub-Saharan Africa. So what does that mean is that, okay, if they no longer have Guinness in Cameroon, if they don't have in other parts of Africa, you are now giving to someone now that control the deep sea port or whatever we want to call. So now, if they produce, you know, they still have that channel to even do Guinness export out of Nigeria to all those countries. So to me, I see it as a good thing except time will prove me wrong. You understand? Except time will prove me wrong. So it's unfortunate the way headlines package this news, and before you know, it became something for political tossing. So and this is one of the most unfortunate reportage we have in that country. So to me, Guinness is here. Guinness is not going anywhere. So whosoever that is sad about it should just think should just go and rethink about it. Don't give yourself to celebrating only things, something negative. Always trying to dive deeper and see what is there. So one man, I will come later. Don't let these boys.
All right, go have fun with your sons. So thank you, Ola. So that was Ola. So Isaac, you're up next. 5-minute monologue from you. You don't have to stick rigidly to the talking points because there's not even sufficient of them anyway. But let's hear from you.
Where do I start?
You can start. You can start on the Independence Day and what you anticipate to hear from Tinubu tomorrow, which is now today, the 12th of June.
Yeah, I think that would be nice. As the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it's his duty to address the nation, you know, give us hope, and then assure us all promises made to all Nigerians, give us that anticipation, you know, give us that hope that as he has sworn to oath, he will be able to deliver to all Nigerians. So his speech to Nigerians on the day of independence, as you said, is going to actually bring awareness. I think he should try and elaborate more on issues. He should try and speak to Nigerians the language they understand, and then maybe tell Nigerians the truth, and those that are still living in ignorance, at least they should be able to get exact knowledge of where Nigeria really is. So I wish him the best. I know that after the speech, there's going to be a lot of critics, and people really people will come after Mr. President. But all the same, I believe he's going to do his best. He's going to deliver his speech and then continue to do the good work that he's known for. So that's for the speech.
All right. Yes, and to this next headline, this is Reno Omokri. This time around, not actually taking on the obedience, which is his natural habitat. Prominent Tinubu supporter Reno Omokri speaks on getting rid of Tinubu. So on that headline, you may recoil with alarm. But what is actually saying is that work with this guy, and then in 2027 try and kick him out. And then he goes on to try and defend sort of the woe is me narrative that we hear a lot from Nigeria. He went on to draw, because for instance, Sule Lamido, the former governor of Jigawa State, he came out just a couple of days ago to tell us that Nigeria is so rich that they can pay a minimum wage at whatever entry point. So he went on to tackle all of those spaces, drawing parallels between life lived, in Ghana's, Kenya, places like that, and life lived in Nigeria. Just then to address that we don't have it as bad as we do. Apparently, they are paying about $98 a month for electricity in Ghana, in Kenya.
Yeah, concerning Reno is another smart guy. He knows exactly when to push. I don't really hate. But some people say I hate him. He's not straightforward and all that. Though he might have his bad sides, but sometimes he speaks to the fact. Saying that should allow him on the 2027 be kicked out. I believe that should be the decision for every Nigerian. My own opinion is that any president we voted in, if he's not the first 4 years, if he's not actually doing what he should be doing, he should be voted out. That I support. Concerning minimum wage, Nigeria will be able to pay. Nigeria is that rich to be able to pay whatever minimum wage. That partially, I believe. But we all know the problem we have in our country. For example, many of us already suggested the fact that the federal government, even at the 60,000 already agreed by the federal government, we all agreed that federal government will be able to pay, but for the states and then the business owners, the private sector, might find it difficult. So it's all left for labor or whatever to negotiate with outside the federal government. It's all left for labor to negotiate more, so they know exactly what to. There was this time we all deliberated on the issue, how it's going to affect the country and how it's not going to affect the country. But I think so many of us were able to draw the point, the fact that if the country decide to pay a very high minimum wage, actually it's going to cause inflation. We all said that, which is the truth. And we all talk about the area that they need to work on. That is, they need to strengthen the naira so that naira can be able to purchase. When it's strengthened, it can be able to purchase. Even you have just a few naira in your pocket, you should be able to purchase goods. That is what I know that will be it's something that is broad. It's not particular to Nigeria, but internally, I think Nigeria can still work on itself to be able to, come up with solutions for, especially in the area of the high side of food consumption, goods. I think if Nigeria is able to actually work on that, like grow in agriculture and all that, that will be able to cushion all the whatever we are passing through in our country. So,
all right, take us to the headline on the screen, Isaac. Take it. This is off the back of what Emmanuel was talking about earlier on. Take It Back National Coordinator Sonyaolu Jumo arrested in Lagos amidst clampdown on planned June 12 peaceful protest. So yes, there's a lot in that protest. there's a lot to say that this is Showore actually politicking and not protesting. But what are you making of our timing a protest to coincide with the National Day of Democracy, Showore?
Yeah, although sure, you know, somebody already made mention of him fighting Obi ever since. I think whatever step Shore will want to take at this moment actually is trying to target Mr. Obi. You know, I think he's been he sees Obi as a rival. He sees Obi as somebody who has intruded into his space. So whatever Shore is doing right now, if he's going to organize any protest, I believe he's trying to like fight back to see if he can be able to garner momentum or garner, bring back his followers, because a lot of his followers actually went with the wind, the obedient winds, and then he lost a lot. So whatever he's doing right now, Shore is doing concerning whatever protest he's trying to organize. If he's actually the one heading it, I believe that's all he's doing. It's not actually for any other reason. It's just for that reason. He wants to see how to, be relevant again. That's what I see. That's what I can. That's what I see about that.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's go on from your unless there's a topic we missed you want to introduce, Isaac.
Not really. I'll wait for my after.
Your after our crew. Yes, I don't. Don't worry, they are coming.
Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Let's see if Adele Coco is ready. If not, we go to Patrick and then gas them up. Adele Coco.
Yeah, one man. What's up?
Yes, we're really just slim pickings through the news item, but the one we came across, actually, you may well be occupying that space already. The Take It Back movement, wanting then, firstly, is the timing right? Wanting to protest on a Democracy Day. So that's one. And then the clamp down now by the government. So to that space, Showore in play again.
Yeah, thank you, one man. And greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button. Share and subscribe if you haven't done so. What Showore is trying to do is to awaken Nigerians to stand up for their country, stand up to save their country, stand up to stop politicians from destroying their country. This is not a political matter. It is human rights matter. It is a push for good governance. So, a democratically governed country that doesn't have sometimes a protest against the barbaric policy of irresponsible government is not a democracy. And this is what Showore is trying. I mean, since he has stepped into political race for the president of Nigeria, he has introduced a lot of things to Nigeria, a lot of way of pushing for good governance. You know, introduce this, what do you call it, this town hall meeting kind of campaign, you know, money, public funding via internet, a push even for debate. And he traveled to every nook and cranny of that country in 2019. He took his campaign to is it to the market woman? Is it to the, to inside the bush where we have the herdsmen? Is it to the farmers? Where is it that did not carry the campaign? So Shore is just trying to, awaken Nigerian people that, look, don't sleep, don't be allowed to be cowed by this politician. Stand up for
it's the timing. All of that is good, by the way, and I think I somewhat but it's the timing, not on Democracy Day. It's just going to put pressure on already a stretched security situation, isn't it? So, what do you make of the timing that specific day?
It is the right day for such protests because it's a Democracy Day. It is a day that we should be able to speak our mind by protesting against government that have not done good for the people of that country. It's a Democracy Day. It's our day. So if the timing is the right time, the right timing is the real day to do it and make it effective, because all Nigerians, I think it's an holiday. Is it not an holiday for Nigerians?
Yes, it's a holiday. It's a holiday. Yeah.
At home.
Do you think we have too many public holidays, by the way? Finish that point and then address that, but carry on.
But one man, I want to ask him a question. I want to ask the gentleman speaker, if you don't mind. Can I ask you a quick question about what one man was saying?
Go ahead.
Okay, my question is this. Do you think that we Nigerians are being truthful about what is sentimental to us? So, for example, it seems that this Democracy Day is a very sentimental time period for those of our Yoruba brothers because of the Abiola loss. And just as it would seem that things that are sentimental to our Igbo brothers, right, they'll have their own things that are sensitive to them, such as Peter Obi, and then there'll be things that will be sensitive to us. So why do you think that we Nigerians are not able to acknowledge and have empathy towards one another in terms of what's sensitive to each particular group and region? Or maybe you can disagree and say it's not, that's not the case. But it seems like, it's very important and synonymous, particularly to those in the South, the Southwest, who lost Abiola, and that was a big blow for them. So, do you think this is something that Nigerians will have to come to the drawing board to acknowledge these things, these painful moments, or maybe I'm making much ado about nothing?
Look, May 29 is a Nigerian day. It's a day that all the political leaders in Nigeria agreed to choose as a Democracy Day, because Abiola died for democracy in Nigeria, not for Yoruba democracy, not democracy for Yoruba people, but for the entire nation.
Because he was a symbol to Yoruba people. So it would be very sensitive to them, and I think that's where one man's position was: is this the right time? Where again, they might not want to say it publicly, but perhaps they would say, "Hey, look, maybe protest on another day. Yeah, he died for all of Nigerians, but this was a Yoruba man that was dear to our hearts. So protest on another day." Even though the guy that is planning this protest is a Yoruba person, I'm just saying. What do you think about that?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think that really even matter to me, whether it's a sentiment to Yoruba or no sentiment to sentimental day for Yoruba people. Yes, Yoruba, I mean, Abiola, was a Yoruba man, but he contested for the president of Nigeria, not president of Yoruba land. So, yes.
But do you think but if we don't take that, I get what you're saying, but don't you think, again, the key word for me is empathy. Don't you think if we start dealing with each other more empathetically and truthfully and openly, that we'll have a better Nigeria? Because it seems as if, for example, when we talk about things that happened, during the Biafra genocide, I don't call it a war, but, we're not empathetic to one another, so again, this was a man who was a beacon of hope and light for Yoruba people, whether I agree with him or not. But there should be some empathy there. I'm just saying. Do you think because we don't?
I agree with you. I agree with you that we are not sympathetic.
Don't let him draw you into some ethnic. I'm not
No,
sure
no.
what
I think I'll agree with him. Yeah, like the declaration of Biafra Day, that some people in their homeland were trying to celebrate, but some criminal hijack it by some military officer, and make it look like, the people in that region that observe it, that didn't go to work on that day, were, doing what is not right. That, Biafra has gone. We don't care about Biafra or things like that. You see, yeah, I think I get your point. Yeah, we are not sympathetic to each other in that country. We don't see ourselves as one people. That is the problem. And
so, how could you now say I'm joining him into some ethnic stuff? You see your trickery, one now.
No, because June 12 is not a Yoruba narrative now. It's a democratic.
But I didn't say that. It's specific. I didn't say that. And you understood what I was saying. But you see what you now did? You now came in and tried to say, "Oh, he's pushing ethnic."
All right. Well, I think I probably known you longer than Ajale Koko, and I know some of your. It's a mischief maker. It's a 80%.
But I like the point he's trying to raise. I like the question.
It's so funny. You call me a mischief maker. That my father is Eshu. He's the father of mischief. So I agree with that. Go ahead.
A shoe, not a shoe. What is a shoe?
Issue. I didn't say issue. I said issue. You see the Yoruba man will try. You see what the Yoruba man will try and prove to me that because he can pronounce it with the proper Yoruba intonation. But when was the last time you put anything down for issue?
But hold on. It's the same in your culture too. Is it not the Edo culture? You are from that coast.
I'm not Edo. I'm Isoko. But my point is that my point is very simple. Is that the man understood what I was saying. There was nothing ethnic. There was empathy. He understood. He mentioned celebrating Biafra Day as a remembrance, not as something to be against Nigeria. But people will not have empathy. And that's all I was just trying to show him, that yes, Abiola died for all Nigerians, but it is still sensitive. I was watching a video with Davido's uncle and Mo, the other guy that I forgot his name, where they were now reminiscing about how Abiola gave him his first break and thousands of pounds, blah, 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 and all these things. And he said, we had a big loss when we lost Abiola. That thing, especially for the Yoruba elite, is a very sensitive thing to them. They may not say it publicly, but it is there. That's all I'm saying. So we should be empathetic to one another.
I agree with you that yes.
Would you agree with him though? I think Papa wants to come into that. But would you agree that because the Abiola's narrative has been cycled twice now, so I'm not quite sure it's cycled with Obasanjo, now it's cycling again with Tinubu. So
look, let me tell you one man.
I don't think
agree with
anybody
you.
can still claim to be aggrieved about Abiola when April 16, after you get 16 years of presidency.
Well, may I come in, Nigeria, please?
No, I'm sorry. I when the guy's time. He still has his time. My apologies. He still has his time.
Okay. Yes. Baba, give me 1 minute, sir. So
Okay.
I think you see the point is making. I think I agree with him. It's very sensitive to Yoruba people, and the military then that did that bad thing, like Pine Abiola, then knew that they did wrong, and that is why they agree that look, the next president should come from the Southwest, because the Southwest protested that you cannot just kill our son in this manner. Number one, you rob him of his victory. You annul the election that was just to be the freer and the fairest and the freest election in the history of the country. And on top of it, you buy this guy. So the Yoruba that saw this injustice from the criminal military stood up, fought. Yes, we have some other part of the country that joined, but Yorubas were the majority fighting against that injustice then. So it's right to say it's sentiment to Yoruba people. But I think we have gone far from that. The politicians themselves have, among themselves at the time when Buhari came in, agreed that, look, this Democracy Day, if not for Abiola, for what it stood for, if not that he died for democracy, maybe there won't be democracy in Nigeria today. Okay, let us honor him by this having our Democracy Day on June 12th. So it's a Nigerian thing now. So Buhari did the right thing in that respect. We have to commend him for that, for showing leadership to say, look, I want to honor Abiola by giving him that Democracy Day. And you see, but you cannot see tomorrow what this guy is saying going to come right. You are not going to see it celebrated more as we're going to see it in Yoruba land, which means what he's saying is right, that we are not showing empathy with each other. So it is right. But at the moment, it's a Nigerian thing. We must accept that it's a Nigerian thing. And that is why the federal government declared June 12th as a holiday in Nigeria that's been celebrated every year now. So it's a Nigerian thing now. But I can get your point, and I agree with you in totality. So, Baba, you can come in.
Yeah, the way you put the case, the question asked by or gas them up, it's like, how do I put it? You made it look as if it was a given that that date will be specially set aside for Abiola. Don't forget, that day originally was termed Democracy Day. What I'm saying here is politics and politicking is not a game of gamesmanship. It is about consensus, reaching out to people, lobbying, if possible, for your people to gain, you pander. That is politics, and that is how you gain things for people you represent or the region you represent. This June thing, 12th Abiola Day, didn't come easy. Abiola died over 26 years ago, 27. Obasanjo was there. We all know the history. of what everything is said about June 12 and Abiola. The lobby started with Obasanjo to make that day special, dedicated mainly for the man who lost his life in a democratic process. He didn't get anything. With Yaradua, nothing. With Jonathan, nothing. Even with Buhari. Buhari agreed in 2018. It was 2018 that June 12 was changed to Abiola's day. So it took Buhari even 3 years of unbearable pressure from those who lobbied. So take the Biafra Day, for instance. I mean, I was the first person on that day when they said, look, it is their right. But there are things, when you are in a union, you want something badly and you want other people's input, reach out to those people. Get a consensus. There's nothing wrong, Biafra Day, be on a holiday map. Yearly, I'm the first here to say even our flag should reflect the period of that 30 months of our war. But when you don't reach out and you unilaterally take things up yourself, this is what it boils down to. So people who needs anything from the central must learn how to ask for it, lobby for it, crawl for it, pander for it, and things like that. That's my own take. Yeah, Ajay, carry on, please.
It's your turn, I think. I think it's his turn, right? Because the other topics, we thought you were going to talk about other topics.
Let me. Okay, so
Ajay, I have a question for you too, by the way. Do you mind?
Okay, ask your question.
Okay. The problem that the Southeasterners have with the North is that the military officers, like you recount all the time when you talk about history, they were mainly Igbo background soldiers that killed people from the North and some from the Yorubas. And of course, a lot of Yorubas joined them in hating the Igbos based on that. But then contemporarily, we have what you just recited a minute ago, where Northern military thugs, head of state, dictator, killed a Yoruba person that you believe won the election in what you term to be the most fair, transparent election. So how come there's no vitriol from you towards the North? Your vitriol is towards the Southeast. It's something that happened when the country was in the incipient stage. So why aren't you against the North? Why aren't you against the North being president, knowing that they did such a horrendous act? Koro for your face. You just settle for having one of your sons become president, right? So my question to you, why aren't you angry at the North? Why do you still trust them? Why do you hold on to something that is far?
I think he gets the question. Give a brief response.
After he finishes, maybe I'm next in the list, right? After he finishes.
Yes, we come to you next. So we move it around. Yes, but back to Ajale Koko.
Okay. To Pansat question, the killing of Abiola was by the military, not by the Northerner. Even a Northerner who was Obasanjo's vice president when Obasanjo
Musa Yar'Adua
was was killed in the prison too by the same military that killed Abiola. So how do you want to say it is not? It is not, but it's just by the criminal in the military that did this thing, and we forced them out of power. We demonstrated, we protested, we used everything within our reach as Yoruba people. International connection was involved. Everything was used against them, and they surrendered and run out, and decided that, look, in order to have peace in that Nigeria, the position of president must be considered. A Yoruba must be the president of Nigeria after, to compensate for the loss of Obasanjo, of Abiola. So it was a strategic fight. It was not just noise making, strategic fight, and the leadership then courageous, facing the military. It's not easy to face the military. Baba Yadebajo was saying that, look, I owe you, Abacha, only one bullet. I'm not going to run away from my house. Come is just one bullet. They targeted, they went after Abraham Adesanya. They failed. Abiola's wife, they targeted her, they took her down, they targeted a lot of people. So, but Yoruba leadership stood firm that, look, enough is enough of this rascality. The military was, within their ranks, there was division. The fight that Yoruba people took up, the leadership of the fight they took up against the military caused a very sharp division among the top echelon of the military. And Babangida have to hurriedly leave. And Abacha, what do you call it? Abubakar, when he came in, he said, look, I don't want problem. Just give me 1.5 years. I want to leave. And, all the leadership in the military and within the political circle decided that, look, Yoruba must produce the next president. And that was what, gave that opportunity to, what do you call him? Obasanjo, that became the president in 1999. So all the parties presented Yoruba candidate. The APP then presented Olufalaye, and PDP. Those are the two dominant parties. PDP presented Obasanjo, and PDP won. So it was a resolve by it was a strategic fight that Yoruba people fought that yielded, battered that democracy that we are enjoying today in Nigeria. If we are proud, Abacha might turn himself. He was on the march to transition himself to civilian rule, but we saw what happened to him. The fight took him down. So, and Abubakar didn't want such thing to happen to him. He said, look, I want to leave, and look, get your power, and I'm leaving. So it was, we have to give kudos to Abiola that he did not yield to the pressure of, the international community. They wanted to bribe him to forget about that. He said, no, the mandate that Nigerian people gave to me, I'm standing by that mandate, and I must be giving my mandate. So he didn't take any bribe from anybody. So look, Pansat, it wasn't not, but the military themselves, they saw the repercussion, and they hurriedly left and compensated Yoruba. So it
Yeah,
is
but
not.
you didn't answer my question fully, though.
All right.
I know. Hold on, just hold on.
No, enough of that. Take us back to
So
to
as
the
I was saying,
Shurena.
yeah, so I
Yeah.
was fighting for the right of Nigerian people. This is not political. This is about, a bad governance that is responsible for this, the call for this protest. And people should not describe it as maybe he's trying to regain or get a political popularity, or trying to use that to woo for support from Nigeria for his political cause or whatsoever. No, it is not that. You know that Showore is a human rights activist. So this is part of the human rights activism, and it is time, to demonstrate that. And tomorrow, I think, is the right day, Democracy Day. All Nigerians going to be at home. I want to glue to the TV to watch. What did they look like on the TV, and that is an opportunity for Showore and his group of Nigerians that really believe that Nigeria must be free, to protest, and then send another, use that opportunity to call on Nigeria to stand up, fight for your country. Don't let politicians destroy your country. Don't just sit down and be talking. It's time for action. And the only action is by protest after protest. That is what can push politicians to do the right thing. Democracy without people protest is not democracy. And Nigerians have cowed themselves, looking politicians to continue to destroy their country. No, we have to protest. Protest send a serious signal to them that people are not joking with them. We saw the protest of NFC recently that forced the government to sit down on the table and start a very serious negotiation with the labor. Before that strike, they were just dilly-dallying. But after that strike, the whole nation, the whole country was shut down. Port was shut down. Airport was shut down. The power grid shut down. I mean, so they saw the seriousness in the workers, and they started negotiating with them. And up to now, they are still negotiating. The negotiation is ongoing. So protest is the way to put politicians to do the right thing. So Showore is showing the leadership, calling on Nigerians, let us together push this politician to do the right thing and put our country on the right track and govern in accordance to the rule of law, so that Nigeria can be a better country for all of us, not only for the politician. So that is what Showore is doing. So that's my take there, one man. And you can see, I'm seeing
So
what you're in there. They've started arresting some of those that are going to lead a protest in Lagos. This is the ridiculous action that government sometimes, they take some of these ridiculous actions sometimes that can make things even worse. This is an abuse of the right of the citizen. The citizens have the right to protest. What have they done? They have not done anything against the law. They are just preparing for tomorrow. And I'm reading the headlines that the leadership in Lagos that are going to lead that protest has been arrested. It's shameful. What is the fear for? What are they fear? What is the fear? What are they afraid of? One man is I can't believe it. You see, Take It Back National Coordinators and Yaolu Juwon arrested in Lagos amidst clampdown on planned duty. For what? For what? What is their fear? All you just need to do is just to protect security around them. Let them carry out their peaceful protests. They don't want to destroy the country. These are responsible guys. These are responsible. They are not thugs. They are not like they are not political thugs. These are guys that are, by their own right, they are leaders too. I mean,
one is I just want the time is well over the 5 minutes. So when I go over my own, nobody should complain.
No,
when you are interjecting,
let Ajanle Koko land.
Most of I'm not. No, I want you to finish, sir. I'm mentioning it to one man because I've noticed on these platforms there's partiality, and then they always
hold on. The platform is partial towards Ajanle Koko because it's the main star of the thing. But
no, I have no problem with Ajanle Koko at all. I like what he said. I'm just mentioning to one man. I like to pull his ribs that when it's gas lemon stone, then the politics, the intrigues, the IBB, the Maradonas will happen.
Oh, Shari, you most especially interject everybody.
Okay, is it where you interject now? You are taking the time too, Yeah. So, but one man, I think. Give me one more topic. Let me round up, and I'll leave the stage for.
All right. Give us a little flavor on Democracy Day. Your anticipation for what is going to happen on that day, which is now today in some parts of the world. June 12th, Tinubu makes a national address.
Well, June 12th is a good day. I mean, it's a day of democracy in Nigeria. Like I said earlier, Buhari did that right to change it from May 29th to June 12th. Now, June 12th is part of our history, political history. The children and children and children to come will be taught history in the book, in the school, that this June 12th, this is what it represents. So it's a good thing. So it's a way of protecting the history and, on the way. Yeah.
Has it been made into law or just an executive proclamation?
Maybe it's an executive proclamation.
It's a law. June 12 is a law.
Okay, it's a law. Okay, so the assembly.
Codified. Okay. Because, any lunatics can come to power and decided to say, enough of this. I'm going to declare my own Democracy Day.
Okay, so
all right, back to Ajanle Koko.
It's a good historical day. The president is going to speak to the country tomorrow. What are we expecting from him? What do we want to hear from him? I don't know what he's going to say, but he has not done well enough to make a good case for his administration before Nigerians tomorrow. And why I say that, Nigerians are going through hardship because of the policy that he has rolled out so far. He has not increased the salary of workers. Companies are moving out of the country. One of them is the Guinness that we are reading. One of the talking points that you brought to us. What is he going? What does he want to tell us? I don't know what he want to tell us tomorrow. A lot of things that he will have done to put him in a right position, to tell Nigerians this is what he has done to better the life of Nigeria. I don't think he has anything to say. What does he want to say?
What if he tells us Bala Blue?
I don't know what it would want to say tomorrow. He just want to say democracy. Democracy is the good thing. let's keep on democracy. It's just only democracy that is going to say tomorrow. What has he done good for the country that he want to tell Nigerian people and tell them to be patient with him on the way forward, that he has more good things for them, more good thing in the pipeline for them. I don't know what he want to say, but let's wait. It's a few more hours to come. We're going to listen to what he's going to say and we analyze it. But he should have done well, done better. If you have increased the workers' pay, if you have done some social, taking some measure that, as social oriented, that, make a meaningful impact in the life of the people of Nigeria, that it can use that to, plead more to Nigeria, to be patient with him, that on the way forward, better things are on the way. So I don't know, but let's just wait a few more hours to come. We will come to analyze it here, one man. Thank you.
So what? I'm the next person, right?
Yes, you're up next. I got them up, and we'll manage the moderate the interjections from here on in, because our people have not been waiting for a long time. Let me bring you in with a clip. Gas them up. Watch this.
It's good for us to test all the types of crudes that we are receiving, so that because sometimes you can buy a crude and then people can give you the one that has a lot of metals or a lot of sulfur. But the most important is just that, because we know mainly West Africa is a home for dumped bad fuel, bad petroleum products. So we have the most updated lab. This lab, you cannot even find it in Saudi Aramco, because we have the latest and we can actually test anything, be it aviation fuel, diesel, gasoline. We can test everything, kerosene, and it will give you actual time. The longest test here will take you only 30 minutes. PMS, it will start coming out by, we had a bit of delay, but it will start coming out by 10th, 15th of July. But then, we want to keep it in the tank to make sure that it settles. By third week of July, we'll be able to take it into the market.
So that's Dangote moving the goalpost yet again. It was meant to be the first half of this month. He gave us the assurance in Rwanda, and this seems to be a recurring decimal. He will just move it again. Almost with certainty by this time July, he will find reasons to move it. So what are you making of this oil that is not gushing?
Yeah, listen, look, let me be serious, because I was joking the whole time. Nigeria is definitely not working, but I like to joke with you Nigerians, because when I get critical, it's like your feelings get hot. Then Nigerians will be the ones attacking me, saying Nigeria is not so bad. Why are you talking about us? So look, listen, Dangote, Shmangote, all of these people, like, who cares, bro? We have state-owned refineries that can be up and running. Have we looked into the sabotage of the Nigerian refineries? Who are the agents behind the sabotage of the Nigerian refineries? Does Dangote think that he too would not fall victim to these same agents? Maybe he's powerful. Maybe he's with the right mafia. He'll be able to defeat them. But I know for a fact that a strong Nigeria is a threat to MI6, is a threat to NSA. It's a big threat. And so they definitely don't want a strong Nigeria. So whether it's a private enterprise like a Dangote, who is still backed by the state, or is a state-run entity like our refineries all over Nigeria, there's a deep conspiracy as to why none of them are functioning and working. They're agents that look like you and I, talk like you and I, eat our food, but their allegiance is to, foreigners. Let's look at Murtala. When he took, was it British Petroleum and made it APIB, Nigerian Petroleum, when he nationalized it, 3 months later, the person that killed him just left from UK. You know, I don't trust you, UK Nigerians. You guys that that UK really indoctrinates you guys very well. You know, but my point is this: look, because I don't really care about any democracy there. I don't want to concern me. My thing is always I'm going to reinforce. We have to open up our economy. We have to build a strong economy so Nigeria can work. Now, I posted in the back chat, let me list these companies. Unilever, Procter & Gamble, GlaxoSmithKline, Sanofi, now Diageo, Microsoft. All of these are large companies. Some who are even listed on our Nigerian stock exchange that are leaving the country en masse. What is going on in Nigeria? Ola was here and he said that floating the naira was a good policy. Perhaps. I'm not against it. But my thing is, a good policy is one that is made to ensure that the immediate effects and the external effects, or as Oyibo will use big grammar, they'll say externalities, are one in which you have prepared for them and you have put measures in place so that when these effects happen, the people will not be too damaged by them. When you remove subsidies in your country, yet the people telling you to remove subsidies in their own country, they have not removed subsidies. Their own people will not stomach the type of externalities and the economic shocks that they want Africans to go through, which they say in the long run you benefit, but maybe they say in economics in the long run we're all dead. You know, these are the people that, you know, like I always say, man, we Africans, it's terrible. I don't understand us, but maybe it's the hard way we like to learn. So now all these companies are leaving Nigeria. I am hearing, or we were talking about the minimum wage. I posted in the back chat, one man briefly showed it. As of the last administration, Nigeria's budget was 20-something trillion naira per year. The salary to every governmental employee from top to bottom is 5.33 trillion. It has been increasing, ballooning, as the Weibo economists would say. They use the word ballooning. Now, if that is the case, and that tells you that salary is 26% of the budget of Nigeria, as I've said before, and I'll wrap up, Nigeria is a broke country. We don't want to acknowledge it because we think we have a Dangote, we think we have some rich men, they drive fancy cars, they live in their estates, they oppress us with their Bugatti and their Lambo. I say, hey, big man, we think we have money. We don't have any money in Nigeria. What we are is a British real estate and is run by slum landlords. That's all we are. They extract human resources and mineral resources. They will never allow us to transition to a sophisticated state where we can process our own resources internally. Shipping is Dangote that's facing the same frustrations that our NNPCs have been facing, our refineries have been facing. He just starts, that beer go grey for your head. He doesn't know who he's dealing with. The same people that are around him are those same agents that belong to all these foreign entities. That's what he doesn't realize. But you know what I've learned about
But he has started exporting crude products to Europe, though.
You know, one thing I like about you, man, that UK has indoctrinated you. Export. Let's see how it lasts. He's exporting to Europe, but there's nothing for the people on the ground. We'll see. We'll see. Look, don't pay me any. I'm a low IQ Africa, so don't mind me. Like you say, I'm a troll. It's all in jest. My point is this: when you see this happening in our country, inflation is at 30-something%. You have a central bank president that is telling you he's going to raise the MPR rate, and that is going to bring the price of dollar down. What he is not going to admit to you is that central bank president of Nigeria does not control the price of dollar in Nigeria. It is the Federal Reserve and US demand and supply that controls the price of dollar in your country. Why? Because you are a country of importers. If you now ban imports, our elites and our middle class will be the first one to fight you. because they live on imports. That's their existence. Since the time of the slave trade, we've been an import-dependent entity. That's all we do. We don't want to produce anything, reverse engineer. The solution, so let me end with this. Solution is very easy. Pre-World War II Japan already showed us what to do. You have to build the same way the merger restoration happened. You have to make Nigeria work for Nigerians. First thing, open all your ports. The only ports that are working, we have some traction going to Port Harcourt Port. Kaduna has dry port, and then everything is being choked into that Lagos Tinkan Apapa port. If you look at it like a human body, what's the number one cause of a heart attack? When your blood vessels get clogged, your arteries get clogged, and the blood cannot pump through. That is what happens right now with our port system in Nigeria. Everything is being pushed through. Of course, the country will be a heart attack country. Open up all the other ports. The excuse, because I've read these things, is that they'll tell you, you cannot do it. And those other ports, you need to dredge it, blah, blah, blah. During the time of slave trade, they were carrying human beings. They will put the big ship in the middle of the ocean there. They'll send the small ships to collect human cargo and bring their top hats, their umbrella, their gin, and the other rubbish they were giving our elites then to deceive themselves. They will tie wrapper, wear top hat, smoke pipe, and sell 15, Arochuku will sell 15 Igbo, Oyo will sell another 40 Yoruba. They'll be saying they are big men. Hey, this is the kind of sick people that are still ruling us, the mentality that is still there today. Let's open our ports. Let us build high-speed rail networks that can carry cargo, both human and industrial. So now you can
hold on.
Yes, sir.
Look, we barely have a locomotive infrastructure, and then
I want to tell you how we can get it. That's what I'm telling you how we can get it. I want to tell you.
Hold on now. Okay, just go on. All right. That's not where I was going, so I don't know quite.
Where were you going? No, I don't want to cut you. Where were you going?
No, I'm saying we barely have a locomotive space. Never mind then leapfrogging to high speed something. What we are building is a fit for purpose locomotive infrastructure, which is being built at a very rapid pace in Nigeria. So that's been addressed.
Okay, like I said, one thing, I'm not a proud Nigerian like you. You are a good Nigerian. I'm not impressed by failure. The countries in the East, in Asia in particular, have embraced high-speed rail. You see, Japan has bullet trains. If we like, maybe they deceive ourselves. They tell ourselves one small rubbish railroad. High-speed rail is the future. Why? Because if you make your transportation car dependent, like the trucks in the United States, one, you're going to have a problem with your ecology. Your environmental issues are going to be big. Two, it's going to be very, very cost and labor intensive now, because whenever the price of fuel goes up, it becomes very difficult. But you can make high-speed rail, which will allow transportation of human beings and goods to move very fluidly and quickly in that Nigeria. How do you do it? Like I said, when you open up your ports, those who are importers, you give them 10-year window. Say, look, anything you import that is technology, Yoruba boys, Igbo boys, we have the so-called talent, right? Anything you import, make a Nigerian version, reverse engineer it. We'll give you free zone to do this for 10 years. After 10 years, immediate taxation of your imports. But within those 10 years, as you open those ports, a person can sit in their Ogun State there. A person can sit in their Akwa Ibom, order their goods, it will get straight there. You can process, sell locally, and put whatever you want to put. You can put it on your high-speed rail straight to Middle Belt, straight to the north. Them two in the north can put their agricultural products and ship it down to us in the south, southeast, and southwest. Free flow of commerce. And that commercial activity, you will now tax it at an affordable rate. Then the next thing is commercial contracts. You have to make good commercial contracts. That is, the law has to be respected. You cannot be having people cheat people anyhow. If you violate your contract, you must be prosecuted by the law. There must be punishment for this. That has to be respected. Whether even if Dangote If a stroke kills 10 human beings, Mr. Dangote, you should have had insurance. You had an accident, you will pay. I don't care if you're a big man. You have to have that thing in place where everybody's held liable per contract. Once you have a country where you can set up a contract and you know if they cheat you, you can take them to court and you get legal address of your grievance. You know that you can move your goods freely with high-speed rail. You know that you pay your tax, and that tax will be used to build roads, will be used to supplement schools. Now you have a strong Nigeria that can now, after we've reversed engineered these technologies, we can now start producing our own en masse, consuming our own goods en masse, and shipping and exporting throughout West Africa. Now you see a strong Nigeria. So that is my own 3 cents. I give my problem, I'm giving the solution. I hope you Nigerians don't argue with it because it's there. The Japanese already did it. Let's make our own. Like, I'll end with this. Let's make the village great again. I stop there.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Stay there. We'll look round back still to you. Let's see. I think we may well have lost Kenneth, but hopefully we've not lost Patrick. Patrick, you're up next. Patoski. All right, let's try Baba. I think Patrick. Baba. All right. Who's
I'm here, but is Patoski not available?
No, I think he may be in the middle of something, but
we'll try
him again after you. So I mean, coming at it wherever you like. We're talking about the Democracy Day and Tinubu promising the national address, but then so we're trying to coincide a protest with that national day. And in the earlier phases, we were discussing if Showore's protest was sort of politicking more towards the Peter Obi space. So it was just and Dangote moving the goalpost yet again that it cannot supply petrol now. It'll be next month again. So come at it wherever you like, Baba.
Well, Showore actually, I don't know. I think maybe he's suffering from what we call green fever because I think we started hearing his voice again about a couple of days back when he talked about OB and things like that. And that has not settled. The dust has not settled on that, and he's jumping to this June 12 fray. I think the right to protest is one of the human rights fundamentals guaranteed to every citizen. So it is his right, but is the timing correct? Is it a thing of now? Is it necessary? We have two things going at the moment: the wage bill issue, which is burning, and also we are talking about stability, question of security, bordering on security issues and stuff like that. And you want to take people to the street. What do you want to prove? To prove that you are better than the obedience, or you can organize people, they should see your crowd, or things like that. That is, I mean, it's juvenile as far as I'm concerned, because this could be easily hijacked. And if that happened, you think the government will fold their hands and just look in askance, or they look in helplessness? They are not going to. So what is it trying to prove is the question I ask myself. What does it stand to gain? Is it personal aggrandizement to show that I can do it? I'm the man. Some things are not necessary. Your timing has to be right. You don't pick off. It's not all fight you fight. You pick your fight. You pick your moment. You pick your place. Oh, I don't know if people maybe follow up tomorrow and the whole thing go haywire. I mean, It's not today.
Baba, what are you making of the government already picking up one of its acolytes, one of its flunkies? Take it
in
back.
Lagos,
In
okay,
Lagos.
this one, the Sanyaolu boy. Well,
are we back to Buhari days? Is this the heavy
they have better intelligence than you and me. You understand? They know what's going on. Look, we've been sitting, SEETHING. We've been sitting in the last 1 year. People like it's a miracle that everyone on leash has not broken the chain and go on the streets. So there is this volatility going up in the air. So why are you going to light up that gas? So they have better intelligence than everyone of us. So they know the people, they know what they are saying. Maybe they even have strike breakers amongst them or informers among them. So if they can nip it in the bud before it all started, fine, for the peace of mind of everybody. We are in a situation where the most burning issue at the moment is the wage issue. So let's settle that one so we can know where we are going. So that is the thing to do now. I don't know what he stands to gain. So whatever happens or whatever waiting in IC, make it carry on like that. That's my take on that.
It can be very funny sometimes when we speak to, give excuses for rascality from, government official and some of their agency, like, police acting too rascal, disregards to the rule of law, just because we believe, yes, it's our party in government, protest must not be carried out. It is not timing. The timing is not good. What time? What time is good?
What is the responsibility of a government in the first place? So they should stand and let the country burn in their head.
It is burning. Which protest is going to burn the country? Why is it?
You so soon forget about NSAS? What happened? People who lost their children are still smarting from the pain.
Which protest is going to cause you? When they protest, they tell the government they want to protest. It is the responsibility of government to protect, to ensure security, so that protest will not be hijacked by criminal. That is the way the law says.
They were shepherded during NSAS. These things can go out of the script, operating scripts. You know that.
This is not NSAS. When the time to protest in Nigeria, recommend what time do you think we should protest? Because if you are saying that the timing is not good, okay, which time is good to protest?
Let's finish the wage bill issue.
Which bill? Who dragged the wage bill issue to this time? Who acted irresponsible?
That's not the issue here. We are talking about she will arrest protest. Let him come out tomorrow and let everything go haywire. That's all. I don't want to argue with anybody.
If it go haywire, it will go haywire. When your rascal politicians are not running the country well, the country will go haywire. What's the
and
big
when they will gun them down. Simple as that.
Then there's got to
if 100 have to die for 200 million to live, so be it. Simple.
Okay. This is what we're talking about. Look at the way you're talking. They should gun them down.
Look at the way you are talking. That is a problem. Must everything be a luta continua? Must everything be a luta?
Down in this country? Is that the way it is run in this country?
What does he want to prove? A man who cannot win a local government chairmanship election. Is it jealousy? He wants to show the obedience that he can do it?
You live here, you have peace of mind here. Is it the way they govern here? Do they go to the street to shoot protests and just gun them down? Look at the way you say it, Baba.
No, I don't like the way what you are saying. You don't justify things like this all the time. I'm looking at it holistically, and you go haywire and said, no, they should go. They can get away with it and do anything they want.
Do you think it's
Some
going to go
citizens
haywire?
cannot hold some other citizens to ransom.
Why do
We
you
all
think it's going to
own
go
that
haywire?
country.
Do they not have the right to protest? What is your
I am the first person that said that. Yeah, that is part of everybody's fundamental human right. Didn't you listen when I started?
Do they not have human right? I mean, that fundamental right to protest. So what is
Didn't I say that in the beginning?
Yeah, you said that. So why do you say that they should not allow them to protest?
Did I say that?
When they have the right.
I only asked about the timing. And the innuendo, the aim of the time of the protest. He said he wants to protest of peaceful protest June 12th.
It puts pressure on the security
He's
infrastructure.
Not putting any pressure on you. You guys should stop this.
Hold on, Isaac. Hold on.
Against bad governance.
Yes, no, bad governance. Yeah, no, nobody's disputing that now.
They did a call for sobriety. June 12th.
Just 1 second, Baba. That day, it's already a national event, which is a high security event. So a lot of pressure already just to manage that occasion. A lot of pressure already on the security forces to make sure that day goes perfectly. So if you insert protest into that on that particular day, so they could have it the day before, they could have it the following day, but if you insert protest into an already pressured security situation, then it's counter. I think that's what Baba is saying.
There are no pressure on any security. Don't paint what is not paintable. There's no pressure on the security of the country. Tomorrow is even the right day for the protest because it's a democracy day. If you cannot demonstrate some of the elements that makes democracy work, then you are a joke. Protest is one of those elements that drive democracy.
But I tell you, Coco, nobody is arguing against protest. No, has anybody argued against protest? I've not heard a single voice argue against protest. All right, sorry, come in, yeah.
I think this is my own position about protest, okay? And I personally have been involved in some things on my part, even though I'm young and I'm distant to Nigeria. One thing about protest these days is it's hyper-politicized, it's volatile, and in the age of social media and mass media, we see extremism in protest itself. And I mean, look at the UK. All right, we already have literally an anti-protest law in UK since the time of around the COVID. I think what's now this former home secretary. What's that lady again? The Indian lady. What's her name? That Tory woman. That crazy lady. Not Kemi.
Is it something? Braverman.
Remember, yeah. you know that she brought forward that. So literally, there's an anti-protest law in the United Kingdom. I think France as well. They brought forward a law. I know that we saw what we saw with the BLM situation in America and
the Gaza thing on the campuses, all the Ivy League universities.
So we see lately that number one, governments around the world and the governments that say that they are the homes of democracy and free speech in this, they are clamping down on what they see as hyper politicized extremist protest. The world and one thing about protest is I take my own leanings from Martin Luther King, who all of everybody that wants to talk about free speech, protest, and they always try, even on the right or the left, they always go back to him to find a place of abode, to defend their actions. Martin Luther King's idea of protest is this: I'm protesting a law or a situation because I believe it's unfair. However, I understand that is the current situation. That's the current norm. So if I'm going to protest it, I have also to be ready to suffer the consequences of my protest. So protesting and expecting that the law, that the system that is in place would not resist your protest and would not use the instrumentality of the law and the influence that they have to possibly, demoralize your protest is just it's stupid. So the government has a right to clamp down on protest if they believe it's extreme or if they believe it's unreasonable. And you have a right to protest, but you also should be ready to possibly suffer the consequence of the protest. I think that's the way I see it.
Sorry, Abaribe, where are you based?
I'm based in just beside you right here. I
wish you were in America because I was going to say on a commemorative day of national importance, if people are protesting on that day, does that not put pressure on the security structures?
Absolutely does.
Yeah.
We saw what happened recently. The World War II Memorial Day. This was just about 2-3 months ago, and then we had some people protesting the Gaza thing in the UK. We saw it does put pressure on the system. It's hyper politicized, and people are not decent in their protests these days. I'm not by any means like a conservative or someone that is that one of these.
I mean, you need to see what happened in Harvard, in Yale recently, where even the schools are mapping out a scale of entry point and trying to disenfranchise some certain people and religion. And people defunding the universities and things like that. There are a lot of things going on in the world right now.
I support protest and I support protesting and I support the rationale. But one thing I always say is this. Number one, let your protest be about the matter. Stick to the topic, okay? Don't be unreasonable, okay? Not everybody has to support your protest. And don't punish the generality of the citizenry because you believe in what you believe. I don't have to believe in what you believe. Okay? You believe in what you believe. So protest us. But do it decently. I mean, you see people now gluing themselves to the road. I mean, one man knows this. This happens in the UK and it's become ridiculous. They go to the main street and they literally glue themselves to the main street. Okay, now they're presenting themselves as a danger to I mean, and we even saw it with the Lekki situation. At some point with the NSAS, look at what was happening in Ikorodu. They were literally stopping cars in Ikorodu, and they were literally protest has to be reasonable. But obviously, we know what Showore is about. He's an unreasonable individual, okay, and he believes that protest must be a situation where it discomforts everybody. And you saw it with these people, these union people. What they do, they went to shut down the airport. They believe that by protesting, that they have to be so difficult that they make life unbearable for everybody. That and as a consequence, they overpower the government. They overpower the government into submission. That they make us all complain that we all complain to the government. You just say to the government, just give them what they want. You know what I mean? And that is what I find so unusual about protest these days. And so, I mean, it's terrible.
So one man, I think the least.
Baba, please let me make this point, then I will yield. Look, you guys doesn't want to get it. Tomorrow is even the right day for that protest, because protesting tomorrow, the day of holiday, is not putting pressure. It's not going to cause any traffic. It's not going to come because all the workers, the road will be empty. It is the right day for the protest. It's not going to put pressure on anybody.
What are they protesting, Baba? What are they protesting? What exactly are they protesting?
It's a protest against bad governance. It's a protest against the policy of the government that brought hardship on Nigerian people. So tomorrow,
what policy? What exact policy?
Don't worry.
Okay, what does that day stand for? What does June 12th stand
we need to encourage the articulation of.
You keep on asking me that what are they expressing? I've told you the protest is against the government bad policy that brought hardship, that brought cause economic hardship on the people and life so miserable.
What policy? I'm not
No,
disagreeing
don't
with you.
worry. Don't ask me that. Tomorrow you can see your way on the TV. Don't
But
worry
they
about that.
need
But
to
people,
articulate it before they go and protest.
don't worry. You might not support the protest, but what I'm saying is that tomorrow that roads are going to be empty, workers are going to be at home, is the right day for the protest. It's not going to cause any commotion. It's not going to cause any traffic jam. It's not going to put any pressure on the security. So one man and you guys are saying, oh, it's going to put pressure. It's putting no pressure. It's a pressure-free day protest for tomorrow because
I think, I think that is why
workers are going to be at home.
I think that is why it's not relevant. That is why it's not relevant. The reason I'm saying this, there is a protest on hold by labor. That should be settled first. That the protest, it just asked you a question. You said the bad policy of the government. Okay, is this protest right now? If they do the protest, are they going to reverse fuel subsidy is gone? No. Are they going to floating of the naira? Are they going to reverse it? No. So the protest is irrelevant.
So can I take back?
Yeah, please, no, Baba, please finish. But I just want to let Baba know that I protested as well, and I've been a vice president of the Amnesty International. I protested the the Iraq War and I was a vice president of my we set up a wing, and I was a vice president. Okay, and this is not in Nigeria. Okay, so maybe I'm speaking from ideal positions. But before we go out, we'll articulate a position. We'll write to the local police, let them know we are going to protest in such and such a place. This is going to be our route. This is going to be a catchment area. Articulate your position so that when you go out tomorrow, when people get on the stage and speak and address, the protesters, that they have a position that they are articulating. Articulate a position, put it out there, and you might actually win the general public. Let there be a position that you are protesting. Have some points that you're protesting, so that you can know that these are the things you're looking for, and we can know that these are, we can come. You are protesting against people. They don't even know what you're protesting, so they can't even come
They
to the table
already
to
notify police. What are you talking about? They already notify police about their protest. They would already they would have done that with the police. Why they want to
notify the police? Why they
so
arrested?
Don't try to make this
can I have the floor back, please?
Is not the right of Nigeria. It's the right of Nigeria. Nigeria can protest anytime. It doesn't matter whatever what time is it that they want to protest. It is the right of Nigerians to protest. Leave them alone. You don't believe in him?
Okay.
So you have to go
one
after
man.
him all the time. We know what is going on. So let me leave you.
The issue here is
all right, back to you, Baba. Yeah.
One man, please take cognizance of the fact that they've taken a lot of my time. I've not even spoken for 2 minutes.
Oh yes,
please.
You still have the floor. You still have the floor. And Patrick, if you can hear us, when you're ready, indicate, and then we'll come to you after whoever is speaking. Then because
Patoski, they look for you before you are not around. So what I'm saying is that what's tomorrow, June 12th? It's a day that calls for sober reflection. It's a day that's in infamy in our country. June 12th was a watershed where we did an election that is adjudged or was adjudged to be free, the freest and fairest. People died. The election was annulled. People died. People went on exile. It took us, I think, about another 7 years or 6 years before we got a resemblance of our nation back. It's a day even for celebrating us, for impeaching the evil military government that has put our country down the pit for about 32 years. It calls for sober reflection. It calls for celebration of ourselves for achieving that faith and staying the course, going 25 years. I don't think such a day calls for protest. That is my take, woman. Another topic, please.
All right, still staying with
can I make a point? Can I make a point? Look, a day for sober reflection. If people did not protest against the annulment of June 12th, we might not have democracy we have today. It is protest upon protest in the southwestern Nigeria. It is the leadership, the leadership of NADECO that did not cow to the military, that confronted the military, that protested.
NADECO is not
Hold
for
on
West
now,
alone.
hold on. It is the leadership of NADECO that what is the fella brother
Beko Ransom Kuti.
Beko Ransom Kuti CNC. I can't remember the name of his organization that call on workers stay at home and protest upon protest that brought military down. So when you see the rascality of politicians, civilian administration that should have done better than the military, but rather running the country down, and you are telling us not to protest. I don't know what you are saying. I don't know where this lay back attitude, sit down, let them continue do it and destroy the country. I don't know where it's coming from. Protest is the only way forward to correct this civilian rascality and push them to do the right thing for Nigerian people. So protest is
point of correction. NADECO is a war. It's still alive though. It's a national organization. It contains a Bitoikiwe senator, this senator with plenty hair in Kaduna. Himself, he went to jail. But what's his name? The man with plenty hair.
Where was the protest
Kanu, Professor Nwabweze, and he was part of NADECO, so it's a national thing.
Which part of the country did we have the protest effective? Which part of the country? Is it not in the southwest? Was it effective in the north or in the southeast? Particularly when we have a lot of southeasterners run out from Lagos back to the east, they thought that
what you must know is that some people are adept in protest, Aluta continual system.
You know the truth. It's only in the southwest that we had effective protests. It's only in the southwest back then. And the leadership that constituted the arrowhead of NADECO, and the majority of the leaders, they were Yorubas. We can't deny that. It is the history. We cannot rewrite the history. We saw everything. So the protest brought up democracy. The protest cannot destroy anything, but rather bring good governance and respect to rule of law. That is what the protest tomorrow stands for.
I hope it doesn't get out of hand anyway. One man, the next topic, please.
All right. Do you want to go to it depends on the reading of the storyline. People reporting it as Guinness leaving Nigeria, but in actual fact it looks
okay. Look, I've always been an advocate of Nigeria for Nigeria. Nigeria is not a rich country. Nigeria is not a rich country, has never been. Somewhere, somehow along the line, it entered into our heads that our country is rich. But by all means of calculation known to man, known to statistician, mathematician, Nigeria is not a rich country. By any stretch of anybody's imagination, we just pretend to be. That is one. So I've always advocated, because Yoruba say igida eyefu. It's not the first time. When a tree falls, all the birds that perched on it will fly away, isn't it? It's not the first time they are leaving our shores. Anytime they leave, our people always roll up our sleeves, their sleeves, and pick up the gauntlet. And we've always known to perform. We have rich people in our countries. Very, very rich people. They've taken over all of these companies before bad governance by the military ruined everything for them. So when this has come up again, I've always said here that there's no problem. Who wants to go, let them go. We will take up the space they left, one way or the other, because there can be no market in Black Africa as large as Nigeria. It's a producer's dream, a manufacturer's dream, an entrepreneur's dream. These Guinness, they are even saying, because I've been to a couple of African countries, particularly West Africa and Central Africa. You see, Nigeria, they even make the greatest profit. No any other African country you can find Odeku. Odeku is the big bottle of Guinness.
You know that Guinness Nigeria is the largest in the world, bigger than even in Ireland, you know.
Yeah. Do you know there's no Odeku bottle in all other African countries, that large one, because their people cannot afford it. But Odeku is what people call for in beer parlor in Nigeria. Odeku is the Nigerian thing. So if they are living, I'm glad Tolaram has taken up the holding share. It's the Jew, however, anyway, that is going, their Jew, who holds 52% share. So Guinness remains. Tolaram has taken that.
The Agio is that's what I think that's their new global thing. The Agio, they are going into other even across the UK, in Ireland, they're going into more spirits, more high end spirits, and more high end stuff. I think they are moving away from the Guinness brand, the Agio. So I think,
and like you said, woman, like you said, maybe government has given them the money to do it. That's the job of government. Rather than government going into business, they should enable our people. Let them buy it, pay back later. It is the thing to do. It is the right thing. So it stays. Workspace becomes secured for our people. So if they've gone with their 52, they've taken the money and go. Good riddance to bad rubbish. Adversity introduces a man to himself. So if their so-called fair weather friends are leaving us, then it behoves on us to take up their space and work hard. That's how we will hone, H-O-N-E, hone our own skills at manufacturing things and doing things perfectly. That is my own take on this. So I'm not afraid of anybody leaving. Procter and Gamble have gone, they do Pampers and everything. We will do Pampers. This has gone, we will do it.
You are not afraid of Nigerian losing jobs?
When people are taking up the space, whose job is being lost?
When Guinness leaves, do you know how many
Tolaram has taken over, so no job lost.
There's no way Guinness would ever leave Nigeria. Nigerians are making millions of Guinness, like not even Guinness as a company. Nigerians that are supplying Guinness, they are in different contracts with Guinness. They are making millions. So why would Guinness themselves be like? Why would they? They're not making a loss. Guinness are not making a loss in Nigeria. I don't think they've ever made a loss in Nigeria.
It's one of the most profitable companies
Baba,
in Nigeria.
I'm seeing the headline now. Tolaram Group acquiring controlling share. Okay.
They've taken it up. We take it.
All
Look,
all right.
There is.
Hold on, Baba. It's a simple narrative of a business changing ownership, but when the headline came out, it was Guinness leaving Nigeria. You know the sort of newspapers that report like that.
Yeah, that is what
Yeah.
confuses me. Yeah, that's what confuses. Okay,
One
but
man, Diageo has been
it's
trying to
okay.
get out the Guinness business across the world. Diageo are trying to divest themselves from Guinness across the world. I think even though they're trying to sell up in Ireland as well, they want to go into spirits and another high-end liquor. Okay, I don't think they're really interested in Guinness anymore. Diageo as a brand, because Diageo themselves took over Guinness. They were doing something else and they bought Guinness as the brand. So I think they're trying to get rid of the Guinness brand from their box across the world in general.
All we do, we have to think outside the box. Look, when Amazon Prime, they almost grounded the postal services in America. What did they do? That postal services, I think, is the biggest employer of labor in America. People, their pay is not good, but people like to work there because your pension is guaranteed for life. It's automatic. So what did the government do? Okay, you people, we've come with your innovation, Amazon, this, that. All you have to do is taking business from the a kind of a quasi monopoly, which is US Postal. All you have to do is that on every shipment you make, a certain amount will be paid to postal services because you've taken up their space, and that is what they are doing. Every shipment you receive in your home, US Postal Services has money in it. That's why they are still surviving till today. So we have to think outside the box and do a lot of things and create an enabling environment for business people to thrive. Because one of the good things, as bad as we say Buhari is, do you know the road from, let's take the road from Points Road in Apapa, cutting through the Marine Road roundabout into Tinkan, up to Oshu, the end. Dangote has done it. How did he do it? Buhari said, look, don't pay your tax. Use your tax to do that road, concrete. The one Umahi is doing now in Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. Concrete, do it effectively and use your tax to cover it. And that road is now complete. For 20 years, that diminished all the properties in that axis, particularly Apapa, which we call European squatters. But now life is back to that corridor. No more traffic holdup, and it's concrete road, guaranteed to last at least 30 years. The only drawback is that, well, the man Dangote, the tax may lapse 2025 and say, no, it's 2027. And he said it. He said he's not going to pay tax till 2027 because of that. But I asked myself, the ones he's been paying, did we see it? So if the one we have to sacrifice for about 4 years is this stretch of road that's been troubling us for 20 years, even adding to the inflation in our country, because goods or containers that are supposed to leave the ports within 2 days of the vessel's arrival will be there even 3 weeks, 1 month. And demurrage will be on top each of those cargo. So it's good. It's okay. It's okay. So even Buhari did that. Can you imagine? A lot of things goes into a business. I believe Nigeria is for Nigeria. If you're a foreigner, you are going, well, you are not our friend. So go in the first place. You've gone. Who will take up the space? This is my own take on that. One man. Let me yield for any other person to take over.
All right, let's knock on Patrick's door again, see if he's ready for us. Patoski, the Canadian Prince. Patrick, are you Patrick? Let's try Dewale. We keep seeing Patrick saying flash. I hope I have not muted him. No, he's muted himself. Dewale not ready as well. So let's go to Aruki Digba. But let me bring you in with a clip. This is a nostalgic one that speaks to now contemporaneous politics. So let me be as cryptic as that, and then the video reveals everything. It's a nostalgic one that speaks to contemporaneous politics.
I'm telling you what, a little personal anecdote about this person in whose name is a colloquium series been inaugurated. You see, many people know Bola, many aspects of him, but me, I treasure personal, very. As you know, he was a fugitive offender, like many of us here. Many other things, former governor of Lagos State, but you see, and a businessman, or some of us within the anti-Abacha movement would not have survived. But then even for businessmen, successful businessmen, there comes a crunch. And during our period of exiled resistance, we looked for all kinds of means to raise funds, including even trying to print redeemable bonds. I think we did print redeemable bonds. We were so confident of victory that we said, look, let's print bonds and sell those bonds, and the opposition triumphs. And we designed those bonds. Incidentally, you may not remember this, apparently the symbol that we used during that time, which was supposed to be symbolic of growth, because it was a shrub. Apparently, that shrub looked very much like marijuana. We didn't know it at the time. Somebody pointed it out later on. But finally, Bola said, what are we going to do? We have to find funds. I said, well, you're the businessman. What can you do? So, well, I've heard that there's a rice line between Taiwan and other places. I think that I can get a contract to sell rice between Taiwan and Africa. So I said, well, okay, go ahead and sell rice. He said, yes, but you see, they require letters of recommendation. And I said, well, so.
All right, so that is once upon a time. It can be whichever year. Soyinka eulogizing about Tinubu. So what do you make of? Because I was always of the thought that Soyinka looked down his nose on people like Tinubu, but apparently they have a long-standing relationship, which has culminated in Soyinka being rewarded with a super highway in Abuja.
Look,
no, he deserves it too, minus all this exile parapo.
To be frank, I think I actually didn't want Tinubu to run for presidency. And I used to tell people that I thought Tinubu was just setting up a decoy so he can push one of his boys, maybe VP of Subajo at the time, into it, kind of give him cover from the the cabal, and what's that party that Buhari and CPC, the CPC cabal, I thought it was just getting cover. I don't want him to run because he suffers from the same thing I was suffered from the same thing. I don't know why we were saying the other thing about MK Abiola and John 12 is a Yoruba thing. If they line up the amount of Yoruba people that like MK Abiola, the queue will be longer than the people that love MK Abiola. The queue will be longer. Okay, there's and the same thing for Awo. The Ibadan people didn't like Awolowo from here to there. And the people in Lagos as well didn't really like him much either. And the same thing about Tinubu, there's a lot of people that just feel about him one way. And what I've always said about all this man is the reason people don't like them is because they fear them. Because these are people that just manage to be able to make a way. And they fear their success, and they see them as individuals that are able to control their environment and dominate it. And that's what Tinubu is suffering from. I'm not surprised. There's a lot of people that you see that even look at this Madonyo Kukwe. He was speaking about, he was just passing one day and he stopped by and he just found Tinubu and they were just in the house alone and he was showing him the blueprint. And it just shows you that there's several individuals that know this man, that this man has been able to establish a relationship with. They've been able to work together and strive to go together towards a common goal. You know, look at this man that is now carrying Peter Obi up and down, that brought him into Labour Party. What's that man? What's this man?
Oshitokun.
No, Shitoko is a small boy in what's this man? He's light in complexion. He's from the south. I think he's from Delta.
Apatotomi.
Patutomi and Tinubu are like 1 and 2. Patutomi was one of the people that helped to set up APC.
Hold on right there. Don't say another word. I think I might be able to solidify what you just said there. I want you to look at the backdrop of this particular clip. Watch this. Did you see him right there dancing behind the label, holding his bag?
That's a small.
Boy.
I've been following. I think sometime around 2011 and 12 when they started this, muting the whole idea of forming a big political union of diverse interests to kind of get rid of PDP.
You know the excuse he gave, Aro Gidigba, why he's not in Tinubu's camp. He said he did it because Tinubu was not healthy or is not healthy, that he knows. That he told him not to contest because he's not in good health.
That's okay. That's okay. I mean, that's his own opinion.
It's not okay. We are not all God. He himself has not been of good health. Let me put that in the last 1 year. He's done one operation, at least I know of.
I know he's been absent generally. But I mean, the reason I said that's okay is that's his opinion. No one can stop him. And to be frank, I don't want to go into Tinubu's not good health. I think some of us that private some information understand that the man it's not that he's sickly, but it's normal. People have different medical complications. All of us have their different medical history that it doesn't stop us. It doesn't make us incapable. It's just what it is. Well, I mean, there's different intrigues to it. But I wanted to go into this part to me more. This man was very instrumental in what we call APC today. Okay, and the reason he found himself in Labour is because he couldn't secure himself something. Okay, in the Buhari administration, and I think that's really what it is. Because he was busy fighting with Donald Duke around 2019 for the control of Labour Party. So I mean, the man is done. Okay.
No, he contested primary in Delta, governor.
He governor, yeah.
And he lost in primary.
He lost to primary.
He was skimmed out.
Patu told me, what's the name of this man, this lawyer, this son from Ekiti? This serial complainant, Falano. They are all the same. Both of them wanted to become governors. They are intelligent men. They suppose themselves to be more intelligent than the others, than the likes of the Fayoshes and the Boris there, that dominated the politics around there. And they are bitter, and they're going to be eternally bitter that that they are intelligent men that have been schemed out. So that is what it is. And they will complain and complain. So that's the way it is. I'm not surprised. Tinubu is an enigma. He's built relationships over decades, and he's reaping those relationships now. Anybody that speaks ill of him, that's been in a relationship with him before, they're only doing so because they fear the man. The man understands things, is well educated, and the man has seen the pitfalls of others and is very, very desirous not to make the same mistakes that the likes of Awolowo and Abiola made. So that's that.
All right, take us to Dangote, who has now kicked the can ever so gently down the road yet again. Go on.
I'm not surprised, and I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't see anything alarmist in it. I come from an engineering field, and I work in manufacturing, and I understand that you might. One thing about someone like that, Dangote is the CEO, okay? So you have to look at it from the CEO point, okay? He's gonna sit at the board. You're gonna have factory managers. You're gonna have line managers. You're gonna have and you're gonna have VPs there. It goes up the ladder. Dangote sits at the board level, okay? He possibly does not know. He has a rough idea of how crude oil becomes distilled into PMS. Okay, the technical aspects, the engineering aspects, the when we do something, they call some things qualification. It doesn't understand how the equipment is qualified. It doesn't understand. So, and there also you have downtime issues. It's a factory. It's a big operation. I think a lot of people that have never worked in a big factory don't understand. I mean, it's 24/7 operation. They don't shut it down when they're going on at night. They don't turn the machines off when they're going on at night. They stay on all the time. Around the clock they stay on. Because to shut it down, you have to recall everything all again. So it's they might have a small issue. Okay, they might have a small defect with some equipment. It might take some time for them to get the technicians to come in from God knows where, or get the parts to come in from God knows where. That might delay them. There might be some different things actually cause, it's just the way it is. Work week to work week. Things move. And it's just the way it is. It's not put it till next year. It's put it down about 2-3 weeks. I don't think there's anything too worrisome about that. Maybe I'm just being very lenient because I'm in that general manufacturing.
Yes, I think you may well be, because it's your industry space. So the reasons are more believable to you because you know the internal workings of it. But
you're very surprised.
Yes, but it's been pushing that can down the road, going on 2-3 years now.
Yeah, I understand. One thing about and we see it as well, okay? Because like I said, I work in manufacturing, and you see the VPs and the CEOs, the guys on the board. I'll just be going on one day. I'll open the newspaper. I'll go on the news, and you see the CEO just talking, about this new technology. We're going to release it now, and They are worried about share prices and this and that, and the markets and this and that. Okay. And they will then, what they do is that thing was probably never going to be ready for till July anyway. Okay. The engineers.
If I may help here, Arogidigba. Look, one man. Have you seen the aerial view of that complex? A refinery is not a piece of machine. You can't never shut it down once you start operating. And to even start operating, a new one like that takes at least about 70 to 90 days. They are in sections. You activate section by section until it starts to run optimally. Even the Dangote refinery has not reached its peak. It's not running optimally at the moment. There is a work in progress before it gets to full operation. If you listen to what he said they've taken some PMS, it's in the tanks. They're allowing it to settle. A lot of technology goes into it.
No, that's not what he said. It said the PMS is not ready, but when it is ready, it's a bit like wine, isn't it? You let the sediments come to the. It doesn't even sound like it knows. Can it not?
Exactly. It doesn't know the technical word.
Technically, it couldn't possibly know.
It's like Coca-Cola. One man, that Coca-Cola bottle you see, when it's in the machine, the plants, Coca-Cola is very hot. As in hot, you can't take it and drink it.
Very explosive.
If you mix
it the wrong way, you can actually there's a safety thing that people that work in manufacturing get showed.
A lot of things. One man
very explosive.
goes into manufacturing. Carry on, Nagro Gidigba, please.
I think what happened is he overpromised because obviously he's worried about share prices and this and that. So he sold a big dream just to get in because you have to understand there's many parties in trade that are involved in this. He's borrowed money, so he needs to make it, tell those guys that we are still doing something. And then what's happened is he needs to dial it down because, his factory manager has told them, this is the milestone, this is what we've agreed to, Yeah, so that's the reality of it is it's not going to be ready till July. Okay. They might kick the can down the road again. Things happen. Things happen in manufacturing that most people like Baba just said. It's if you see the area view just looks like they have big tanks, and it's something as simple as starting up a pump can be a 6-hour process. Starting up a simple pump, just one simple pump of the maybe 1,000 or 2,000, 3,000 pumps they probably have. Just one simple pump, starting it up might be a 6-hour process. And that 6-hour process is downtime. So it is what it is. I know they'll bring it to market. They want to bring it to market as well because every day they don't bring it to market, they're losing value. Okay, because those items have been paid for and they need to make use of them. Okay, and they have those machinery have to make money for every single second, every single day. And the only way for them to make money is for the products to be going out there into the market and for people to buy it. And for them to be able to reinvest and keep it going like that. So that's how manufacturing works. He doesn't want, he's not going to drink the PMS. He's not going to drink it. The only way for those machinery that they've bought to make sense is for the product to be going out the door, out the gate, and for them people to be buying it and for them to be able to make good forecasts from quarter to quarter. And that's how it works.
All right. Take us back to take it back. The movement Showore planning a protest. There's just so many layers to it. I started the conversation with Emmanuel around somewhat this essentially a surreptitious incursion into populism, which is where Obi occupies. So I think that is the broader agenda. But then our conversations led to then the timing of this particular protest, which falls on Democracy Day, which is a high-profile security day anyway. So the infusion of that protest into already what is a strain on the security structures, what is the agenda there? So what game is the man from the creeks playing at?
Showore is an intelligent he's an intelligent fellow. And I think his recent experience with the DSS and the police and the legal system in Nigeria has emboldened them. And I don't blame him, I blame the DSS. The DSS have the ability to actually, it is a nuisance, okay? Forget this, take it back. It's just a nuisance. It just wants to fight for some space. What has happened is Peter Obi has come in, okay, and is rained on Showore's parade, okay? He's taking most of the Showore, supporters, okay? He's taking them. And Showore wants to get those people back, okay? Showore knows he's never going to be the president of Nigeria. Showore doesn't think Peter Obi has the capacity to be the president of Nigeria, but they both want to be very relevant in the grand scheme, okay? So they are both fighting, and that's all it is. Showore does not want the Peter Obi rhetoric to dominate his own, okay? And that's all it is. And I don't blame the DSS. People like DSS, they are bungling these cases, These cases are simple, okay? It's either is treasonable or it's not treasonable. If it's treasonable, go to court with proper concrete evidence. And be reasonable. If it's not reasonable, why would you put the man there for about 3 years? He's there and he gets even more and more emboldened because he knows that you can't charge him correctly. And it just makes him become like a Teflon Don kind of situation. And that's what he's become a Teflon Don. Technically, he should not be protesting at the moment. He should be leading, and he shouldn't be even anywhere near anything like take it back or he shouldn't be anywhere near us. But he sees himself as a Teflon Don. If they couldn't get him, then they can't get him now. And so forget about the timing. He sees himself as that's his mentality. I'm a Teflon Don. Nothing's gonna stick on me. Yes, you're gonna arrest me. Yes, they're gonna keep me in Abuja for that 2 years. Yeah, that's fine.
But the arrest of one of his main coordinators, though, in Lagos, is that a bit too heavy-handed?
Yeah, like I said, the DSS don't know how to operate. They jump the gun, They don't know how to keep their gunpowder dry, for just long enough. I don't support the SSS like the DSS. I'm not, I don't fall in that line of what. But they're sloppy, Let them do what they want to do. Watch them. If they contravene any laws, arrest them, charge them accordingly. Don't do 50, 60, 70 count charges. Make it simple. They broke this law. This is the law they broke. On this day, this how they organize it, and that's it. If they broke the law, bring them to court. Let the judge decide. So they jumped the gun. Why they arrest the boy? Let them do what they want to do tomorrow. And even the DSS and police, they make these matters, because people like Shore, they know what to do to aggravate the DSS and the police. They know the things to do to make those guys, because those ones too want to please Tinubu, or they want to please the National Security Advisor, so they know the things to do to make them, to make them fidgety and start getting giddy. And that's all that is. Shore is a nuisance. It's just a nuisance, really.
One man, can I give a question or two to Mr. Gidigba?
Yes, of course. It's a conversation. Good to have you back, Pansa. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and hello again to everybody. Mr. Oro Gidigba, one man was admonishing me to be convivial, which means to be sociable, hospitable, friendly.
I know. Yes, I know.
Okay. Unfortunately, I'm not committing to anything like that because I basically go with the facts and the truth. Let me say,
you couldn't even if you tried to. So I'm not expecting you to.
I'm glad you know that, but it's usually provoked. If it's not provoked, it won't happen. Trust me. I listened to you when you were talking about Mr. Tinubu, the current president of Nigeria, right? And you said that he set up a lot of friendships and a lot of people to govern. In essence, he has some experience, he has some virtues. Is that what you said?
Yes, he's human, and that's exactly what I said.
Okay. By the way, do you know the average salary of Nigeria right now? Average.
The average salary of the Nigerian, okay, not of the civil servants, of the Nigerian now is less than 8,000 naira. Less than 8,000 naira. Less than 8,000 naira. Maybe about 8,000 naira.
Okay, it's between 80,000 and 150,000. So
the average salary of the Nigerian.
Yeah.
The Nigerian involves, the Allah rule, people that are getting 1,000 naira per day for work.
Yeah, I know. And
then people that, so when we say average,
I'm giving you the facts. So I'm
not talking about, it cannot be anywhere near 50.
Hold on. That's a fact. So we could check it, or somebody could check it. It's between $190 to $355 US, which is $80,000.
I thought you said, okay, that's not proper. That's not right. That's not right.
They could check us. That's okay. That's not the question I have for you. According to my own records, it's between 80,000 and 150,000. Which you went to.
That includes the people in the village. The rural majority.
Yeah, that's called the estimated average. Is a monthly salary average in Nigeria. So you have some that are making $1 million, then you have some that are making nothing. Whatever it is, it comes to an average. But that's a fact. That's not my question for you.
If that's the average, people won't be complaining. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. So now, you know that despite the rich endowment of our resources, including oil, minerals, the famous ones, right? That the nation struggles with staggering levels of poverty right now when Tinubu is in office, right? Do you agree that? You agree with that?
The nation has always staggered with that has been the reality for decades.
Right. That's why when we run for office, then you come in, you acknowledge that you want to do it, you want to make it better. You're not supposed to leave it the way you found it or make it worse than it is.
He
We're
has
not
not left.
fighting. I'm just giving
He has
facts.
not left. He has not left, Mr. Pansat. He's
It's
not
not
left.
like I'm saying right now. We are
Yes.
facing, excuse me,
He has
we're
not
facing
left.
our nation's worst economic crisis in years, surging inflation, right? As a result of monetary policy. I mean, all I'm doing is giving you facts. If you disagree with the fact, then I'll stop.
I appreciate your facts, okay? And I know where you're driving at, okay? But I think I'll stop you there now, okay?
No, you have no.
We've been going down this slippery slope for years, for decades, okay? That we find ourselves in this position right now should not be surprising.
Oh man, this is how it looks like we're having a problem. I'm just giving you facts. If I ask you a question, I want to make sure if you agree with the facts. But if you don't agree, I will stop. Then you correct that, right? You're fighting with the facts. You're not fighting with the question. That's
I agree with the facts. I agree with the facts you put forward.
Okay,
so yeah.
So then hold on. Now, what is our GDP per capita right now?
I don't know the exact number, but it's
you don't know. Okay, now that is the way to answer a question. One man says it all the time. If you don't know, say you don't know.
Yeah,
so
I don't know the exact number.
$1,000, right? Now you have to compare that with South Africa, that is over 7,000.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Okay, 3,000. Vietnam.
It's peaceful.
Now we
record is less than 1,000. Record is less than 1,000.
Okay, now so here's the question then. Knowing all this, the worst economic crisis, and you come here and you are praising the government that is sitting there stewing with this problem. Are you talking about style over substance, which I put in the comment section? Right?
I never praised the government when I address Mr. Tinubu. Mr. Tinubu is an individual. He will come and he will go.
Right. Okay, that's semantics.
This too shall pass.
So please don't make it to where the moderator is going to think we're fighting. My question to you, whether you call Tinubu the government, I don't think you should call him the government, but
I didn't. You're the one that insinuated that I might have, but go on.
Yeah, so you know that, but you're here extolling the virtue of knowing and dancing on one bay with Pat Utomi, and if he's what you described him as, how come there's no result to show that he's in power now for over 365 days? Do you understand? As a Nigerian, a fellow Nigerian, are you trying to tell me that you're unconcerned with this metrics that I've just laid out for you? It's not like you want to wait till the end of his term. Fine, but don't say. You understand? We are Nigerian. So when people listen to you with all these crazy metrics that we have, and you are extolling somebody's dancing, knowing backdoor, this is when he's supposed to show it. And if he doesn't, then we're supposed to criticize it. It doesn't matter where the person comes from. Do you understand? Now that's what
Mr. Pansat, let me answer you. Don't keep Mr. Pansat, save yourself the stress. Let me answer you, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your interjection. Now, I think you've been stating the facts. So let me state my own facts as well. In the last 10 minutes, okay? About 10 minutes ago, we were speaking about Mr. Tinubu. Okay, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And we spoke about the fact that he had established relationships with individuals over decades. That was what was stated. At no point did we discuss that he was a good leader. That statement was never made. I did not say he was going to turn the Nigeria around.
Listen, that you were saying
no, Mr. Pansat, I won't allow you to suggest that I implied what I never implied.
All right, bring the octave down one and then make it conversational too. So Pansat, you've put a position, let Aro reply, and then
I could have implied this if I intended to imply it. And if I implied this, I'll have a right to imply it, but I never did.
No, I said let you reply, let you respond. and then so there's an ebb and flows rather than an overwhelming of each other. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and respond, sir. You heard what I said.
So I didn't imply it. I won't allow you to suggest I implied it because I never did. Mr. Pansett, you're intelligent. You understand the English language. Okay. I never did.
Okay, let me
hold on. Both those comments are subjective. That's your opinion, Aro, but carry on.
Yeah, one man, I really appreciate that.
I appreciate that as well. Yes,
in the spirit of conversation, right?
No, you said you were intelligent and articulate. I'm not quite sure how you arrived at that. How did you arrive at that? How did you get there?
Okay, so look, sir, Aro Gidigba, when you come and you say somebody in this type of conversation we're having, right? Let's make it mathematical, and you say 10 is greater than 9. Okay,
that's a fact,
right? And then I come in and I say 10 is greater than 7, and you say, no, I didn't say that. Of course you didn't say that. But once you say 10 is greater than 9, mathematically 10 is greater than 7. So I don't have to quote you in order to.
But no. Mr. Pansett, you're trying to be smart by half. Okay, you're trying to be okay. Mr. Pansett, Mr. Pansett, okay.
What did you want to tell us?
Mr. Pansett, okay.
Yeah.
You don't appreciate that I said that Tinubu is cunning. Okay, because you do not like the man. Because the only thing you want to hear is the man being denigrated. Okay. And the fact that I didn't go into the tribe where I denigrated the man, that is why myself and yourself are having this back and forth right now. Okay.
I think
Tinubu's capacity as the president was never discussed.
Okay.
Tinubu's history.
Is it good? Is his capacity good? Does he have capacity to be president from your observation?
There's things that he's done that I don't appreciate in terms of decisions they've made.
Are there things you do appreciate?
There's decisions that he has made that but those decisions, I'm yet to see anything that is overwhelmingly characteristic of his policies.
Okay.
It's yet to define to me. Okay, I'm being honest. Okay.
Are you a contortionist?
Is this conversation actually going anywhere? But
what I'm trying to say is this. Okay, is yet to show him. I'm not fully Bosch. Okay. I'm not going to write him off. Okay. I'm still. These are terrible. I know that. You don't need to tell me this. Okay.
All right. Hold on, Aro. So, where are you in the Tinubu journey? Are you on board with him policy-wise and implementation-wise, but your empathy goes with the suffering that is vested on the people? Or are you not on board with him in all of those parameters? Or are you on board with him up to some point, but you have concerns as to the capacity to follow through? So what's the latter? Yeah.
The latter. I'm on board. The latter, really. The latter. They're policy wise. They're trying to do things, but it's like there's some disjoints. Things are disjointed. But I don't think these are disjointed because they're not trying. It's disjointed because of. I spoke with someone today. The system, a system that is built around corruption, that overwhelms the individuals that are within the system.
But we had that system before he came in, though. In essence,
exactly, and that's why I said I'm not going to write him off.
Yeah, let me just say,
the system is beyond that.
Let me make an observation. I'm saying these people, they came and they ran for office, right? Now, don't forget that he was the leader of APC. So it's not like he dropped down from Mars and climbed into that office. He's been there. He's the leader of the APC. The conditions we have were dire, right? We had a problem before he ascended the presidency, and he should have known. He should have known what we have going on and what he needs to do. Now, I asked you a question, and look, I don't fancy you if you want to defend somebody like that, then it comes with this
I'm
stuff.
not defending them, and I'm making a very good effort not to defend them. I know you know that as well.
Since this is the first time I talking to you, I'm gonna go ahead and give you a break. I'm gonna get my hands off your neck.
Mr. Pastor, I'm not an absolute. I'm not absolute. I know you like to speak in absolutes. Okay, I don't do that. I try to be, moderation. Moderation in all I do is what I practice.
Right. But
I'm not going to defend them.
Then there's moderation, and then there's just obfuscation, and actually, I
won't obfuscate. No, I don't do that. I'm not dodging. I'm not dodging you. I'm not dodging you. I'm just being this.
With all due respect, Aro, I want this is not my platform. I want to get along, but
yes.
You said when you're talking numbers, facts, you have to go to the chase and go to the facts. You don't look. Tinubu is not your brother. It's not your dad. It's not. He's just one of our politicians. I don't know him from Adam, aside from what I've read, right? But he has to be the worst president any country has ever produced anywhere in the world. I don't think there's any look. I don't think, because you have to have some kind of virtue. Somebody like Buhari, if you succeed Buhari, you'll be smelling like a rose, because there'll be so many things to do. People are considering going to Nigeria because of the crime rate, terrorism, civil unrest, kidnapping, armed gangs. The country is divided, right? There's so many things you can do, period.
Mr. Pastor, let me put it to you, okay? Because one man is over here. I reconsider going to London, okay?
Yeah, right.
Should we string up Sunak and what's the mayor of London? What's it called? Should we string them up?
That is ridiculous, right? It is ridiculous.
Because some of those things you put up.
Sorry,
London, Nigeria,
sorry, Pastor. Just in that space, Aro. So the 4th of July, would that be the end of Rishi Sunak?
Of course.
Because all of the polls, do you think it's because it's Indian?
Of course. The conservatives are not going to vote him in. The other rights are not going to vote him in because he's an Indian, bloody Indian.
The blacks don't
want to vote him in because he's managed to piss. Yeah, it's not because they hate him or because he's managed to piss them off. Because what he's done
his Rwanda policy is actually it's a dog whistle to far right.
So what you see with the Rwanda policy is most of the people seeking asylum in England and in Europe are either Black Africans or Asians that come from Muslim majority countries. So Pakistan, Afghanistan.
And the biggest migrant numbers in this country, they are Indians.
But what happens with the Indians is the Indians have set up a system where they bring in their people, they have businesses, and look at the system in the healthcare system. What they do, they use fraudulent business companies to bring people in under the idea that they're sponsoring them for care jobs. They bring in a lot of people legitimately as guys from tech. They set up kind of like finishing houses from Indian universities. They dominate on some of the VPs and senior management in big tech companies. They literally bring tons and tons of their fellows who are in IT and the likes. They bring them into Europe, into high-paying jobs in Europe and America. And they
have a certain reputation, and I'm not sure if this is they have a reputation for a whole community using one credential. The classic, the average Indian last name is Patel.
Yes. So I think they do like some of the Northerners do. They name themselves after their village or their region.
And then they all use one credential for one person goes and gets an education, and then all of them.
Yeah, you know what? They have a system that works. They are very cunning. Even at work, I saw something the other day, and I shook my head. They're taking over. They're really taking over. In the technology space, they are consolidating and they are using their influence to they're quite interested. And I always said to someone, when the English want to subjugate a minority, they use the Indians. They did
Yes.
it in South Africa. They did it in South Africa.
And that's why the blacks hate them in this country.
They use them in South Africa with Gandhi. You know, in Kenya.
Sorry, Aro. You know that Indian space is the buffer against the racism narrative. So they will use the Indians to attack you, but you cannot claim race because they classify you all as blacks. They say, well, they are dark skinned as you, aren't they?
Yeah.
And then they start to say, oh, you have a chip on your shoulder and all of that. But then the Indians are happy to occupy that space, lesser than and greater than. So that middle space, you know.
Because the Indians are beneficiaries, they are the primary beneficiaries of anytime there's any, you know, this BME, is that what you guys call it in UK? They're the primary beneficiaries of it.
Oh, you're not in the UK. I thought you were in the UK.
No. But I have a lot of family there, kind of come and go back and forth. But I'm just right beside you there. But they're the primary beneficiaries of that. Is it BME? I think you call it, or BLME or something like that. You guys have a, but they're the primary beneficiaries of that. Although it's meant to be for the, you know, for the general, but they benefit. They benefit from it significantly. It's gone. Rishi Sunak is gone. The person he's contesting against is literally a conservative in labor skin. So I mean, everybody knows.
He has a funky name as well. What's his name again?
Keir Starmer.
Keir Starmer.
Keir Starmer is a conservative. His policies, everything he's ever done in his life is mostly conservative.
Yeah, but where's that name from? Is it a Welsh name or it's certainly not an English
Keir
name?
Starmer. Keir
It's not
Starmer.
an English name, is it?
I say maybe Germanic. Maybe he has Germanic roots. And that's not unusual for a lot of English people. Germanic roots or you know. So even look at Farage. Farage his parents are from somewhere, some Finland or something like that.
His wife is German, you know, and he's always banging on about immigration.
But his parents, he himself, his parents are he's only like a second generation English. His parents are from some European country.
You know, a lot hides behind that white skin.
Tommy Robinson claims to be so English. He's only a second generation Englishman.
Yeah, is he not an Irish man even? Is he not?
No, he's not. His name is not Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson is not his name. His name is he's like almost one of these, he's like Russian.
Is he Eastern European?
He's a European, but he's not like Eastern European. He's a European, but it's kind of like a Jewish, kind of like some of these. I think some guys that came from Russia. These Jewish guys came from Russia.
Yes. Do you know that we called you Dewale, but you were? But let me just say this.
I wanted to say something real quick. That speaking of immigrants, the present king, his father is not actually from England.
Yeah, that's reality.
Yeah.
Did you know that the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson? Do you know that he's Turkish? Just about
I know. Just about 2 generations ago. Yeah, Turkish. Yes.
So they hide a lot behind the white skin, and then they come here and tell you that you are black.
Yeah, that you are black. Yeah. I mean,
there are black people in this country more English than Boris Johnson. You know.
Of course, yes. Of course. I mean, it is what it is. That's the system, and you take it like that. But he's done. Rishi Sunak is done. He's good as done, because the one thing about it is this. Okay, with the conservatives, they are using you. Okay, you're just a tool. Okay, and he's done. He's not even a likable person, because in the Midlands you have the usual conservative places, the coal, where they start big the coal industry and this and that. They don't like you because you're a rich boy. You're rich, you're a rich boy. You went to private school. Your wife is the daughter of a billionaire. They consider you to be gouging the system. You're giving big 150 million COVID contracts to your to Tory, your bodies. So you're not liked over there. Okay, they don't like you because you're Indian. You're bloody brown nose. The Labour guys don't like you because, well, you are not a liberal. And then some of them don't like you because they don't like you because you're Indian as well. He actually has no redeeming factors. He couldn't win if he had. I mean, if he did everything right, he couldn't win.
Do you want me to show you the moment Rishi Sunak lost?
And Farage came back into the race as well.
Hold on now. Can you hear me? Aro, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I wanted to show you the moment Rishi Sunak lost that election. Do you know when he lost the election?
Tell me.
On his first day as being prime minister. This was what happened on the first day, and this is how he lost the election. Are you seeing that?
Of course, I saw that. I saw that when it happened.
In the Church of England country, you are doing voodoo ritual at Downing Street.
It's his own religion. That's not voodoo.
It's his own religion. That's not voodoo. That's their religion.
For me, that's the day he lost the election.
They do that. They do that. I mean, I have many Indian neighbors. Far too many. I'm uncomfortable with the number of them, and they all do these things around their houses. They do, and they draw swastikas as well.
Have suffered that day with belly ache. The English.
Oh, they did. That day, that particular day, there's a radio show. What's that radio? Liberty Radio or something. Some London radio. I can't remember. And you should have seen people calling in that day. Conservatives, hardline conservatives, calling in and just saying, they just want him to call an election as soon as possible so they can get rid of him.
It's like a desecration of their holy temple.
Yeah.
The only thing would have been him doing it at Buckingham Palace. That's the same hump that Vivek cannot hodl in America.
Vivek America doesn't have the same. See, the English are devilish when it comes to discrimination and racism and classism and ethnicism. They're devilish, The Americans are not quite the same. I know we like to think of America, the Americans, the home of the Americans. It's not quite the same in America. Vivek has a chance, of winning. I can't think of a day where a black person would win well, it's even different in England because, well, it's an appointment. The prime minister is really just the head of the political party with the most, seats, as opposed to America where there's an individual contesting on his own name and his own merits, on his own, and trying to become the president, trying to convince the nation, the college, the electoral college, obviously, but it's different. Vivek has a better chance.
Do you know what Ann Coulter said to Vivek just over the last? She told him that you cannot be an American president if you're not a WASP. A WASP is a white, or if you're not a WASP. And when I say it, you would immediately go to Barack Obama. A WASP is a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. So if you don't come from that stock, it is said that the country has never had
Biden's a Catholic.
Yes, but it's still. She said that
I think this Reagan. I think was Reagan a Catholic as well.
And she said that the country has never had
Kennedy.
A president
Kennedy, that Kennedy was a Catholic. He's Irish ancestry. Yeah.
Yes,
not only that, Hillary Clinton won majority of the vote over Trump by millions. Actually, it's just that they have an electoral college map. So, are you in the United States?
No, I'm not.
Have you ever been to the United States?
Of course.
When was that?
I was still there. Just about a year ago.
Okay, you came to visit.
I can open the plane anytime and go.
So you came in a holiday, right?
Yeah, I came for a few days. Yeah.
Few days. Okay.
Why? I mean, it's only down the road. It's not United States. Not a distant place for me. It's never been.
Right, because here, when I left, I've told the anecdote. When I came to United States from Nigeria, I was a sharp guy, right? And I know that it took me a long time to figure out this country. Not only the cultural shock, but so there's no way anybody who visited the United States could talk about it. Especially if you, where are you? You're England, right? Britain?
Yeah, yes,
UK.
Europe.
In Europe, okay, yeah, because it's a totally different thing altogether, right? We're a true democracy here. Now, what you
Are you
have
sure?
there, I'm very positive. Now, what I'm saying is that when you try to do who is the counterpart to the United States president, it's not your prime minister, it's your king. You have a king.
Yes, but you know, I stopped myself short as well. I think you heard me when I said it's different in the United States because in England, the prime minister is only the head of the party that has the most seats, whereas in the United States, you have an individual who is contesting to be president on the merits of his own personality.
Right.
He
But
wants to be president.
Not only that, the big thing is that he could contest. A lot of people contest here. They don't win, but a lot of blacks, Mexicans, women, they contest, but they don't win because, like John Leclerc always said, they don't have the structure. But you have to know that you see, you don't want to do just you have to do some polemics as well when you're trying to contrast us here in the United States with you, right?
But I never really did contrast.
Okay, so because you should say you have a bloody monarchy, right?
I don't have a bloody monarchy because I don't live in the United Kingdom. Speak to one man. Address that to one man.
Where you at? Then I will make that mistake. Where are you? What country are you at?
I'm right beside one. I'm actually closer to you than one man is. Take a guess.
Where are you?
One man knows I'm closer to you than I'm just right across from the Atlantic, right beside you.
That would be Canada then.
Canada.
Yes.
No, Canada. No. I'm Ireland. I'm beside one man in Ireland. I'm in Ireland beside one man.
Oh, you're in Ireland. Okay. But anyway, so like I was saying,
we don't have a monarchy.
One man is in a monarchy, and a lot of people here, like Kulata, they don't know what it is to be in a democracy. They have no clue. So that king you got there now, before I used to just write it off. So they say grandmother, who's gonna want to take her out, right? But you actually sat there and you ended up with a king in the 21st century. And the counterpart is our president here, the president of the United States, of which just
should
one
I put you,
one
should I put you at ease?
Huh?
Should I put you at ease? Should I put you at ease?
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead.
In 2 generations to be done with the king. What about that? Would that make you happy?
No, because what they've done to us, what that monarchy has done to us, it's unforgivable.
Well, you guys turned the tea. You turned the ship of tea into the river, and that was done, and you got your independence. What else do you want?
That's exactly what we're gonna. What you guys, one man they need to do over there. Nobody should have a king up to today. But anyway, I'm waiting. It's my turn, so I will give you back some time. I think I've cut into it.
No, that's fine. So I think I've spoken for quite a bit as well. So one man.
I only advise. Let me give you an advice before when it comes to my turn, I will reclaim it. Right.
Yes.
So we have inadequate infrastructure in our country.
Fact.
A lot of barriers to trade. Some are tariff, some are non-tariff. We have a lot of obstacles to investment. There's a lack of confidence in our currency, the currency valuation. There's limited foreign exchange in that country, right? Yes. So I would urge you, and there's no simpler way to say this because it's short time. I'm just going to speak for maybe another 30 seconds. I'm going to use a negative word here, and it's obfuscation. Obfuscation, right?
Yes.
Don't do it, especially when you're delivering. And then when I ask you a question, you use confusion, discombobulation.
I did not try to dodge you. I did try to dodge the question. If that's what you're trying to imply.
Foggy memory, perplexity, puzzlement, and stuff.
Why are you playing it to concert stands? You are playing it to stands.
You know what? You're quite on the you're quite a funny man. I know what it is. Okay, you've managed to pick up the Oxford Dictionary, and maybe you spent the summer while you were waiting for your WAEC results reading the Oxford Dictionary, and now you think you can, juggle words, and you're clever. You're clever. I do like you. I like you. I really enjoy listening to you.
No, you do have me, but I'm not only here. I'm usually in many Nigerian platforms. Sometimes
Pansat, I recommend don't join those platforms. I saw one man. I was watching a video of one man on Dr. Damages the other day. It was terrible. One man tried to hold his cool, and there was this professor, one Franklin, that was losing his mind.
Yeah, I was there. I was on that.
Hold on, Pansat. Who do you think won that encounter between me and that guy?
One man, you are devilishly English. One man, I know you, and I know the English very well.
Because he lost his cool, so
he lost his cool, and you were just an Englishman being cool and composed, and this rowdy American just losing his mind. That's how it looked to me.
It's not like he didn't deserve it. One man is not this gentle, convivial guy you see here now. When he's over there, he's wild and out of control. So this intellectual is, I had the same issue with him the first time. He came back again. I did have an issue with him, but we dragged it out because I think I asked him if he was a pacifist, and then he was very upset about that. But we went at it. One man is not this guy you see here on his show, even though he still.
I'm going to try and bring him here. Actually, I think we have to start bringing back guests again.
No, that guy will get buried over here. That guy will lose his mind.
He won't get buried now because you know this crowd is too civil to be. Yeah, this.
No, this crowd is civil. Okay, but this crowd.
It may get beaten up intellectually though. That will be the thing. Yeah.
But these crowds do not suffer fools gladly. That's something about this crowd over here. This crowd over here, and that's why I'm here myself. I'm not intelligent. I'm not a match for a lot of the guys over here. There's a lot of brilliant minds over here. I'm not a match for any of them.
Who do you think? Setting Ajanle Koko aside, because it takes. Who do you think the smartest person on this platform is?
There's a lot of smart minds. I think they all have their own particular areas of specialty. But I think Ogbeni is someone we don't cherish enough over here. I think Ogbeni is. I think someone's been putting up that Ogbeni needs to be invited to just have a session where he speaks and addresses some fundamental issues. Yes, as a guest to address some fundamental issues, because I think there's a lot of the times, even myself, a lot of us over here, we speak but there's some nuanced ignorance in some of the things we say. Okay, but Ogbeni is always coming, and it's a matter of fact. It is the fact. Beyond just the reality, this is a fact, the legal fact. So I think Ogbeni is a mind that we don't appreciate quite and I wish he would actually come here.
I do, because he's a nugget.
Anytime he comes here, I just giddy. I'm happily.
I think Ajanle Koko is the brightest mind on this platform. Do you know why? Hold on. Yeah, it's the fairest one, but I think it's the brightest too, because he has a breadth of knowledge that constantly, just amazes. It speaks to any topic with a depth of knowledge that. He has more than he has even more than an educated view on most topics. But
that's true.
The one thing that he doesn't do,
except on the days that he doesn't want to.
The one thing he doesn't do is that he doesn't go into territories. He's willing to concede logic very quickly, because and most people don't do that. Most people they want to win rather than progress a conversation. But Ajanle Koko wants to progress the conversation rather than just win an argument. So yeah.
Yes, he's a fair person. He's a fair man. I think we need to applaud him. He's a very fair man. He's an arbitrator as well. He does get involved when things are getting out of hand. And I've actually seen a situation where things are getting out of hand, and one of the parties is actually calling Baba Ajanle Koko to come and intervene and settle, parties that have different opinions. So he's a very fair man. We respect Baba. We thank him very much. So that's that. I think I should
vary sometime, just because you now have a reputation of Yorubas voting for Yorubas all the time. You could have
Pansat, that's not the truth. I respect you as well. I enjoy you. Pansat, one thing about you. I've been trying to say this. Let me say this, Pansat, about you. You're intelligent, but you get in front of yourself so much of the time. Okay, you'll be going down the intelligent path, and you just trip yourself. It's like your shadow will jump out from beneath you and just like trip you. And you do that all the time. You're an intelligent person, but you get yourself involved in things that you need not. And I'm still waiting for you.
Arrow. Pansat has a ball chain around his ankle. Do you know what that ball chain is? It is tribe. You know,
yes,
he cannot get beyond it to have a conversation just for the elegance of the conversation. He is just so held by tribe. But there he is. What can you do?
Yes, the pride of the fact that he thinks he's more intelligent than the others. But he's an intelligent man. I do. You know, I see to that. But
give us an advice, okay? Let's say you are from the southeast, like me, right? And in that last election, you have an OB running, right?
Yes.
Let's say you support OB because of his virtue, right?
I couldn't. I didn't like OB before the 2023, so I couldn't, even if I was in Southeast.
It's that let's say, so play along with him.
Maybe let me do it this way. You're from the Southwest then, right? Right? You see, that's what I mean by you don't answer. You answer everything so fast, aside from when you're afraid of something. I don't know. But anyway,
because I'm certain I don't like him. I didn't like him before 2023. I didn't like OB before 2023. I didn't like him. There were reasons I didn't like him. I found him. I found him to be a liar a long time ago, and to be deceptive. And that was something I established sometimes around 2018.
What triggered that? What triggered that?
Actually, when it started coming out in 2018 with the I don't use convoy, that narrative, because I'd followed him before when he was a governor. I'd followed him I'd followed him quite a bit. I didn't grow up in Nigeria, but I had a passion for Nigeria. So I used to read a lot about Nigeria, and I used to read a lot about Nigerian politicians. And I have a very good memory. And I mean, it was like, this is the same OB that it's like he was just like, he was just like, and then he went on stage with Yemi Oshibajo, remember? And it just that whole container economics it just lost me around then, and I just since then it's just been down. It's just gotten worse.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up literally where I am. I've never lived as an adult in Nigeria.
I see.
I never even lived as a teenager in Nigeria. so
I see.
but
that's quite strange that you just dislike a candidate based on a lie about the convoy. And
no, not just that. I just find them to be. I don't like people who try to be. I don't like when individuals try to mislead people, because you think they're gullible. I think that's what it is. I think his actions are misleading. He sells a false rhetoric of himself, and that's why I don't like him. I don't hate him. I don't hate him. I wouldn't use the word like, because I don't want to, because the opposite of that will be maybe, you can use love and then H, I don't want to go into that like, dislike, love, H. I don't root for it.
That's a cogent point for you if that's what you feel. But did you have a chance to see his performance when he was in office?
I read about it and there's no reason for me to believe, and I know he didn't do anything exceptional. But it wasn't when he was a governor. It wasn't considered an exceptional governor. Okay,
if you read about it, like you said, you didn't spend any time in Nigeria. You're definitely not from his state, right? And now it comes down to veracity. If what is claiming that he did,
but not be proven.
I know, but I want you to extrapolate to the point that it's proven that it's true. His policies, his demeanor, his accountability, and then of course the man himself, non-arrogant and respectful.
Arrogant, don't allow him to reel you in. Okay?
He couldn't. He can try. He couldn't possibly do that. He won't be successful. But he can try.
Okay, it's okay. I'll take your analysis as your own opinion, and you're entitled to that. That's okay. Okay, when it comes to my turn, I'm gonna be asking you some more questions with my time, if you don't mind.
I think it's handed the baton to you anyway.
Yeah, okay. I have. I've submitted to your position. So.
Let me say that your voice, to me, is the first time I've heard your voice, and I believe that you sound like a sincere person. You may have the same disease all of us carry, which is tribal in nature, religious, or whatever. What are you? I'm a Christian. What are you, Christian or Muslim?
What does that matter?
It does matter, believe it or not. But you don't have to tell. If you don't want to divulge it, you don't have to.
I'm Christian by birth.
You're Christian by birth, but what are you practicing as an adult?
I go to church from time to time.
Okay, so you're Christian. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
but I'm indifferent. I'm very, very indifferent to other religions, and I'm actually more likely to defend a Muslim person against, if someone's a Christian beside me and they're talking nonsense, I'll pull their card. I don't subscribe to nonsensical talk. I don't.
Right. Okay, that's good.
And one thing is this: I'm not. I don't play all this ethnic stuff. I don't go down that road. I don't care much about it. It's either it is or it isn't, and that's what it is.
A lot of us succumb to doing it because of just the state of our country. And you know that we owe, for example, to China alone $5.16 billion, right? So data from the DMO, Debt Management Office. Like I said earlier, when it comes to our infrastructure and stuff like that, people are starving. This is a country that's blessed with all kinds of stuff. And I know that because of the little information you're giving out, you're not really a Nigerian, right? You're over there in Ireland or something like that. You spent a couple of holidays in Nigeria. But if you look on the news, we're not doing well at all. So with that 2x4, I was carrying to beat you over the head. I'm dropping it because it really doesn't matter. You are somebody who loves Nigeria. You're concerned about us, and you're doing things sincerely, albeit with a little tinge, I could say, of ignorance. You really don't know. Like somebody who's in the country would know, or somebody who grew up in that country would know. It's just a matter of life, right? So when you have a candidate such as oh, by the way, actually you were going to show it before. What is it?
Go ahead.
You were going to talk about Showore. So let me give you back some of your time, 2 minutes to talk about Showore. Then I would claim
it's a nuisance. I wouldn't waste too much of your time, it's a nuisance. That's what it is.
How so?
He's a nuisance.
How is it a nuisance? What? Yeah.
Showore knows he can. Showore's idea is that he wants to be disruptive.
Firstly, do you consider him to be a politician, Showore?
Well, he is. Once you practice, you're a politician. People think, okay, maybe because Nigerian politicians have made it into a career. But I mean, politics, anybody can be a politician. You can be a doctor and be a politician. So yes, he is a politician. It doesn't stop him from being a journalist or being an activist or whatever he wants to call himself. But he's a politician. He practices politics actively.
Okay, by the way, let me say that I do agree with you. I do have respect for him, though. I think he's been through a lot.
Oh, I do have respect for some of his activity with Sarari.
But what's the basis of that respect, though? Because a lot of people, there's a counter argument to say that a lot of these things is really just for a self-aggrandizement, just for show, just to print. He likes to print and peacock. That's just all it is.
He does.
I think Showore did, student union politics. I think in Lagos. It went from there. He did some Nzobu during the Abacha days. And I think it's not moved away from that. His mind he's grown older, and his mind has not improved beyond seeing the bigger picture. and he can't stop himself. He can't help himself. Even the Sahara Reporter stuff, it was almost malicious sometimes. They did eat pieces on people. They see they'd have a minister or some government officials and politicians. They do a hit piece on this guy, and but it did it. I mean, to the benefit of all of us as Nigerians, we got to know some of the nonsense and the dirty stuff the politicians were getting involved in. But there was some malice as well in some of the things he did. With Sahara reporters, especially during the Jonathan years. So he is a nuisance, a good nuisance to the benefit of some of us, but he is a nuisance still. But yeah, he's a journalist, and I guess most journalists that's just the way they are. They're just a nuisance.
All right, back to you, Pansar. I think a call came in for him just then. Dewali, you are there. I've called you several times. So Dewali, are you with us now?
Yeah, I'm here. I've been in and out of the
yes
of the show, but
your voice sounds low. Long day.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's always like that, but I'll be fine. Is Baba still on the show?
Yeah, Baba is here. Baba is here.
Wale,
Baba.
Bawo.
Fine, sir. Good evening, sir.
Kusuru. Mokiel.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh, man.
Yes.
I listened to Babanjale Kuku's submission earlier about his homeboy's associate being arrested in Lagos. In as much as I would not condone government recklessness when it comes to arresting people indiscriminately, once a death take off your hat, you don't play with such. I think to some extent we've seen what unscrupulous people could do, or the havoc they could wreak in a big city like Lagos. I don't think. Well, way before now, I think during the struggle for democracy, most of the activists at that time, those who are actually active in that activism, chose Lagos for the significance of the city, and they protested in a very peaceful manner. In some instances, we will see the federal government sending military operative to dislodge those people. But you see, what you have now, what actually happens during NSAS, there's no, whether at the state level or at the federal level, will sit back, fold their hands, and watch their city or watch any significant city in Nigeria go on flame. And that is the reason why they decided to be proactive. I'm not saying that arresting people is the way to go in democracy, but I do not have any information that they have. But like somebody said on this show tonight, if the federal government or state government have anything against those who are being arrested, they should charge them to court instead of just holding them for a couple of hours and for them to achieve whatever motive they are trying to achieve. But for that little NSAS protest that almost turned the entire state upside down, I don't think any government will wait till some that are not, part of the organization, or should I say, those who are trying to infiltrate them with the ulterior motive, will be allowed to do so. So, in order to take a active steps to want to forestall that, but arresting this particular individual is not just an unknown person, but an associate of Showore. Maybe it's just a way of government trying to forestall anarchy, because it is very easy for activists or people like this with good motive, but you have people that will hide behind that good motive of protest and decide to hijack and turn into something else. So, and with or without their knowledge. But like I said, I do not support indiscriminate arrest. But in a way, I paid money, I paid go. Any serious government will want to be proactive. And I think, even though protesting is a fundamental right of any citizen, in some advanced places, some to be able to have a well coordinated protest. In some cases, they do have, counter the authority for protection, because you might have some counter narrative group that want to, foment trouble. And to prevent that, they need authority to protect them. So, but in a case like this, I don't think a senator suggested to the authority uh, would. I mean, they would have done that because we have a penchant for Nigerians like to do things without recourse to authority. They don't even trust them in the first place anyway. But I mean, in the same clime, you will see them contacting, local authority, ambulance, uh, providers, and services like that, just to protect and to ensure that the life of the protesters and the property around are safe, in a way. But I'm just putting that out there. Not that I'm holding brief for the government, but I do not support, arresting innocent people that may or may not have anything to do with whatever the government is thinking. Anyway, and for June 12th is a significant part of the history of this country. It's unfortunate that history is not being taught. I'm not sure if it has been introduced back to our secondary school. Uh, the struggle for June 12th, we all witness it. Uh, the role every uh, actors of that era actually played. Um, it was apparent that the southwestern part of the country actually, not just Abiola alone, the southwest of the country was actually suffered in a way. Uh, at a point, the narrative shifted from Abiola and it became a public uh, thing that democracy is on demand, autocracy has to go. And we now started seeing people from other parts of the country joining that movement. But at the initial stage, when it was mainly political, a lot of people took a step back. They did not get involved. So, and what we have today, that we are able to look the state government in the eye or even abuse the president. Because you dare not, that short man called Abasha, General Sani Abasha, that man, to some, is like an angel, but for those who actually witnessed what he did when he was in charge of the affair of that country, uh, I don't think any Southwesterner will say anything good about him. In some part of South as well, because it seems South part of the country actually, they came in, in force and supported the Southwest in the struggle. I'm not so sure about other parts of the country. But you see, and I mean, we saw what he did in Ogoniland. This rejected every plea. Uh, Also, some of the assassinations that happened in the Southwest, even to the point that the wife of the subject matter actually, you know, lost her own life in that struggle. So um, we've gone a long way. That significance or the of June 12 in what we have now may not have been pronounced for those who actually have no idea, the journey of what we now have. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I think if you look at the way things are, even in the 1999, things were not the same way it is today. Today we can challenge um, people in charge of the affair of the country. Then you dare not, because we were just transitioning and we're not used to some of democratic process, and that is still the bane of what we are going through right now. Because some of the things that would have enabled us to build institution at that time, the person in charge of the affair was, I won't say he was nonchalant, but he himself was just finding his own bearing. Number one, he had to deal with the military and pushed the institution of those who were harboring the idea of taking over the government. One, two, the decadence in the society. It took a long time too, but in the process of trying to do that, a lot of mistakes were also committed. So yes, we have something to celebrate for every time Nigeria remember June 12 as a democracy day. If at all, those who lost their life, that is enough for us to, have, a rethink. Uh, I know some of us
Okay,
here can.
let me go ahead and reclaim my time. Adewale, thanks.
Where have we been past that?
Yeah, let me say that, Adewale, let me just respond to you quickly before I go back to what I was talking about with Arwa Gideba. A lot has happened since June 12th. June 12th was an egregious act to our democratic forays, but a lot has happened. We should be protesting February 25th. Should be protesting that. And even more contemporary issues that we should be protesting right now. We are in dire straits. We've got a problem. But I know where I am. If I don't want to dabble the session, I will have to give some respect to this platform. And as a Democrat myself, a lot of Yorubas on this platform. And I come here for that reason alone. I believe that I'm probably one of the only few people that can come here, disagree, because I do not disrespect. I do not get into the mud. Really, I just tell the truth, right? People don't want to hear the truth and they're upset with me because of that. But deep down, they're Nigerians. They know that the spirit by which I'm being disagreeable, I give it back. When somebody give me any nonsense, I give it back. And that's true. But I'm listening, I'm learning from the platform host, because, anybody, once you're a host, you could do a lot of things. You could remove somebody from a platform. You could limit their participation. You could do a lot of things, mechanical like that, but not the truth itself. That has to be sacrosanct, or in pursuit of the truth. I don't want people from the Southwest to always want to be the talk of the town. Somebody ran for office, the result was not released. In the spirit of committee, we say, okay, you won, right? We don't know what the results are. Somebody could be, the way you treat it, will be, for example, you know what, interesting, yesterday, Kolata, a kid here, he was insulting me, right? So I took my time for the first time. And I said, you know what, if I tell you what I was going to tell him, every Yoruba person would have been upset here. I was going to just start assaulting their KBACs and their Obas and stuff like that. But I didn't do it. I withheld. For the first time, I just looked at him as an individual, even though I'm upset with the platform. I spent about 2 years here, making sure he's going. If one man is in trouble, waiting for his crowd to come, I come here, jump in. If there's something, if he doesn't have news, I'll give him some. Many people don't know that. So, but we also have to be serious. When you see what happened on February 25th, we had a chance to elect somebody who would have got us out of the mess we have here. No matter what you say politically, it's okay, but that's the truth. Peter Obi is the best candidate in that election, and perhaps the best we've had in the continent. He's humble, very humble, respectful, hard worker, energetic, follows the rules, has no tribal animus, has no religious animus, wants to bring us together. But on top of that, he's already done the footwork of having the youth, majority of the youth, not all of them. Nobody gets all of them. Jesus Christ didn't get all of them. Nobody. I don't know about the Muslims who their own Messiah is over there, but Jesus Christ didn't get everybody to like him. So he's been a hard worker, and he obeyed the rules. He attended debates, and he made a remarkable challenge to his opponents. He says, "Look, you find something where I mismanaged state funds, I'll quit. I'll quit running," and he means that. So we look at his background. He's been chairman of banks. He says a trader, yeah, he's a humble man, but he's been chairman of banks where the most malfeasance take place. Now, he's belonged to a party on the other side. He belonged to a party that has been identified as not doing the best they could to bring to move us forward. That's PDP. But for somebody to say that the only thing you find faulty with him, where you cannot collaborate with him now, Bashowere, is that he was in that party, not what he did. And some go as far as saying that he invested his state money into where he had some interest in the past or things like that. That is not true, because he himself doubts where he put the money in, how much it was, what they gained from him putting it there. Now, some other more credible critics say what he needed at the time was not to put money in a bank. He should have invested it. What good is putting money in a bank? Now, that can be developed into something. But what somebody doesn't have the right to do is to besmirch him for things that are far-fetched, or say that anybody supporting him is doing that because of tribal reasons.
Pansat, can I interject for 1 second?
Yes, please. Yes.
It's very important.
Yes.
And it has to do with this conflict of interest. I know you live in the United States, and
Yes,
I suspect that you've worked for a corporate body before.
Yes.
And I know that you understand what conflict of interest means, and you understand what, like, at the corporate level. I mean, all of us do. I'm certain that many of us have been sat down by whoever we work for, and we've been forced to sit down for 2 hours or 1 hour or 3 hours and listen to this corporate governance stuff that they make us do every 1 year, every 2 years, or whatever. And one of the main things they talk about is what? Conflict of interest. You are suggesting that is, by the way, that the governor took 12 million and put it into a company where he had a majority stake. And you're speaking of it as though it's just by the way. You know that in part of the country or world where you live, where you are, that's not just a by the way situation. You could go to jail for that. So
when
don't
you're done,
suggest
are you done?
I'm done, but I don't want you to suggest it's just by the way.
No,
it's not by the way. That's a serious stuff. Like you don't. That's not just a by the way, or let's just gloss over that. I'm not saying that he's the only one. He's not the only one that's done it. There's people that have done far worse. Okay, Tinubu might be even a bigger culprit, but don't say that it's just by the way. What he's done is a very, very bad thing.
Okay, let me respond
from
to you this
from a corporate perspective.
Yeah, let me respond to you this way, because I find it to be a very, very egregious breach if somebody does that. And as a matter of fact, the way you judge conflict of interest is from just the appearance of it, right? It's the appearance that is the problem. Now, I've looked at that case, right? Listened to both sides and actually understood what's involved, and nothing could be further from the truth. That's not what occurred in that case. He did not take his own personal interest or those of his family, friends, right, in the financial or social factors that surround him to compromise his or her judgment, decisions, or actions in that workplace that he was placed as a governor. He didn't do anything like that, right? It's a serious thing if it's true. He put money in 3 banks. He used to be a shareholder in one of the banks, right? He did not make any interest and put in his pocket or do anything that's unethical, because first of all, how would he reveal it? He's the one revealing where he put the money. He's the one that's saying go and verify. Now, a lot of politicians, local politicians such as Atiku Abubakar, right, Tinubu and all those, they may lack opposition research material or how to do it. Showore doesn't. Showore was a contestant in that election. And all his life, what he's known for is actually opposition research, including, what would you say? There's nobody, not just opposition. He does research on every human being, aside from himself. He thinks he's a saint. More than that, he believes he has the power to determine who's guilty and not guilty. That's not reserved for even a journalist. If a journalist sees somebody doing something illegal, he still has to say allegedly when he does it, because in our country here is the jury or the judge that determines guilt or innocence, not the government, not the police, not the lawyers, not the DA, nobody. Only the court will determine who's guilty and who's innocent, along with our jury here, the jury system. So Peter Obi did not, I repeat, there's been a lot of lies about that, but if Peter Obi says something and somebody else says something, Peter Obi is right. He's that kind of a person. Nigerians are not stupid. Do you know how many Nigerians believe in this man? It's almost like coming out and say that Nigerians are stupid. They're not stupid. He couldn't fool all of us, no matter how much he tried.
Can I state some facts? It's been proven beyond doubt that Peter Obi, his family have a stake in the parent company of Eurobia. Is that fact?
Okay, but listen, here where I am, when you have a rich man such as Donald Trump, his hands is probably in everything, right? Either in the past or presently.
Donald's been proven as well to have a conflict of interest situation with his hotels and getting,
I know. Just hear what I'm saying. You have to differentiate between morals and ethics, right?
I know. Yes, I know the difference.
Excuse me?
I know the difference, yes.
Okay, so you have to apply in this case that knowledge. What you have to understand is something that is wrong or right. The conduct, if your conduct,
I'll tell you where Mr. Peter Obi was unethical. When he crossed the morality, when he crossed that morality bridge and got into the unethical section.
Okay.
The fact that it has been said, and it has not been disproved, that he did not seek legislative approval, to go ahead, and spend the money the way he did, which could then, if Nigeria was a serious country, be termed a misappropriation of public funds.
All right,
which could be a criminal matter.
No, listen to me. You are jumping from one thing to the other so fast without considering the past one. What I'm saying to you, right? In that particular bank deposit issue, and if you stipulate that you now understand that he didn't do anything wrong there, you say cross into ethics. When you cross into ethics, then you must have broken some law.
Yes, he did not seek legislative approval. That's the law he broke.
Okay, no, hold on. That's we're gonna get to that. When you talk about somebody breaking a law, then you're gonna have to prove that person, especially if it's in the criminal act itself, right? You're gonna have to convict that person beyond a reasonable doubt. One man doesn't like this particular discussion when you're talking legalese and stuff like that, but you have to. If somebody comes out, if he did anything wrong, he would have been either accused of it formally, there'd be an information, he'd be solved, and then before you begin to make such absolute conclusions and statements, you don't have anything like that. And in Nigeria, most governors get charged. For example, this Rufai right now, he got charged, but the Northerners and Muslims do not answer in the court. They answer in editorials on TV and talk shows. They never get charged. Somebody like Rufai, when you're doing an investigation like they do with Emefiele, they should be apprehended and put in custody. Somebody like Buhari, it's a lot of allegations. Somebody like Tinubu even. But only the Southeasterners and South-Southerners get charged and they put in custody and have to answer to the judge. Somebody like Rufai, you're talking about a lot of money. But I'm not even concerned with the money more than there are allegations that he participated in genocides, massacres, stuff like that. There are a lot of allegations on those people. You don't have anything like that with Peter Obi. Now, there are some who've made allegation about his treatment of his people. IPOB, for example, and there were allegations that there were bodies found in rivers. Now, those are serious allegations, but he answered those. He says, look, I'm not in charge of securing my state. It's impossible for me to do X, Y, Z. Now, his critics...
He didn't answer those allegations where it was most important, though. He didn't.
No.
He avoided it. And he actually got some legal assistance to avoid it.
No, well, that's what we're supposed to do. An innocent person could get legal assistance. Just because you get a legal assistance doesn't make you guilty.
Well, you're painting him as a moral warrior.
I know that's what I'm doing.
Why didn't he show up where he mattered? He should have showed up to the when after the NSAS and when all the different panels were set up, he was invited.
Yeah, but
and even and the funny thing at the panel, there could have been legal consequences after the panel. But at the panel, it wouldn't have been subjected to any legal consequence at the panel itself.
But listen,
but he didn't show up. He had the opportunity to show up.
No, listen to what I'm saying. In any jurisprudence, we practice Western jurisprudence in Nigeria, so it's not different from what we have here in the United States. Those Abakwan no fee that you're talking about, I don't know how to translate that Igbo maxim so you could understand it. All those are just pure gossip, nonsense, right? If somebody's summoned, if you are summoned by a commission that has a jurisdiction that's properly instituted to undertake such a thing, you have to appear. You cannot go by gossip. It has to be on the official records. It's not something that he can obey or disobey.
Was he officially invited? Yes, he was. Did he go to court?
How do you know? What's the date of that?
If he wasn't officially invited, he wouldn't have gone to court to seek an injunction to stop them from actually.
Well, that's a response. Hold on, that's a legal response. If you're summoned or there's a legal action against you, and you seek injunction, that's a response. You
can't then claim that he was never summoned.
No, but
your claim a few seconds ago was where's the proof that he was summoned?
No,
the proof that he was summoned is the fact that he actually went ahead. Maybe he did it ahead. He did it to stop the possibility of a summon.
Okay.
But the fact is, if he has a clip, if he's an honest man, as you're trying to paint him, he would have, because he put himself up as the people's champion. If I'm the people's champion, truly, I'll be very, very eager to help the people put their minds to rest.
Let me disabuse you of one thing. Using these words carelessly. For example, an injunction is something An innocent person would seek and obtain. It's an order to restrain a person from doing some action, threatening them or invading them. Do you understand?
It cannot be concluded to be innocent. Well,
No,
yeah,
but
that's true. Well, you're innocent until you're probably guilty. But
right.
well, I guess yeah.
No,
Well,
but
I guess
don't make it too what I'm going by, and we shouldn't spend too much time on this because you have nothing to stand on. All that kind of talk works when you're gossiping, when you're being serious, right? If somebody seeks an injunction, and usually to compare, the court makes what in this case will be a predetermination. All right, it could be a hearing. They just don't do it without prejudice. Do you understand what I'm saying? You just don't walk into a courtroom and say, okay, give me an injunction. You have to state it and answer questions. In that special case, the court will then do something to compel. When you've done that, you're innocent. Yeah.
Do you want an injunction? I can get you one tomorrow. It will only cost you some money. It's in Nigeria. Okay,
yeah,
everybody can get an injunction in Nigeria, so don't let us put it as though an injunction is.
I agree generally, and that's not what I'm saying. And let's not spend too much time on that because you have to bring something that passes the test. You know, when you go to a court, right, you want to introduce an evidence. There'll be a hearing, and a lot of the stuff you think are gonna get in don't get in. You could bring something that is just like a photograph of what happened, and probably because of the way you got it. Or whatever, the court can rule it out. It won't come into evidence. So that's why court, it's important now. We know Nigerian courtrooms, you saw what happened in the last election, right? We don't have a court. That's true, but it is so wrong to take a man like Peter Obi and be doing what you're doing, right? Because he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. We are making a judgment, okay? That's math involved here, just your basic arithmetic. You have to take Peter Obi, his virtues and his vices, right? Then you also have to look at Tinubu. You have to look at Showore. You have to look at Atiku, their vices and then their virtues. And then at the end, you're going to try to pick out the best because that's just the way it works, even here in the United States. We're in a tease right now because we have to choose between Trump and Biden. That's it. It's a binary choice in that case. So the point I'm making to you is that
all right. The audience are inviting us. They want us to move away from Peter Obi. I think people are bored of his name, but
it's okay. This guy is quite sincere, so I really wanted to convert him over to
no. You can carry on and land. Yeah.
Let me land by saying this to you, Mr. Ogede. But you know, I've been praising you here all night, and I believe you deserve that. But at some point, you then have to try to be reasonable, right? You go out there trying to say what is wrong with Peter Obi, but you have to compare him to others. He may not be a saint, but so it is not yours. It's Ajan Lekoko's, right? Like Showore doesn't have a secretary in his party. Doesn't have a.
He's the chairman and he's the
chairman.
Candidate.
Yeah. He and on top of that, then he gets accused of pilfering a lot of money from that party, right? The government accuses him of all kinds of crimes, including treason, and some of them are offenses in UAE. What is that? Kuwait or whatever.
Yeah. But that was nonsense in the end. In the end.
It's nonsense in the end because we know that Showore, we give him credit, he won't be able to do something like that. But I don't know. I used to say he lacks judgment. Somebody who lacks judgment can do anything, right? Now, let me just conclude by saying that I've said it a few times. Showore is not. If you really don't like corruption, like he's made his name with that, Peter Obi is the man. He's not a corrupt person. No matter what you do, you could say whatever you want here today about the bank. No, hold on. Let me please. We have to move away from Peter Obi. So I'm trying to conclude by saying,
let's move away from Peter Obi.
No matter what you say, Nigerians were not stupid. Peter Obi is not a corrupt human being. Period. He's the best human being that any country, any continent has ever produced. We ought to be proud of that. Let me go on to say.
You're saying that with a straight face.
Hold on. Now, let me say something to you. Showore, right? lacks judgment, because if P2B is his only the only time that he's done something that doesn't make any sense, yeah, maybe you give him a pass. But during the time of Jonathan against Buhari, right? Show what it says in 2015 that there's no difference between Jonathan and Buhari, right? Now, that karma was instant, because once he did that, helped to usher in Buhari. Buhari grabbed him, threw him in jail for many months, probably a year. He was criticizing Jonathan and his wife. He was writing articles. He wrote like 151 articles against Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, our public servant, a woman who's now heading the World Bank or whatever it is that she's heading over there. Sowore got thrown into jail for many months. They were beating him up in courtrooms so that he could understand that he had supported a thug, a former dictator, different from a civilian that he couldn't discern. But do you think he learned a lesson from that? No, he doubled down. As a matter of fact, now when I say this, some people say, well, do you have proof? In my opinion, even not only did they throw him in jail, they're complicit in murdering his brother, deprived him of his rights, left him in a city without leaving Abuja for a long time, and until he was saved by some judges with some sense. So then came 2023 election, then you have the same cabal. That's Buhari, Tinubu, all these people. Sowore wants us to believe there's no difference between Tinubu and Peter Obi. If you're like that, there's something wrong, and it might be corruption. This is beyond tribal. One man. Now, this answers the earlier question you had when I was driving.
Let me tell you this. You see, I've been listening to you.
Yes.
Spin your propaganda and lies against Sowore. You know quite well that Sowore never supported what do you call it? Buhari. But this is the lie that you obedient, and that is why a lot of people cannot stand you people lies and propaganda. Just the same way your principle lies, and and continue lying, and all this lying is coming to open, and people doesn't even want to see him as a serious politician. You see,
would you play a video if I gave it to you right now? I'm sure with his site. So he has a video. He has a video of that on his site.
Yeah,
he's not denying it.
I don't mind one man playing that video.
If he wants to play, have you seen the video, Aja? I have two videos of him doing that, right? I have two videos, and I showed it. Incidentally, I showed it at Niger Watch, and he made the news in Nigeria, right? Because he was denying it. He went on a show and denied it. But then I went on Niger Watch late at night, our time, and I showed it, and they let me play from my computer, and he made the news. And from that day, he was debunked. He never said that again. He did do that, and it's on his own site. It's on Sahara Reporter, and he videotaped it himself. That is why you cannot. Now, but hold on, Aja, let me say something, because
I'm sure when that video is played, it's going to be a different thing that we are going
as
to
a matter of fact,
but your interpretation.
No. It cannot be over exaggerated.
Your way of
don't make the moderator. He's already coughing. Let me conclude by saying this. Obviously, I like Sowore, right? I'm not. I used to call him when he was just about corruption. Years ago, I call him in New Jersey, and I say, look, we have more problems than corruption, right? But let me say to you that there was something I was checking, and one man, I made this point before. I said, you know what he did in 2023 is just beyond the pale. He has to get along with others, but I wanted to know if being in that custody, it's not easy going to custody in Nigeria with this DSS and all these goons, right? I want to know if it's a loss of judgment. All right, but I'm still on the fence on it because I looked at what he did when he was in New Jersey publishing that articles, and he was going after Konjiwala. Like I said, Dora Kunyili, he actually published a photograph. Hold on.
Are you coming after from your tribal
No.
angle? You're using because hold on, because all these people you are mentioning now, all these people that serve in a corrupt government, Jonathan government.
Yes.
So those are the people that you are defending. Oh, he went against Wejala. He went against.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you can't serve under a corrupt or within the group of corrupt people. So what do you think? How do you think you're going to be described?
Baba, let me even help you. Baba, let me help you. Baba, when you serve as the with the minister, what did they call Okonjo at the time? The minister of the economy, what do they call her?
Yeah, the coordinating minister.
Coordinating minister of the economy.
Yes.
And then she wrote a book some years after to say that she absolutely had no clue as to what was happening. Come on, Pansat.
But look, she has been vindicated, right? Because she's the Director General of World Trade Organization. Now, hold on now. Hold on.
Pansa, hold on.
Hold on, please. Hold on now.
Give me 1 second of that time of yours. I yield the floor for you to continue, but it just wants 1 minute. You know, in that administration, that Jonathan administration, it is possible for Mrs. Okonjo-Iweala to say that she was not aware of some of the things that are going on. You know who was ruling supreme in that administration? It was the Minister of Petroleum, Desani. She was like a de facto vice president of that administration. She ruled with iron hand. So the like of Okonjo-Iweala probably may not have been privy to a lot of things, or they decided to look the other way around. But she's still one of the best that we have in the country. And I will not accuse her of something that I cannot substantiate it. But her being in that administration.
Okay, thank you very much.
She was not tainted.
Yeah. So because I was saying that she's been vindicated because presently, right, she is serving as the Director General of the World Trade Organization since March of 2021. The first woman, the first African man or woman to lead the World Trade Organization as Director General. We should be proud of her.
Stop this, man.
Hold on, please. Let me land now. Hold on now. Let me land.
Hold on.
Let me land. You continue.
Is Buhari administration that you have called a corrupt administration that supported her to get that position?
No.
So
even if they support,
hold on.
He's a global finance
if Buhari had not supported her,
she will still
for
get
that
it.
position, she will have failed.
Please, don't make one man comment. I think he's asleep. Let me speak a little and you speak.
I'm here.
I'm surprised. Look, one man, I'm saying that Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is a G-con. Nigerian
that is not true.
Let me land.
Woman too.
One man, you see the genesis of the noise, right? You're gonna have to let me land now.
It is an administration that started this borrowing when the country was making huge money.
2 minutes and I'll yield. 2 minutes and I'll yield.
Come on, man. Stop this.
Let me land in 2 minutes and I'll yield. Okay, it's only fair. I should speak longer, but I won't do it.
Sanusi were the one, going against the government policy. They are the ones speaking out. Remember when she granted an interview? I think it was a TED talk somewhere. Yeah. And she mentioned about what was going on there. The same way with Sanusi.
This is what. Hold on. I said 2 minutes. I'll be done. So this is why, when we hear anybody criticizing Obi, then we know you have no credibility. What do you want? You want an angel? Here is the woman that her previous offices were Minister of Finance for our country. Budget and National Planning of Nigeria, 2011 to 2015. She educated MIT, graduated in 1981. So you take a woman with that kind of accomplishment and you're going to use a tabloid trash, Chowore, if she's the only one who did that, you know, Dora Akunyili, a gracious woman, a gracious African, a patriot that loves her
So
country.
they are saints.
There was a NASDAQ told
Okonje, well, they are saints. So they are, if you want to tell me if they are fully investigated, they can't see
no, hold
some
on now. I'm trying to
elements
what I did. What I did is that
practices in what what are you guys talking
with all due
yeah.
respect, that woman has never been fingered for any corrupt practices.
Thank
She was
you.
not
because she's
involved.
never been
No,
investigated.
Okay, I yield.
African,
I yield
man.
back. Go ahead. I
Because they
yield back.
never investigated her.
No, the way
No, don't
federal
defend.
government,
Look, don't
the
defend
way
this.
federal government, this woman
When
served under
somebody
PDP.
is not, I mean, if look,
Tabajale Koko,
she
hear me out.
was they never investigated this woman.
Because there was
If they
nothing to link to her. This woman is a thoroughbred professional. And I will tell you this. I happens to have somebody who actually know her in the academic circle. And, you know, this woman served under PDP. APC administration gave her recommendation for the position that she's occupying at this moment.
Sorry, Dewale, just give me 1 microsecond. I was just about to bail out, but Mike is here now. So I hand over to Mike, Bosun, Alexander Gomez, Isaac Ojo, Ayo, severally. Sorry to stop your flow, but I wanted to bail out. Kulata, there is right there. Ola joins that space as well. Tima Jack, and then Adeyemi Badejo. I think that's the first intro to that space. And One Nigeria. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Mike, over.
Like I was saying earlier, that woman was never fingered for any corrupt practices. Another party, different from the one she served, gave her a recommendation for the position she's occupying today. I agree with you that there's no way she would have occupied that position without the input of the home government of our home country. So, and if there's anything, the way the federal government was going after the Asani, with every government mechanism or apparatus around, nobody stopped Okonjo Iweala from traveling, not even EFCC. So, I mean, if at all we want to finger people that actually play prominent role in the Jonathan administration, that we can say we perceive to be corrupt, not Okonjo Iweala. This is somebody who...
okay, and today she's never been accused of any, corrupt practices or whatsoever. But Assad is having...
I'm here.
Yeah, Assad is having a kind of dissatisfaction at Sahara, the reporter, for publishing. I don't know what they published against Okonjo Iweala. I want to.
No, I was saying that she's been vindicated because after Sahara Reporter published 151 articles, 1 neutral, 150 negative, then the WTO appointed her, which means they're saying Showore is full of shit. Basically, they all that there's 151 articles by Sahara Reporters and Showore, right? One of them is neutral, 150 is negative. So it was a smear campaign that they undertook on her. So when she was being vetted for that post, they saw all that, and then they still hired her. Since then, she's still there since 2021. So that repudiates Showore. Like most serious people, if you look into her allegations on Dora Akunyili. Now, I'm mentioning these women because in those days, those servants who were in the government, for whatever reason, the other tribes don't let their women rise and go to school, right? And become patriotic Nigerians and give back to their country. The Southeast does. So he went on a campaign of calumny against all these public servants, including, now these two are exemplary people. That's why I'm saying it. Somebody like Dora Akunyili with NASDAQ, the Igbos are normally accused of importing drugs that are not up to par. She went on a war campaign against those people because she's a patriotic Nigerian. So when she was dying, now this is case I made. Remember, I don't know if you watched Dr. Damages, when one of the people that work for Sahara Reporters, a white boy, he came on that platform. So, and I was challenging him on this issue, right? They took pictures of this woman in a dying bed when she's going through chemotherapy and had her hair gone. Women don't play with that, that kind of stuff. This boy, this Showore, took pictures of her in a dying bed and published it on her thing. This is one of our public servants. I could see if you do with somebody who's been convicted of a crime or a very bad person, you shouldn't do that anyway. When somebody's dying, he's supposed to have a heart. He had no empathy. He has no heart. He only laughs when he's in the dorm with his friends.
That is
Hold on.
When you know that his organization is different from his personality. So when your reorganization,
I beg to differ.
No, it's him. In his political party, he's the chairman. He's the secretary.
I beg to differ.
Was a hit. They're like the Daily Mirror. They only do eat pieces. Don't let us deceive ourselves.
I beg to differ.
Now, when Chowore was in jail, Sahara Reporter was still working. Sahara Reporter published a lot of things against Buhari's administration when Chowore was in jail. When he was placed under restriction in Abuja, he couldn't work. So, but Sahara Reporter,
yes, I agree. Showore, I mean, you're right. It's not
you should separate that organization.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not everything that you have to listen to.
Yeah, Mansa, before you agree with Abanjale Koko, how many articles has Sahara Reporter written against the publisher himself? How many?
Publisher.
Huh?
The publisher. What kind of question is that?
No. I'm saying if.
What kind of question? How many articles has the Nation written against Tinubu?
No, you say you cannot match the personality of the owner, and
you can.
the media itself. Of course, it's a valid question.
You just like you are saying Tribune should be writing against Chief Obafemi Awolowo.
Of course, what are you talking? If not because they're biased and they're following the publishers directly.
It doesn't work like that.
No, Adewale, what kind of question is that now?
It's a valid
question. Hold on, what if
I've not even taken anything in months. When you set up a media house, you set it up.
How many times has Rudolph? What is the owner of Fox News and the Sky News in London? How many times have they published anything against
the fact that the media house will not publish anything?
Don't go that route, man. You know that you don't have
go that route. You can go that route. You know why? You can go
that question doesn't make sense, man.
It does make sense.
Adewale, you are just allowing Passat to continue all this
Passat said something now. None of you even try to call him up on that. Passat said that Yoruba people don't educate their women, and you people just let him go and get away with it.
And well, there
was that one that was there for finance minister for a little bit and ran back to
who is the director general of NAFDAC at the moment?
Of NAFDAC? I don't know. You got me there.
Okay, look at
Mojisola Adeyeye.
It's a Yoruba woman.
She's doing fantastic. She's an Igbo woman.
By the way, that's what they do now. Whenever they do something like this, they make it look like
does it even make sense?
But listen to me. The spirit that said that, right? It wasn't a criticism. I'm saying that's what we need more. In essence, I'm not saying anything bad about it.
My friend.
I'm saying, hold on.
Having grudges against Showore because Sahara Reporter published against Igbo.
No. If I tell you what I did for Showore to be released, right? I did a lot, right? I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not.
You will do anything.
No. If I tell you, first of all, you won't believe it. I worked very hard, right?
You walk.
Showere, I'm not against Showere, right? What I'm saying is that I am looking at it to see if when he was in DSS custody, if they gave him some. Right now, he's completely gone off. I mean, he doesn't get along with anybody. He doesn't make any sense. If you want to complain about Peter Obi, lay it down, because he has this Sahara reporters can investigate. If there's something Peter Obi did, say it. You're free to say that, but don't say because he was in the PDP, therefore you're not going to work with him. You come to Mogalu, you don't want to get a secretary. You don't want to get people to populate your party, right? You just want to go by yourself. You're going to call people to come out to protest. There's a threshold you need to protest against the Nigerian government, or they're going to just, if they see a dozen people or even a score, they're going to wipe you out. You need the people with you. Some of them are not going to be sent, right? So he needs to do that. But I noticed that it's more, I think it's some kind of psychosis, right? Because who's going to do that? Who's going to see Peter Obi, right? And you are against corruption. That's your man right there. Because no matter what Nigerians say about him, you have to compare him with what we have on ground. You're not going to have the kind of Nigerians you wish you had. You're going to have the Nigerians you have. We know that a lot of Nigerians in the political class are very corrupt. This man left office, they haven't bought him a bottle of water. He claims that. Was I there? No. But he claims it. So if you go and find out that he took a land or that he's getting paid still, then it's an easy case. But as far as it comes out and say, hey, look, since I left government, this place did not buy me a bottle of water. I left X amount of millions of dollars and pounds and this. And then if you go there, he did leave it, right? You go there, they didn't buy him a bottle of water. Right. So when you then want to make a case against Peter Obi, it has to be really something serious. You can't be going by insinuation and guesswork. Right. That would be wickedness, because we need more people like Peter Obi. If the Nigerian government is populated by Peter Obis, it's not a panacea. It doesn't mean we're not going to have any problem, because somebody like myself, I wouldn't save the money, right? If I need to build certain things, if I need to go to space, if I want to build a supercomputer, if I want to equip all the laboratories with supercomputers or whatever, I'm going to spend that dough, right? So, but he doesn't. He's probably one of those that want to save money for a rainy day. So you cannot go beyond that to start criticizing things that are, lying, pretty much. Well, for what? We need the country to do better. We need more people like Peter Obi. We need more people like Showere, right? They are not the same, but we need the Showere, just like right now. If we need to hit the streets, Showere is good for that. He's got courage like that. His eyes are open. So he's younger, and then it's not a choice. It's a false choice to say, do we need Obi or do we need Peter? We need both. So he drops the ball when he doesn't go, okay, let me reach out to Peter Obi and see how I'm going to work with him. He drops the ball by saying, why can't...
You want your rep to come and work with a package fraud. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's yeah, go ahead.
Package fraud.
If there's one thing to be used to senior Sowore by far, he has executive experience. And he has money. He has connection more than Sowore. And he has political connection than Sowore. So where Obi works...
Political connection among the corrupt politician, right?
It doesn't matter whether corrupt.
Is this our Adewale that here today? Is this our Adewale? I want to know if Adewale, you the same Adewale that come here.
Sowore cannot even crawl. So you can't even compare the two.
Exactly.
You see the way they accepted Obi more than Sowore. They departed like a Red Sea from Sowore. They moved to Obi. What do you think?
It is a politics of tribalism,
they were waiting for
religiosity, and corruption. That is why you see people like all of them in that political class.
Aja, let me tell you something you don't know. I don't want it to work. I don't want P2B to be elected.
Are you surprised?
Nigeria,
tribal support and religious support.
Listen to me.
But that was the backbone of.
I'm hoping Nigeria doesn't do it, because we want out. The only way Nigeria work right? You could take this to the bank. It's P2B puts it back together. If not, we're gonna be gone, and then we're gonna kick some ass in that country. So the only chance you guys have is to get it right in the next few.
Pansat, on that note, have you seen your brother Nedon Woko? He wants to give you people at Nyoma State.
That guy is not an Igbo guy. Okay, there are some Igbos. There are a lot of people that have Igbo name. They're usually from the fringes of states.
But he wants to give you Nyoma State. He wants to add Nyoma State to the southeast region. You're not happy with that?
I don't want anything.
I don't want anything from Anambra. It's not Igbo.
I don't want anything from him. The point I'm making is that we have a lot of bad politicians from that southeast, right? The only good one is Peter Obi. A lot of us come here, for example, if you let Des talk now, he will tell you. We say Okorocha, what is the other? Ozodema. And then when we're saying it, say, oh, because the only thing, there are two things that concern the Yorubas. I'm not going to make any friends here after what I'm about to say. Here's what it is. The only concern Yorubas have with the South is that P2B doesn't become president. Any other Igbo man can be president. Two, that Southeast doesn't get along with the South-South. Why? We're not against the Yorubas. You did Amoteko here. We supported you. You claim that.
How did you support Amoteko?
Did you see any Igbo person say, "Hey, why let the Yorubas get Amoteko? They may break off." There's not a single Igbo man that I know. Hold on.
On what basis do you want to? On what
There's
basis
not
do
a
you
single
want to
Igbo man
go against Yoruba?
No, hold on now. Hold on.
Excuse me, panelists. Excuse me. Why do you? Excuse me. Why do you allow
Pansat go after Yoruba? You want to go against
Ajale Koko?
Yoruba land?
Why do you go allow Pansat to change the topic of discussion?
He's not changing the topic. You stay on the topic.
He changed it to Peter Obi.
Him now.
Adewale, what you have done is
I'm scared about supporting me. What do you got planned?
And he has been talking for almost 1 hour now. And then you kept quiet. You said you didn't change the topic.
I may have at a point.
People
do not understand or value your presence on this show, and I want to give you that crown tonight. So give them.
You know, the scary thing is that
about 2 weeks can't be getting down already. If
Patoski there with them today. No, what I mean is that if the Igbos want to set up Amoteko, right? Let's say Igbos want to set up.
I think we should have another thing to discuss. If you allow Pansat to continue like this is the whole thing, and they will keep talking and talking and talking. Let's discuss something else now. If we are the one talking about Peter Obi, they will say Yorubas are talking about Peter Obi. He's the one that started this Peter Obi issue now.
All right, I'll mute myself.
Simba, are you familiar with this guy called Chinedu Okoli?
No.
Okay, his name is Chinedu Okoli, but popularly called Flavor, right? The guy that sang the Big Baller, right? So I understand.
The musician.
Yes. So he's from Anambra State, and his father.
Okay, Flavor. I know Flavor now.
And instead of him to take his father to Anambra, he went to Enugu to do the final burial. How come? And he claimed that
they said they said he buried the father in Anambra, but because the father lived in Enugu.
Is that what the excuse?
That is the excuse.
What I heard was that because of insecurity, that was the reason why.
It's insecurity.
Of course, yeah.
Security. That's why the guy even lamented that it was because of insecurity he have to go.
And he once supported Samuel Ekpa before. He even sang in his favor before.
It wasn't insecurity, please. I don't know why you guys are lamenting on insecurity.
This has woke up from.
I'm just listening to you guys. I'm just busy. That's
what was the reason why he chose to go to Enugu?
Someone just answered the question. Like mostly, people that live like me. I'm from Imo, and I lived my whole life in Anambra. Or my dad. Let's say my dad and his whole life was in Anambra, in Onitsha specific. I'm gonna wanna do some sort of ceremony because all his friends is in basically Anambra, if you get what I mean. So it's like, why take it to Imo where he doesn't know nobody? Then
But you
It's
went
just
and
basically what happened.
he went and buried him in Anambra. If you could take his father to Anambra to bury his father, why?
So the people that knows if they cannot travel to Anambra to go and celebrate him
Those
after
people
that.
that know would travel to to bury their loved ones. So they don't joke with home.
What is the distance between the whole southeast that somebody cannot travel from Enugu to go to Anambra? It's something that doesn't take 2 hours.
They have
It's not
government and
your
those
dad,
snipers
right?
everywhere.
If your
Don't
dad
mind them.
by if your dad by bury him as you want,
We
leave Flavor
a
alone.
lot of
Yeah,
Igbo
but that
people
is not true. Igbo
that
no,
died in, they
forget their
took their
homes.
body
They will
to
take that person
Igbo land. They did all the
The one that died in Lagos,
they
why
didn't
can't they
come
do
back to
the
Lagos to do the ceremony. I mean, what is this lie? What are you saying?
It's not a lie. I'm telling you the
We
facts.
told
If
you
you
what
wanna
we have lived with
Ajali
Igbo
Coco,
people
if
that
you
all
wanna doubt it, that's your issue.
Igbo
I'm
people
telling you what happened.
grew up, live all their life in Lagos. When they
the
died,
one that died in Kano, they will go and
all the
celebrate. They will
party,
go and do the burial in Kano, Abi.
they didn't do
If he
anything.
live in Kano.
Do the big bear in their hometown, build mansion for that as well. Yeah, wait.
The Igbo that I know do not joke with tradition. They will take that person home, give that person proper burial. So for someone in his status as a musician, a known person, to have boycotted Anambra, it was a big celebration in Enugu. By the way, you guys don't even see Enugu as one of the core Igbo anyway. So, and to talk of Ebonyi, you don't suffer for the hand. This.
But Pastor already did. You
Let's
already
say this.
denied
Let me say this, yeah, because people are confusing something. First of all, Flavor grew up in Enugu. I hope you guys know that. He's from Anambra. Yeah. He grew up in Enugu. His music started from Enugu. It's basically it's like every of his connection is in Enugu. His father grew up in Enugu. So I don't see any bad thing about him trying to
So what
do some
about the
sort of
ones that grew up in
ceremony.
Lagos, did all
I
their
don't
business
care
and
about
everything
them.
in
We're
Lagos?
not talking about them. We're talking about Flavor.
So
If you
why
want to
can't they
go that
do
route,
this?
that's their business.
You cannot be
Focus
giving
on
that
the
excuse. That's
ball.
what you are saying. That is a lie.
Took his mother to Oba, turning animal in that small town. You can't tell me, because he could as well done it in Abuja or do it in maybe Lagos, but he took his mother back home for burial. Obi Kubana. So, and people went with him. People followed him to that dusty, rusty town. They didn't care about the situation or the condition of the town. They went there to celebrate his mother. So you can't tell us here this.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up. Obi Kubana did the burial of his mother just last year, right? There was no insecurity or nothing. You can't tell me you can't tell me that is the insecurity that was a problem. Please don't say that, because even at the time Obi Kubana did his burial, there was Southeast was worse than it is right now.
There's level to this thing. How many
right now?
did Obi Kubana went home?
What did you say?
I said there's level to this. How many security operative did he went home with? The whole place was there with military and police.
And you think Flavor can't afford security?
Flavor doesn't
Is that
have
what
that
you're saying?
Flavor
P2B actually came to that.
It doesn't have
P2B
that
came to that burial. You know that, right?
That is different.
But it's gallivanting around the place now. Does he have any other job?
Go there.
Mike, I beg, moderate. Don't put your mouth in
We're
this
trying
thing.
to tell you that Obi will go to anywhere there's a action shoot.
No, that's not Obi. You don't just say you don't know Obi. Obi don't just go anywhere.
So why did he go to Flavor's father's burial then?
Obi goes where his friends are doing stuff. Obi is friends with
Maybe he went there to eat
Flavor. If you, I can show you several pictures.
And I bet you
Obi.
he wore a dark cloth that you always do.
I can show you several videos. You see Obi and Flavor together. So don't say
when?
that he's just.
Since when?
You want me to provide the videos?
Since
it's just
when?
Say you don't know.
Since
just
when?
Say you don't know.
I mean, yeah, but you are informing us now, and I'm asking
Since
you a question.
Long time.
Okay. We'll take your word.
My brother.
The guy is gallivanting. Just accept it. I don't know why this one is so difficult.
Lagos case, right? That is because look, I mean, is
The
this
guy is gallivanting. Just accept it. I don't know why this one is so difficult in Lagos case. Right? That is just look.
Simba?
I mean,
Simba,
the guy is gallivanting. Just accept it. I don't
Michael.
know why this one is so difficult in Lagos case. Right? That is
Simba off Michael. Who is listening to Simba? Thomas or Mike, mute this mic. Can anybody hear me? Good.
Yes, what is going on? Somebody is echoing.
The Simba that is making prescription and at the same time trying to let us know that he's a doctor. You know, but all the same, the insecurity in the East is that's gotten to that point where everybody is trying to. Did you guys watch the obese Cubanas priest, or what is his name? Everybody is one priest or the Babalawo these days. The guy said, through the translation, that he left East to come to Lagos because of insecurity. And he didn't just come to Lagos, he connected himself with the mighty people. That's why the EFCC could charge him to court and he was given a bond. He was able to bail himself out. While the likes of, what is his name? The other cocksucker, what's his name? I forgot his name now. Pansat brother. Bobrisky can be lying. Okay. I don't even know whether it's whether they put him in the female cell or the male cell. But you see, that is how connected.
That boyfriend.
Yes, it's his last his cousin or somehow.
I don't know why Pansat is not angry with Cubana chief priest. Because that guy supported Obi, was going up and down Obi. And within 2 weeks, he wasn't supporting Tinubu in Lagos, he was supporting Sanwo-Olu.
Because since then, bread is buttered now. These people
since then, he has joined Opus Odima and he's campaigning up and down for Opus Odima. So that one is just following money. There's no loyalty.
Earlier there was a discussion on this show. I think yesterday or so. It started yesterday. We were talking about Dangote's connection with the government, and someone said, "Look, I think it was one man that said Nigeria has been sold to Dangote." Look, in 1991, there was a booming in the banking sector. The federal government then through the ministries were handing out licenses to people. That's how the likes of the GTB and the rest were able to get their license. They were young fellow then. And the military officers were trying to hide their money somehow, somewhere. And they decided they're going to give, these young sharps licenses. There are a lot of mushrooms banks as well. I'm talking about microfinances, financial companies also springing out there. But you see, everybody wants to be on the side of the government because it has been known in this country, in Nigeria, that government is not consistent when it comes to policy. So they shift their focus every now and then, especially where there's a new administration. And you want to be on the good side of the government. So what do? You join hand with the government, you support their cause, you put your money there where your mouth is, in a way so that you'll be able to have a contribution, a say to how that industry is being run as well. That is why you see the likes of Dangote of today seems to be, connected and powerful. Yes, because he positioned himself. My only fear is that of, being running a monopolistic system where everything has to be consumed. Every other businesses has to be, under or run under. And that is my fear. But you want in a country like ours.
Your argument is self-defeating now. You said the position is set, and you said your fear is that it's going to
Well, yeah, but you know, everyone.
Who are those people that gave him that monopolistic power? If not the corrupt system and the corrupt politician.
Yeah.
I mean, we
if you look at it, Evangelical,
we are not. We don't have,
we are a third world country.
it's not a that
No, it
creates
is.
that.
It is. We are just imagining.
Our system does not create a level playing field for competition.
It has never been.
Favoritism, some people are not allowed to, go into some certain business. You'll be crushed. The system will crush you. The system will frustrate you, and things like that. So you don't have a level playing field where every participant or interested a person in a particular field can jump in and just do his own play his own game.
Coco, you agree with me that we started recording success growth in some of the sectors that before used to be in the hand of just few. And I give you an example. Telecommunication sector. Before now, or before 1999, had those who have access to landline are not that many. The walkie-talkie were just for the privilege, right? But we can say that was during the military era. But democratic system ushered in a template that allows people that are not in government to partake. You remember when federal government started selling licenses, state government put their state money, invested it in the likes of Econet then, right? So the Ndi Okereke formed corporate Nigeria or corporate Nigeria. I'm not so sure. And the aim of that group there was to position themselves closer to the government. Remember, we are just living military system where everything is being dictated from the top down. So there was never a time of playing field. That's why I said we are emerging company, emerging economy, emerging democratic system. Everything is still on the try and fail. And government then, as at that time, were using those who could help them to do their dirty jobs. So the likes of Dangote must have learned through that process and decided to position themselves. And to an extent, it now becomes something that, now valuable to national security because government see him as a partner. So they would rather trust someone like him with his organization than somebody who is just coming newly to challenge that status quo. And a time will come, and I believe so. The reason why I say my fear is because monopoly is something that, if encouraged by the government, can be deadly, and for national security purpose as well. But a time will come in that country where interference from government will be limited, because it seems government is beginning to hands off some of those key areas that they used to be a key player. All right. Right now we're talking about food security. Now, can you imagine if we were to be, because there was a time Dangote was importing rice. I know for a fact around 1990, Dangote has shops in Daleko Market and other big markets in Lagos. It started from there. But you can imagine if it's the only person being granted that license to import rice, as it is right now. So that is the reason why I say it's my favorite, because we continue with that style, that tradition from the military era.
Let me question you then, since you just admitted it. It's your favorite, right? You mean Dangote, right?
No, I didn't say it's my favorite. Where did you hear me say
it? Okay,
no,
hold on. Let me ask you.
It's my favorite. I'm just highlighting some of the areas that we needed to look into, or we needed to celebrate more. Not necessarily is my favorite.
Okay, let's have a conversation on this, because talking about Dangote is not tribal thing, right? Every country, when you go and you teach politics 101 or whatever, or you're a student, one thing you have to learn is that there's a Dangote in every third world. You know, every single third world. Most famous one will be Haiti. If you think about Papa Doc and people like that, when you go into a political class, you notice that all these things that we keep arguing about, it's nothing new. Oyibo, they know these things from a long time ago, maybe hundreds of years ago. Somebody like Dangote is a known phenomenon. Number one, you have to know that his counterpart, let's say in the United States, will be somebody like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, titans, right? So you try to compare him with those people. Dangote does not have any value added products. He's trying to build this refinery. Perhaps if he ever does it, then it's going to qualify, but he doesn't qualify. Cement and tomatoes and all those things. Because when people hear about value added, they just maybe take sand and put some carbonates in it and you make cement. That's not really value added. It's not sophisticated. It has to be improved and be sophisticated, innovative, and God, state of the art, modernize something. Like his counterparts, like somebody like Elon Musk will launch satellites into space, all kinds of stuff, produce cars that use electricity, solve problem for his country. If they want to go from fossil fuel to electrical and things like that, you add value. You take something, you make it more sophisticated, be worth more money because people use their brain, come up with something. He doesn't have anything like that. He's nothing like that. As a matter of fact, let me just land on what I'm saying. If he takes $1 billion from Nigerian government and does something, it comes down. Dangote does not have more money than the money he took from our government. There was a list when Sanusi became CBN governor, and others that followed him. On every list of debtors, people who borrowed money from the government and didn't pay, he's always on that list. On any one of those lists, you can't find one that he's not on the list. He's never prosecuted. Others take a fall. He never goes to court.
Who?
Dangote, right?
Oh.
Even the only man that was brave enough to challenge him.
So how do you expect government to charge you?
Let me land. Now, if you commit a crime, you're supposed to be charged.
What crime did they
in
commit?
America right now,
What crime did they commit?
Biden's son, let's be conversational.
I'm trying to,
I'm gonna hand it back to you. If I haven't,
I understand, but I want you to
don't
answer
understand. You don't understand because I haven't landed. When I land, you're gonna know where I'm going. I know I am also guilty of going many places because I'm very upset about this. You know that here in the United States, Biden's son was convicted today.
Mm-hmm.
And last
because
week,
he's gonna pay for what he did.
1 week or 2 weeks ago, Trump himself was convicted, right? So there are no sacred cows. This man is on all the lists, people who borrow money from our government, all kinds of programs, and he doesn't pay. And it's beyond wickedness. That kind of greed is just too bad. I mean, you see him hobnobbing with people like Bill Gates and invite him over, and they look at our country and look at what he's doing. Right? I mean, he has no shame. His trucks are ravaging the country, killing people. He doesn't get sued. He doesn't pay for those people, those families that his trucks are killing in the country. Look, he doesn't have any value whatsoever to the country. Policies are made for him for his own benefit. They close our borders. When we are there gnashing our teeth, crying, we don't have food, we don't have this. It's all because of him. Cement's so expensive, it's untouchable. They create a monopoly. If somebody challenges him, they either go to jail. Now, one clear case, and I made that case here some time ago, about a month ago, is this, what's his name? Yahaya Bello. Okay, that's a cement factory in his state that Dangote connived and took it away from the state, the people. The people own the land, own the factory, own anything. He took it illegally, and this man was brave enough to challenge him and wrest that thing back from him. So he's appealing. So what does he do? He goes and make this Yahaya Bello get a case because of Tinubu coming into office. Now he did the same thing in Lagos. All that land that he has that's tax-free, area don't pay taxes to the state or to the federal government, right? And he's producing fertilizer and he's using all kinds of scam to take 4 billion. You know, let me tell you how much most people don't know how much $4 billion is. It's 1 million. Then he took 4 like that should be 4 million of our money since 2021. He doesn't deliver. Do you know how much that is? 4 million in dollars in Nigeria can build as many refineries as is built there now, build one for Ghana, build one for Cameroon, pay teachers for like 5 years. $1 billion is a lot of money. Many people, they just hear it. It's not $1 billion naira, which is still a lot of money. $1 billion in the third world is an incredible amount of money. There is no way if you gave me $1 billion and I know that fossil fuel is gone, I'm not going to build anything with it. So you can't blame him for that. So, and he's been doing this, even his grandfather has been doing this, Dan Tata. That's all they've been doing. They know that. He's one of the biggest problems we have in the country. They close our borders during COVID and everything, and only him is allowed to import and export. So he does tomatoes and he sends our market women out of business. He does cement. And I bet you, I've made that bet before. If I go to that cement factory, I'm going to see that he's importing it. If I go to that refinery, I'm going to show you that he's importing that. If he starts selling gasoline, it will be an imported gasoline. Right now, he's importing even crude and just selling it. He's taking a lot of crude from south, pipe it down to Lagos. That's an area. A lot of Yorubas, they'll be saying, oh, this is in Lagos. Go now. Go enter that side. That's owned by the Lebanese. You saw our kids, young people, they went protesting on a Lekito Bridge, which is close to that place, and they were shot, killed, maybe not even by our own soldiers. So if you keep saying, oh, that area has nothing to do with Nigeria as far as they're concerned. They recovered it from the sea. That's going to be their legal standard at some point when a true patriots come into the scene and want to arrest all of them. They're going to go to court and say, look, we recovered this thing from the sea. And it's a lie. So it's more, how can you be so wicked? You make no value added products. None. Nothing innovative. You take money, it's past you. Today I saw him on this show probably saying that he's going to be producing in July. Now, what's his reason? That he has a state of the art. That he has to let it.
Let me interject you a little.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, sometimes when you are talking, it's because people remain silent and they be listening to you. Don't think that whatever you are saying, they are buying it. You just said something now that that Lekki area was recovered from the sea, so it doesn't belong to Nigeria. The sea itself, is it not part of Nigeria? Do you know what they call the continental shelf?
Abio, I do know. That's what I'm saying. But hold on. I hear what you're saying, but I don't think the people listen to me.
Because you know you are very good in peddling lies to support whatever belief that you have. You frame things up, and it's what you are doing. You know, you don't do things to discredit people based on your own belief.
Just say
I can't understand. Why do you behave like this?
If you want to talk, I'll give you time to talk. It's conversational. If I say something that is not true, it's not a fact, yes, I'll stop that you poke holes in it like you try to do now. But don't question my motives, right? Don't just smear and make noise so the moderator will come in. I don't want that. What I want right now, I'm laying the pathway. I want you to have an understanding that this case I'm making against him, that he's guilty of it, right? In the court of my opinion, not in the court of law, right? So what I'm saying is that if you have any Nigerian blood running on you, you have to know that this is not benign stuff. When somebody
let me even ask this question: who is the moderator on this panel today? Do we really have a moderator, or we just?
You want to talk?
It's me, man.
Because we don't have a topic, we don't even have a pathway that we are following. We just allow Pasai to just be roaming around, just say whatever he likes.
Let me give Simba the floor. Simba, switch topic, I guess. Yeah.
Because I came late, I don't even know the topics that they have talked.
I came late,
about
man.
before.
I just took over. I came late. I didn't follow the show.
Okay, let me give you the topic. Showore is leading a protest tomorrow in Abuja. That is number one. Then number two.
Leading to protest. What is the reason for the protest?
You should know now. You don't even need to ask. Don't you know Don't you know that the government policy, the hardship that he has brought, and bad governance and stuff like that? So he's leading a protest in Abuja tomorrow against the government rascality. So that's number one. And number two, Dangote refinery is postponing his promise to start delivering petrol here.
PMS.
Is postponing it. And then
what was his excuse for the postponement? What was his excuse?
I was just about to say it. If nobody knows, I'll say it because I heard him say.
We cannot believe whatever he said. It's not. Let's Ajale Kuku is one talking. Let's give him.
I'm trying to remind Babanyale Kuku his excuse when he granted that interview, so that he would also include it with the reason why he postponed it.
Yes, I think what was his reason? I can't remember.
He said that they needed that product to settle down that is already in the tank, and they are conducting some tests.
Tank that they just need to set it down so that before they start releasing it to the truckers or something like that. So
was that a good excuse? That's
just let him finish now.
Okay, Simba, I go ahead and go do something else. Go ahead. I've had enough talk anyway. So, guys, you guys, okay, I've been listening in the background.
Then the third one, the Guinness, another organization is taking over the larger stake in Guinness. So the original owner of Guinness, it looks like they are quitting the stage for another.
So Guinness has been bought over by another organization.
Yeah, another organization is taking a larger share of.
Is it Nigerian one or is worldwide? Because Guinness is a multinational company.
Yeah, I think it's local company, something like that.
I read it on the Twitter that there's a particular document that's been paraded on social media that Guinness is leaving Nigeria. How true is that?
That one is sensational. That heading is sensational. It's because another company is buying a larger share in Guinness now, which means that automatically the
brand.
Yeah, the brand will remain.
Okay.
The previous owner, so they are losing their leadership or management position for another team of organization that is going to be taken over since they have bought a larger share in that company. So those are the three I can remember. I think there are more, but those are the three topics I can remember.
But if I want to talk about the Showore before he joined politics, we can say okay, he's a social critics, he fights for the people. But now Showore is no longer, we can't regard him as a social critics or somebody. He's now a politician. To me, for a politician now to say he's leading protest against opposition, I mean, a ruling party, is what is actually, I cannot actually phantom.
You know,
Because
I say the same thing. Like now, you're in opposition. You're in politics. You're campaign.
yes.
You're
So on what
testing for
basis
presidency. So
is he now leading a protest?
you can't play role of an activist anymore. You can't be leading protest. It's like Atiku leading protest. So
How can you call him? How can you call him opposition when he had no representation in the parliament or in the
But
government?
he's a politician, he has a party, he contested.
Hold on. Those that are real opposition are those that are in the government that
He
are
cannot change.
no,
He
not
cannot change.
necessarily minority.
He cannot change the goalpost. Babajale Koko. He is not in the best position to lead that protest.
Those can it be an effective opposition? It's
yeah,
not.
whether effective or not, you're an opposition. Opposition is an opposition.
No, your opposition must
If you
have.
contest against someone, you're an opposition.
No, that one is different.
No, it's the
Contesting
same.
is
It's the
one
same.
thing. No, contesting for position is one thing, but who are those in the government? Do they have?
It's not relevant. It's not.
Did they have?
It will be an opposition.
Whether I have a representative or not doesn't really matter.
Yeah, look, opposition can fight both inside and outside. So his own style of opposition is, his profession. It's real profession, and what people know him for is an active. So you cannot stop him. You can't take that activism from him. You can't say because he had joined the political race, then he has to abandon activism. It's not possible.
But the two doesn't go together. It's just like it's a conflict. It's a conflict. Is what you can even term is a conflict of interest.
Exactly. Because people will see that your purpose for your campaign is
yes, because whatever he's doing now, maybe because he lost an election, that's why he's doing that.
Why can you call that a conflict of interest? How can that be a conflict of interest when he's fighting for the right of the people?
He doesn't have any rights. He doesn't have any. He has lost that right.
It's like a Republican saying he's challenging against Democrats. He's fighting for the people. They are fighting for your party, man.
Hold on now. When Trump was there, what of all these so many groups that are attached to the Democratic Party that carry out protests against?
No, there's a difference between groups and actual politicians.
Black Lives Matter, are they not attached to Democratic Party?
But they are not politicians.
Yeah, but this organization, he has his organization.
No. If Obedience are holding protests, we can't say it's a Labour Party that's holding protests or it's Obi that's holding protests. You understand?
Oh, okay. Look at the way you're.
But if Obi is the one that's the face of, is the one calling for that protest, then we can say, oh, okay, because you are an opposition now. You want to be claiming you are holding protests on behalf of the people. No, you are in the competition.
You see the way you guys are mixing things.
No, it's the reality. It's not being
Labour Party.
Just telling you.
Labour, hold on now. This is
if they arrested him now, Abajale Oko will be crying. The person is supposed to even arrest him. Because what he's doing is wrong.
Arrest him now. Ṣé ni lọ́ọ́ ti arrest yẹ ni? Ẹ jẹ́ kó lọ arrest yẹ. Ara òrókun, ara òrán adìyẹ.
How can you even be supporting this kind of thing? We know that what they is fighting for is right, but
that young lady
he doesn't have the right to be doing that. He has lost that right as a social activist to do that.
In the country.
He should face one, whether I want to remain as an activist or want to become he should choose one. You can't do the two together.
You see, when some of you that are well enlightened speak like this, it can be so laughable that because he was a human rights activist, and at the time he now joined politics to contest for election, and because he couldn't win, he went back to activism, and you said it is wrong to go back to activism.
No, you can always be activist. No. You can always be activist, but when you start holding protests against your position, that's what the problem is. You can continue to be activist, but when you start organizing protests and all those things, you can't do that again.
You see, it's this military mentality, the long-term military rule that has destroyed you guys' psyche, that makes you think like that. Yes, because you don't know that protests protest is an element. It's one of those elements that drive.
I think you are missing the point we are making here. We are not telling you that we are against protest or we are against
No, personality
challenging
does not.
government. What we are telling you is different from what you are responding. Well, we are not telling you that something is wrong
Atiku carry
with
out
the.
protest against INEC. Why don't
Wait
you tell
now.
him to
Who?
why did you tell Atiku that he should not protest?
No. Carrying out protest against INEC is not carrying out protest against opposition. It's against INEC.
Oh,
INEC.
what are you talking about?
Hold on now. INEC is not a political party. It's not an opposition.
Protest. You can protest anything.
No. No. If you are a challenger,
Okay,
wait now. Wait.
What I'm telling you is that
If you are a challenger,
Sowore has no stake in the government of Nigeria. So that is if he have people inside government representing some part of Nigeria, then you can say, okay, fight inside. He is not part of is not in any position in the government of Nigeria. So it's an outsider.
So, it's not the only one now, Ajale Kuku. It's not the only one. There are so many other party politicians.
If they don't have that,
so now what we are encouraging now is that okay, politicians now can now be protesting against their competitors. Is that what you are saying?
When those one doesn't have that effrontery to protest, do you want to go and drag them to come to the street and protest against the government?
So anybody as a politician now, you can be protesting again. Once you lose an election, start protesting against the ruling government.
Politician is not a profession. It's not a profession. It's not a profession. It's in Nigeria that you people are looking at it as a profession. Once you jump into politics, oh, you can't quit. No. That is the problem with these people. And that's why I'm telling you that the military mentality, psyche, military and destroy you people's psyche. You think once you are
let me ask you a question.
Political activity, then you can't get out from there.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What if Obi had called obedience like, okay, let's take to the streets and let's go and protest against Tinubu's government? And then they all go out there, and then they burn everything down.
Not burn anything down.
No, that's what will happen. Now, some people will burn some things.
Hold on.
You will say, "Oh, I don't know. I'm not the one that
burn anything down." But even if Obi want to carry out protest today, he can do it. Even though he have people, protest is a issue entirely.
So you believe that he's doing a protest as an activist, not as a politician?
Taking protest is a way of pushing a demand.
So what you are saying now,
it is not an offensive thing. It's not something that is it's not an offense to protest. It is you people that don't.
Nobody says an offense.
So much, I think so much been cowed by this politician.
You're arguing against what we are not saying. We are not saying anything is wrong with protest or activism. That's not what we are saying. And we are not saying anything is wrong, whatever wrong with Sowore being activists and those things and doing protest. What we are saying is, after running for election against somebody, now you want to call protest against that. People will say that, oh, you are in opposition. You are not doing as an activist, you are doing as an opposition. That's what we are arguing against. That's the point we are making. We are not saying it's wrong to protest.
You can carry out opposition in so many ways. If you want to carry out opposition against the government on the street by protest, fine. If you want to carry out opposition against the government by writing article, fine. If you want to carry out opposition against the government by
that's fine, but you can't convince us that he's doing it for the people.
There are so many ways you can run as an opposition against bad governance. So what Sowore is doing, he has not done, is in accordance to the law of Nigeria. The law of
and nobody says he's breaking law. We are simply saying whatever protest you are organizing, you can't convince us you are doing it.
There are some people who want to interpret it that because he failed the election, they have the right to interpret it like that. It doesn't mean anything. But the fact remains that it is not unconstitutional to protest. Every citizen, whether you are a politician or you are not a politician, you have the right to carry out protests in that. So Simba can continue.
Then this what is the next one that I talk about? The Dangote that is postponing the PMS of it. I think that the reason that is given is not tenable as far as I'm concerned, because it's in fact is actually, how can you even, because if somebody knows, if you know
Not being
the
your
way
own
they
company,
distribute
not being
petroleum
your
products,
own company. Abi, he will be sabotaging himself.
What do you say, Adewale?
Now, him owning his own company now, he can't be sabotaging his own himself. So he's just
But
going to
if he should tell us the truth, he should tell us what actually happened. But for you to say that the thing
This
is in
is
the
the
tank and you are waiting for it to settle down, what kind of product are you going to supply to Nigeria? This thing is based on distillation, fractional distillation. It
Simba.
comes stage by stage. So if you are not saying what is settling there,
Simba.
uh-huh.
So somebody will invest such humongous amount of money, and all you will be after is just to be playing
He
propaganda.
might be having some technical challenges, and he should tell us that he's having technical challenges. If the thing is just starting, but for him to be telling us that they wanted the thing to settle down, what is settling down? Something that they produce every day and they sell to people. How can you say it's settling down?
Simba, calm down. I think the reason why you are reacting.
Simba is right. No, you cannot calm down. He didn't think of something is going to set down before he promised to give us a date.
Let's look
Oh
at it.
no, ẹ má máa gba kíní, ẹ má ń gba ẹ̀yẹ́gbẹ̀ púpọ̀ jù lọ́dọ̀ àwọn pípì.
Hear me out. You see,
he knew all this. So you are telling us that he didn't have those. In consideration before that. This is how long it's going to take. When it's produced, they put it in the tank, and we have to settle that. So he didn't take those in consideration before he promised us the date that we roll out the thing. I mean, when people are doing something,
I think we should remind
those
ourselves
that they are
still a private-owned company.
Tell them that no, they have not done well enough. Yeah, Simba is right.
In this case, that means Dangote has now become a national treasure or national threat that even if he sneezes, all Nigerians will catch cold. I think we need to start, having depart from this. Look, mechanical issues do happen when it's a huge project like this happen. Okay, and I think what they've not done, I think they injected Nigerian culture whereby half truth is being pushed out there. There's nothing wrong. They want to project strength, but to me, what I believe is this: even if you promise Nigeria by July, fuel will be available, and it is not available, that project is for as an investment to make money. Not just to Dangote, even for Nigeria as well, because the federal government invested Nigerian money into that project as well. And I don't think that's just to, maybe for just a game reason. That's why he, decided to build such infrastructure. But in a huge project like this, there's no way you would not have hiccup, Banjali Coco. And it's a multi sectional project in which.
Mike, is it possible for you have the link? Prince Daddy is asking for the link to join.
This Trump, man, I know you'll be happy that Biden's son getting convicted today. Anyway, whichever way, I think impatient is the one getting to us.
No, it's not. Adewale, he just said something now. Everybody, I agree that I can have hiccups, but he should tell us something that is tangible, but not this kind of flimsy excuse that he wanted the thing to settle down. For me, it's even making me to doubt the quality of product you want to be supplying Nigerians.
The man even boasted that the refinery has one of the best laboratory in the entire world, superb than the Aramco's oil in Saudi Arabia. That some of the laboratories can carry out a test within 3 minutes. But because of all those other things that needed to be done before it now begins to ship the product to the public. So they're taking precaution at the same time they're subjecting.
Yadewale, I could remember sometimes, was it early this year or late last year, when Zita was talking about this thing. If you have a knowledge how complex the refinery can be, then all these things you shouldn't be surprised. But what I'm actually against is just this flimsy excuse. It should tell Nigeria that's having challenges. It let us know the challenges instead of just giving us this business excuse that is just pending out there.
Nigerians are not patient any longer. They can't wait. But the funniest thing is that he has not even come out to say how much he's going to sell the product to the country.
They cannot determine that one now. There are some, the variables that can come into this.
At the international rate.
So do you think that there will be a significant change in price? If anybody is expecting that person is a joke.
I mean,
it won't be, because let me tell you, there's nothing that you can get now the way the whole world is structured now.
How long? How many times he has promised and failed to fulfill and postpone. Man yẹn ti ń purọ́ tipẹ́tipẹ́, òpùrọ́ ni man tó ń pè ní Dangote yẹn.
The man is trying to protect his interests and his investment. So
Mike, are you there, Mike? Mike is not there.
Possible to project strength. And what you've seen him doing so far.
No, the question, Adewale, can you tell me the expectations of Nigeria with Dangote refinery?
I think our expectation is set so high, super high, that any little thing will become a disappointment to us. And it is high time we'll, depart from that. Because what if this man decided tomorrow is not going to be, it's going to be selling it to the international community instead of Nigeria? I mean, that.
I think maybe because of lack of knowledge, I don't think, because even you will hear people like even the labor leaders that you should fix our refinery. If they fix our refinery, then we can be selling petrol at 100 naira. I can't get that.
Yeah, but there's no way there won't be any significant reduction in petroleum price.
It cannot be. It cannot be.
Before now,
yes,
levies that or tariff that goes in the importation of that particular product, even the landing cost, all these costs factored in. That is the reason why NLPC is always saying that they are unable to remit money to the government, because of the amount of money that they claim to be paying. All right. So, but we have a product that is
they'll be paying for the importation, or they are paying in terms of subsidy.
Well, it also goes into subsidy. It's also part of subsidy too, when they are paying to cover the cost of the landing costs and other costs factored in when the product is imported. So that is also part of what they call subsidy as well. And that is the cover up for NLPC, that they are unable to remit money that federal government is owing them instead of them remitting to the government. That's their claim. All right. But when you have a product
even let me give you now, because that petrol is an international commodity. You understand? And even here in Saudi Arabia, if I calculate now, it will be like 1,250 naira. You understand? If I calculate it in terms of naira, and even here there's still some kind of this is something that they produce and refine on their own, and that's the price they are selling to their people. So let us even base it on that. Now look at the price in Nigeria, 600 naira. Even some places you can get it below 600. 600. Let's say now for every
how much per liter in Saudi Arabia?
About 1,250 naira.
No, Saudi Riyadh. How much?
It's 2.5 riyal.
Okay, how 2.5 riyadh? Is that a big money in Saudi Arabia?
An average Saudi is to me, because you see people that are even
Because
earning
here
like
in America,
2,000.
they are buying it $2 plus, $3 plus. It's not a big deal as such, But when you are saying in your current,
I'm not saying. What I'm saying. Just get me Ajale Coco.
Mm.
What I'm saying. I'm just calculating how much the government is paying on each liter of petrol if you buy. You understand?
Yeah.
So if you look at it now, let us even assume that for every 1 liters of petrol that in Nigeria consume, 600 naira is being paid as subsidy. That is huge.
You don't say it's now. If look,
No, the issue here is this. Let me say, because sometimes we just
Nigerians are poor. Nigerians are poor. Nigerians cannot buy
Nigerians are poor. Let me tell you, I agree with you.
Buy it. You don't have the economic wherewithal to buy it at that international distance. Nigerians will crumble. The economy will crumble.
Anyhow you look at it, whether they allow them to buy it at that price, somebody is paying for that price. There is no way we can reduce the price based on our own economy. It's either the people pay or the government pay for it. And either way you look at it, the two will become poor. That is it. Is either the government become poor or the people become poor because of it. So either way, it's poor.
No, it doesn't work like that. Let me tell you the way it works. When they sell it, when they subsidize it to the people, it stimulates economic growth because it is a commodity that drives economic activity in the country. So when you have it high, it kills your economy. Economic activities will die. But when you have it or you subsidize it, you can get it back from the people in form of taxation, in form of other economic activity, economic growth that, selling it cheaper to them.
Your model. What you are saying, Nigeria Coco.
Yes.
I agree with you. But if you look at you have to come back home and look at our own economy. You use that, okay, if you subsidize, then you base it on maybe economy of maybe European economy or US economy, where they have a way of knowing how much each person is making and how government can get the money back, maybe in form of taxation. If you do that in Nigeria, one, you can't get it back in terms of tax. How many people pay taxes? Two, a majority of this thing will even be smuggled out of the country. So how do you get the money back? So we remain in the cycle.
Is it the fault of the government? You see, when government cannot put up a system that will expand their taxation outreach, then who are you going to blame? You blame the government.
But you on so many occasions, you because I don't even know where you belong. On many occasions, you raise argument against taxation. Because you are an advocate of everything free. So you are talking about tax now.
No. Government must collect tax no matter what. Government must collect tax. It shouldn't be too high that will make it miserable for people to pay. It shouldn't be too high. Then number two, that you said when it's too low, then that can facilitate taking it out outside the border to go and sell to the neighboring country. You still have to blame the government because you have people at the what do you call it? At the border. We have the custom there. Why must they allow this thing to go? You see, government people at the end of affair, like the custom, I will do some sample, fire some people there. I will disguise and come in the night and watch them do this thing out, and then I will fire.
So is it Tinubu that go to the border or who will do that?
Or go and install camera there for them to know that there's camera there.
Which camera? You don't know Nigerians, eh?
No, but no. Nigerians are human beings like every other person in this world. We are Nigerians. We live in this world. We comply with the law. Are we not Nigerians? A lot of you live in Saudi Arabia. You don't go against the law there. You comply with the law. You do everything according to what they want you, the way they want you, the system wants you to do it. Are you not in Nigeria? But because we have a system that is driven by corrupt people and everything fall apart. No. We can't run a system like that. Government must be responsible and they must put a system in place that will make the governance.
I totally agree with you based on that. But the issue is that with the kind of politics that we have now, the kind of democracy that we have now, do you think we can have a responsible government?
Yes, we can do if we have a leadership that is not corrupt.
The process of getting that leader, of selecting or electing that leader, you understand? And that is why your candidate, people like that can never get to that position. Because the people that you are fighting for, excuse me, even the people that you are fighting for will not accept such people. They will not accept him.
No,
because
the problem is that they have never experienced.
Let me tell you, all the people that will join him in his whatever protest he wanted to do tomorrow, they will just be there because they want to catch cruise. There is not as if they believe in him. When the election come, if people that will join that protest tomorrow, if all of them will vote for him during an election, then he will have a good at least number of people. But all the people that are there, they will not even vote for him when it comes to election.
Of the protest tomorrow, is it Abuja or Lagos?
What if only one back Lagos?
That is it now. You are just looking at the reality. And let me tell you, if you are in a village, let me tell you, I've been in the village before. That a politician comes and he just came to come and tell them that I wanted to contest, and immediately they started placing demand on him that, okay, if you want to do this, these are the things that you have to give the elders. These are the people that you have to give this group of people. That is how bad our mentality is as Nigerians. And that's what we are saying. If you continue with this, let me tell you, if you want to become a leader in Nigeria, you have to dine and wine with thieves. You have to dine and wine with smugglers. You have to dine and wine with all sort of people, and you have to negotiate with them. That is the kind of democracy that we are practicing. And if you continue this way, it can never work. What you are clamoring for will never work.
But Showore has come to save the people. Simba, that's what Obalek was saying.
Don't mind Ajale Kuku is just dreaming.
The savior is here to save them. So was Savior not rejected by the Israelites?
Simba is right, though. That Nigerian, the people, they have problem too. As we blame
the problem, not the leader. They are the problem. Nigerians are the problem.
And where did the leaders come from? They came from heaven. Didn't they come from the people?
They cannot, look, the politician is taking advantage. The politician is taking advantage of the poverty in the land, they weaponize poverty so that they can continue to have their way, bribe their way to power. It's the politicians that are responsible.
But who are these people bribing their way to power? Are they some different people from you and I? I didn't know. I didn't know Nigerians. The people that are bribing their way to power, are they not citizens?
They are aliens.
Are they government? Is it government that's bribing their way to power, or people that are bribing their way to power?
No, politician.
There are people there.
They weaponize poverty so that people will continue to demand for everything from them. People will beg for.
So politicians are different Nigerians, or they are Nigerians.
People will beg for electricity. People will beg for school. People will beg for good road. People will have to beg. But these people voted you in, and but they will abandon them. It's the time of election because they know they are poor. They bring big money, and it's a big power. McGonagall go.
ẹni tó ò tí ì mọ oúnjẹ tóun máa jẹ lọ́la lẹ́nìkan ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá gbowó wá ẹ wá sọ pé kó sojú nù pé òun ò gbowó ó máa gbà náà. It's a very bad situation. What Simba is saying is the truth.
So
Look at this guy Adewale. He told us here. He came here on this platform. People that he helped in his community, he gave scholarship, did not vote for him. Say ọ̀sán pé wọ́n ti ya wèrè. Say ọ̀sán pé wọ́n ti ya wèrè. Say ọ̀sán pé kéèyàn mean pé wèrè làwọn people yẹn. People in the community that give scholarship to a lot of students in his community.
Tinubu.
So who is it blaming?
Finally, you get our point. Now you are talking. So if you want to address the problem of Nigeria, we need to address the mentality of the people. We can't sit around and be talking about this government. But we have to play the politician messes up their psyche too. Because but who put them there to give them a chance to mess up their psyche? What I'm saying, you put the people there to mess up your psyche. You're blaming. No, the politicians can do better if they want to do better. But because of the desperation to get to power, what you won't pay, and when they thought you were in poverty, let us entice them with money so that they can vote for us. If all politicians can adopt that style of Shore, that I will not give anybody a dime or anything. If you feel you want good governance, I have it, I can deliver it to you. But if you feel the politicians that are giving you money are those that are important to you, go and vote for them, and then you will see what they will do for them. So
if giving money gives me an ability over you, why will I stop giving money? If that will make me win an election, of course I'm going to pay now. If that helps me get into office, I will give money.
What do you say?
There will be no scenario, there will be no situation in Nigeria's history where all politicians will say, let's agree not to give people money. If that will help them win election, they will do it. They're not going to stop giving the funds because there's a demand for it.
No, what I'm saying, there shouldn't be demand. Which demand? The demand should go into, the funding should go into food workers that will go and knock on doors, that will go and carry out campaign in the community for their feeding, for their transportation, for their other things. It should be for those that are on the ground campaigning all day. It shouldn't be for bribing people to come and vote. No. And the feeding should be for, maybe petrol or hiring a vehicle and things like that. That is what.
Why will I want to do all that when I can really just bribe you at the polling booth?
That is what I'm saying. That is what you are doing wrong. You are killing.
But that's my point.
You don't have to. If you don't bribe, hold on. My point is this: if you don't bribe, if Tinubu don't bribe, APC party doesn't bribe anybody to vote. If Jowore doesn't bribe and others doesn't bribe, then
people has no money to spend in the first place. Is the point? He doesn't have the money. So going to church now. He's broke. He doesn't have the money to spend.
Forget about whether he have money or he doesn't have money. Forget about that. But what we are saying is that if politician doesn't bribe, then people genuinely will vote for whoever they like from their heart. Maybe a lot of people, maybe a lot of people like to vote for Showore, but because Showore doesn't give them money, APC give them money, they say, and it'll go for me the match here, Gary. You see what I'm saying? But if nobody is bribed, if nobody is giving money, they will vote their conscience. And that is what will good governance.
I hear what you're saying. What I'm saying is back to reality. The average Nigerian politician knows paying off people at the polling booth gives him that advantage over people like Showore and Adewale. So there's no scenario, there's no planet on that Nigeria where they will say, you know what, I am Tinubu, I have turned a new leaf, I'm not going to bribe anybody for the betterment of Nigeria. It's never going to happen. So deal with reality.
No, that one is gone. It's never going to happen.
So it's not going to do that. So why even bring it up? They are always going to bribe. The people are always going to demand for it. and they're always going to feed up that opportunity.
And you get that means we are doomed. The democracy is a mirage. It's not going to yield any good positive impact.
Let me tell you for a fact.
Yes.
Democracy is a mirage in any third world country.
Completely, I agree with you.
In any third world country, it cannot work. Even in the Middle Eastern country that we are talking about, the reason why they are functional, you can see some significant development, is because of the kind of monarch system that they are practicing. If you look at the ones that have democracy in them, they are not doing well. Jordan, Lebanon, you understand? Those are the places where they have election. Iran, Iraq, you understand? But the ones that you see that are functioning, UAE, Saudi Arabia, is because of the system that they are practicing. They don't need to go back to the people to ask them for anything. You don't need them to, they don't need to beg them for anything. They just, okay, this is what we want to do, and people must buy into it. And it's working. So we need some form of dictatorship.
How can good conscience would you advocate for such? There's a limitation to human rights when it comes to dictatorship. Look, we may not like the kind of system we have, but it gives every single one voices. So when you have where people are handing over instruction to you and you can't say no, then
Human being, Adewale, let me tell you, human being
good
does not
governance.
need absolute freedom.
So you prefer a benevolent dictator?
I have to come on the way gidi. Come to hospital, come to go bus titi, go your brother. Everywhere voice.
I can't believe we are thinking this way. I cannot believe that. So on one hand,
we are talking about something that is working. You are talking about something that is not working.
How can you
I don't even know what
we don't trust the average Nigerian voter to make that rational decision. That's the point. You've not seen any evidence in the last 24 years.
Dewale,
have you show me where? Okay, Dewale, hold on.
Kidding me?
Dewale, hold on. Dewale, hold on now. Look at the obedient movement, for example. Are they rational human beings? Is that a rational pick? If you want good governance, would that be so? How can you tell me that kind of people that you want to leave power in their hands to decide who they're going to pick?
You see,
it's not. Look at people like Tinubu now.
Democracy gives them.
They chose, they chose Tinubu, Atiku, and Obi over people like Adewale and Sowore. And you think that you can't? Come on now. They're not a reliable voting bloc.
That is their choice because democracy.
And how is it working? How is it working so far?
You know, I'm glad we're even talking about this because some of these things are just mirage. They are not reality. Simba, I don't know whether you live in Riyadh or Medina or whatever it is that is modern. If you go beyond that and go to the rural area where you have the royal Saudi Arabians living, maybe you will sing a different tone. Look, most of this.
What are you talking about? Where I'm living, I'm not living in any of their popular cities. So what are you talking about?
Which of the city do you live? Tell us. Or without being specific, maybe we can just have an idea. Look,
I'm living where I stay is like the border. We share border with Kuwait and Iraq. So it's very far.
Normal country. Hey, Babajale Koko, you of all people that have
been. No, what is your point? What is your point? I want to know.
No matter how benevolent the dictator.
No
matter
voice. Yes, everybody have voice.
No matter how angelic
so they see electricity.
They pretend to be. Okay. Dictatorship is dictatorship anywhere in the world. They will give you, but they will take millions of things away from you, and you won't have a say on whatever it is that they're shoving down your throat.
You don't understand what Simba is saying. Simba is telling us that democracy cannot work in our place because we don't understand the integrity of it. We don't know how to even manage it. And that is why it never works in any African country. It is strange. The practicality is not, is something very strange. We are not used to it.
No,
We have our own style of governance. It is not this democracy. It doesn't work.
Brother Coco, in the 17th century when America was formed, right? Do you think they had it this good?
Oh, stop it.
They
Don't
went
go
through
to American this
their
thing.
own hiccup time, their own problematic
So we
time.
have to go the same routes, go for
I'm just saying
centuries,
that any
because
system that you
centuries.
are integrating into your community or to your area is going to face stiff challenges like this. It's going to purge himself anything that is going to stand in the way of achieving greatness. And that is one thing about democratic
So
system.
how long do you think it will take us to get there?
Oh, you see, we are so much in a hurry in 60 years. We're talking
Everything
about
is in a hurry,
that would take time.
Everything.
But hurry.
Okay,
You know this idea that we are young, I don't believe that stuff, man. We've been existing for thousands of years. We are not these young people like that. Or this, we are only 60 years old. That's a lie, man. We are not. I mean, come on, man. We've been existing for thousands of years. You know, if America changed their name to another name now, doesn't mean that they are young now.
Let me tell you, look at the Asian countries. Which one of them is practicing American democracy? Look at least the one that we can say they developed, Singapore. Look at China, even Japan, all those things. Is it the same type of democracy they practice in the US, they practice in those countries? Even Malaysia, even South Korea. You understand? So that is what you are saying. We have to look at what is working for us and start practicalizing it. Not this one that you say everybody need to. Which voice? The voice that is even rubbishing us, that is not even working for us, making us to be in poverty. Nothing is working. And say we should have a voice. The voice that we use to abuse ourselves, just to abuse ourselves.
Yeah, I miss that military era, to be honest, man, where people were more humble. This freedom time, man, it's just Lord. I realize black man does not need freedom, man. I'm telling you, freedom is not for black man. You have to control black man, man. You can't you can't leave black man alone to be absolutely free.
By what we're discussing tonight, I can't phantom you guys.
Give him voice. Give Adewale that voice. That is the only thing he needs.
We may not actually like what we're going through at the moment. I'm talking about the entire Africa generally. But you see, one thing we cannot deny is the fact that this is the only system of government that even the downtrodden, look, we may say that we're not actually practicing the true democratic system, but at least it gives hope, and it gives the people at the lowest level of
that's the point right there. That's the point. The hope.
So now hope you want job.
That where does the hope lead you to? Keep having
nowhere.
Hope. Just hope. One day
hope.
we
All
have
this pastor approach, this religious approach, hope. Come on, man. We gotta be. I mean,
we need action. We need action. We don't need hope. Give me something that I can actually put my hands
pastor,
on.
You guys, they want to be going to church too much.
Even Pastor Ola, what is his name? Pastor Bakari. Only one vote need the primary.
I will take a democratic system any day, anytime, above any benevolent dictatorship. Above it.
Baba Jai Kuku, Nigeria go trust the pastor again.
Don't get me wrong.
Ọlọ́run ni 16 president Ọlọ́run ti choose. One vote.
Don't get me wrong. I am not for the benevolent like Simba does. What I'm saying is find a way to create a system, okay, that is very peculiar to, that understand your culture and religion and all those things. But democracy in its purest form, there's no evidence to show that in the last 24 years, it has really benefited the people. So you have to find a new system that might, take away something away from democracy, but tailors it to your culture and your religious beliefs.
We just need to build on what we've built for thousands of years now. That is what we are saying. We evolve That is what we our are leadership structure. We had our own leader before British came and started
That is
giving us
what we
something.
are saying.
Mike,
But this
but that is the
democratic
issue.
system,
Mike, that is the issue. Our
we
society is multinational, whatever you want to think of it. We're diverse.
You build on that, whatever you had. You look at it, you study all the diverse, whatever.
who make you multi?
It's not
Who
like you
make
dump
you
everything and just bring something new.
who make you that diverse and this thing you are talking about? Is it not this for both people?
Yeah, but when you married
That is
people.
why you cannot work. You not marry.
Yeah,
It's
but
the
look,
first marriage. They force you into marriage.
Your wife is not your relative. You marry a stranger and you try to compromise one way or the other and blame
No,
them.
this is not marriage between if we are forced into it. That is what we are saying.
Arranged marriage do happens,
It
and
cannot work.
people look
Because
at
when Yoruba people are saying one thing, it's a different thing you will hear from the north, and it's a different thing you will hear from the east. So we never spoken in one voice. So that means that marriage is a garbage. So we have to consider that one too. People with different culture, different tradition, different history coming together, forced into marriage, say, okay, take democracy and work. How is it going to work? It's not going to work.
Because the reason why
it cannot work because we're never going to agree with each other. Everybody will be running after their own interest. Look at even on this platform, when some people, majority that are Yoruba or all Yorubas, talking good about Tinubu, all the Igbos here talking bad about him.
True. That is not true. About Yoruba, all Yoruba on this platform talk good of Tinubu.
Majority. And you cannot tell me that tribal sentiment is not applicable to that. You can't tell me that tribal sentiment is not applicable to that support by all Yoruba, majority of Yoruba supporting Tinubu. The same with Igbo.
Well, Simba, how true is that, Mike? How true is that?
It's true now.
Search the conscience here. You too,
the thing is, you have to acknowledge the fact, and unfortunately,
that's the fact, man.
Do this in Nigeria that we just trying to turn blind eye on the obvious things that exist. We trying to make it look like it doesn't exist. Like ethnic nations, they have different mindsets, and it's real. And somehow we just ignore it, and we just trying to force this. Okay, let's this one idea that British just brought and just gave that we have to address. Just
I agree that there's challenge in the democratic system.
They were lazy, typical liberal. Like Tubani, I don't see race. I don't see color.
No.
I don't see gender. I don't see anything.
Babachi, no.
Come on, we all see.
I acknowledge our differences, but I still believe that there's no situation that we cannot find at least a little silver lining in whatever that unites us together. Integration is not something that you just achieve overnight. What we have is a baby democracy, and it has to be nurtured. I always tell people, what we have in Nigeria is not a country because we have nations within the nations. And until we're able to establish our identity and then come together to formulate the kind of country that we want it in a way that will suit even the simplest, the smallest tribe in that country. But what we have is just about, what do you call it? Forced marriage, arranged marriage, that you and I have no say in it, and we have been managing it because of our differences. Not that democracy cannot work.
Actually, we do have say, but we are not saying the right thing. That's the thing. And this idea that somebody force us, I don't think today we decide we want to do anything. British will come and force us. I don't think so. I don't think people going in our head to make us one Nigeria. It's something
because as at the time we got independence, we were so much in a hurry. We were eager. As a matter of fact, we were supposed to have gotten our independence way before Gold Coast. But because every nation wants to be independent away from the white people, just like the way we fought against military to give us democracy, the same way those
why didn't we have that independent before Gold Coast? Why?
You see, because of that differences that we have,
No, why?
we are unable to reach
Be specific.
consensus.
Be specific. Why?
Well, some part of the country were not claiming not to be ready
Okay, now
because
we
they
are
were
talking.
skeptical, no, because
Now
of
we are talking.
some level of
So the
skepticism.
North was saying they were not ready. They don't even want to be part of
But
us. That's what we are saying. But the
wanted.
British forced them that
No,
don't worry, we
no,
have this
no, no,
country
no,
for
no,
you.
no. They were not forced. They were not for. As at that time, the British were already winding down every of their investment in West Africa. They realized that there's no way they can overstay their welcome. So what they need to do is to find a way to bring these people together so that their economic investment in that area will be secured. They were waiting for them. However, we also have part of the country that are more or less putting pressure so that they will be able to have a unison voice in front of these people. And that was the reason when Tafawa Balewa, no, not Tafawa Balewa, no, Sadana of Sokoto, what is his name? The premier of Western region, says they were not ready. But you see, they look at their cultural difference. They look at the way they were self-governed. They look at the way other regions are also governed. And they realize that this thing is going to cause a lot of chaos. But you know, we're not there. You and I were not there. We found ourselves in this contraption. But I think, we can build on it or trying to identify ourselves first. Unfortunately, we will not be able to. We are patching things. But I believe what we have is a little democracy, a baby democracy that can be worked upon. Then we'll be able to figure out who we are. In a way, we fight only the kind of democracy that we
How
want.
is democracy going to figure out who you are?
Well, people are not patriotic enough. That is why I was so,
And how does democracy even address this issue we are talking about? Democracy is just voting and
it goes beyond voting. It goes
and
beyond.
government of people somehow. The democracy does not address. I don't know how you are keep saying democracy. Democracy does not
Democracy
address
does what
our issue.
democracy does, if properly practiced. What it does is that it gives even the smallest among people voice to be able to hear their grievance, to be able to channel their protest. And that is what democracy does. In an authoritative system, autocrat system, you can't actually challenge the status quo because you are nobody, or where you have majority that controls the power or controls the economy. So what we have, you know, I believe that, I may sound too optimistic, or perhaps, and that is why I felt a little bit down when the new national anthem was introduced. Nigerians, especially those who were criticizing that national anthem, are not patriotic, or they've not actually able to see, or come about the challenge of where they needed to come around to salvage and to help build that country. They still sees it that
National anthem doesn't build the country. Forget
no, no,
about
no,
it.
no. I'm making
Okay,
reference to
can anyone hear me?
patriotism, not national
Yeah,
anthem.
okay, you bring that.
The national anthem is just a reference that people are not, they have not been able to identify, some form of patriotism towards the country. They don't see that. They see Nigeria as somewhere they have to give them, not they have to give to Nigeria. Okay. In other places where national anthem is being sung, you see people crying because of their affiliation, because of their ties, their
Okay, I do. Yeah, your talk. Before you go on the tangents, let's keep to the democracy you're trying to define.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
No,
But
no.
Prince, can you
You
explain?
were giving a rosy picture about democracy, which is fine. But at the end of the day, be it the West or Nigeria or Africa, when we elect our representative, because we practice what they call representative democracy, is it always the case that they go out there and do things in the interest of the people? Is that the case?
In democracy,
After we practice representative democracy, when we go to the polling booths and we elect our leaders, they go out there, they represent us, and they do things supposedly for our own interests. Is that the case? I'm asking you.
for the general interest, yes.
Really?
But true democracy, that is
It is the interest that they go out there and spend millions of dollars or billions of naira on buying SUVs for themselves every 2 or 3 years, to go on these expensive trips and spend money for this and that. No, they don't represent the people.
no.
Can we,
No,
Prince, if
See,
if
that is
you
a
don't mind
different
me, sorry, Diwali, if you don't mind me asking Diwali a question, because every country, the Prince, you can also chime in, please, if you don't mind. Every question that has adopted democracy, I've kind of terraformed it into what works for their own culture, like Sweden has done, even the UK has done, where they kind of they broke it down to regions where you have Scotland having their own governance and stuff like that. But we taking democracy in its purest form, I think it hasn't worked so far. So the question to you guys is, how can we best try to reform or modify or adjust it to our own reality? We still want to be democratic in one way or the other, like Dewale is saying. I agree. But Dewale, you have to then acknowledge that we have some peculiarities that we have to at least address. So how can you find a way to, at least in your own way, maybe you can just explain to us, in your own form of democracy on the Nigerian soil, what would it look like, taking into consideration the culture and the religious beliefs of the people?
I believe that our democracy should have involved the local authority, like the Bales and Co. They should have been involved, in the sense that those are the authority that were in charge of the affair of people, of Nigerians, before we introduced this foreign uh, uh, self-government system. Now, the moment we discarded that kind of uh, governance, it make mockery of what we have, as even our culture does not our culture not really have much input on how we are self-governed. That is why it seems that everything we do always comes from a myopic standpoint. Now,
Okay. Diwali, that is in terms of governance. Let me give you an example of where I'm going. In America that you live, they have a system of voting, right, that ensures that California and New York do not decide for everyone. Because if they practice democracy the way we practice it, California and New York and Florida will decide who wins, right? So they came up with a college system, right?
You know that system is also faulty.
I know, but they at least consider, they have some things to consider about their own culture, about their own people. So that's what I'm asking you. That there are things that you need to put into consideration here in Nigeria.
If I'm to make a reference, I would not
right.
even
So
think that.
Adewale, only a liberal like Adewale would say such American electoral college system is
Well,
faulty.
because it's
Only a
California,
liberal would
because
say
it's
that.
like New York, right?
Completely, absolutely, completely. Because I'll tell you this: what is
Well,
the
okay,
essence?
actually, before you go for let me tell you. Actually, I myself, I thought was kind of faulty also, and I wouldn't blame you actually for thinking that way. Nor would I blame myself back then. But I tell you, when I took my time to, just like Babati just explained, to understand the real core reason why they have the electoral college, then I came to the conclusion that yes, it is a perfect system for the American state, quite frankly.
Don't
So,
be.
so you should have, in other words, you should have a rethink. That's what I'm telling you. You should have a rethink.
See, Prince Daddy. You see, that system that you see as the golden standard, it's not, because what it does is that it negates the purpose of democratic system, in the
Diwali,
sense
please.
where
Brother,
majority have a say. No,
Diwali,
it
stay
is
with me
not a
now.
fault.
No. Stay with me now. Leave them alone for a second. That is their own system that they develop. I'm asking you that for us. Forget you're talking about Oba. Forget about. I'm talking about the voting itself. What can we develop that ensures that one part of the country does not see this as the one that has the majority of the vote that will dominate everybody else? You must come up with something.
Listen, it is nothing you can do about population.
You cannot do pure democracy. Is the point.
That is the beauty of democracy, because
what beauty?
Because
Somebody
look,
has numbers.
hold on now. Because of number one, certain area have significant number over another.
Right.
Does not mean that those who have lower number does not have some form of
impact or influence on the outcome of the election. Now, what you see happening in America is just a way it's been designed, that certain.
Prince, can you help me out here? Maybe he doesn't know where I'm trying
I
to.
understand what you are saying.
So I know what he's actually listening to him so far. It sounds like he's trying to make a case for electoral college because
No,
every day in
no,
Nigeria,
I
the
do not
minorities are always
I do
complaining of
not
being
support
marginalized.
because
The
what it
minorities
does
are always complaining of being
takes
marginalized in
away
Nigeria.
the beauty of having majority deciding the outcome. Now, that
No, no.
issue of the
You know,
issue,
hold on 1 second. Scholars have kind of looked at it, and the foremost of all the scholars would be Noam Chomsky, and he called democracy, at least the form you're talking about, is the tyranny of the majority over the minority, which is true.
how
Because
so? How so? How so? How can
because
stop the
just
urban
hold on,
migration?
also
How can we
quickly,
stop?
do you know in America here, left to a pure democracy that you're talking about, New York, California, Texas, and which other ones? Just a handful of states will determine the outcome of the election in this country. That's
Because they
it.
have the highest number of voters. That's the reason why.
Exactly. And
But
to you, is that fair? Is
I'm
that
not.
fair to you?
Election is not a deciding factor. I mean, it's not the reason because certain geographical area have much number of people migrating to their area simply because of that. So they should now disenfranchise them by not denying them or having a majority and say no, it shouldn't be that way. Electoral college where you have smaller number of people being selected to do what? To be the representative of the voice of the people? No, that negates that idea of majority in the first place. Because why? What tells you that somebody in Ohio or somebody in Kano or somebody in Ekiti would not vote the same way with somebody that lives in Lagos if they have the same, commonality? So the idea of saying, well, people in Lagos will decide or people in Kano will decide, on what the majority, so people like, Osun State would not have a voice. To me, that is balderdash. It's not, that argument does not even stick because somebody in Ekiti State can as well vote the same candidate that is being popular in Kano. The same way Showore can be voted in Ekiti and also voted in Sokoto.
Oh,
So
okay, I get you. I get your point. So, okay, you're looking at it from a very simplistic angle. Quite frankly, see, at the end of the day, you know what it comes down to. It comes down to resource control. It comes down to the direction of the people, where they want to take the leaders want to take the country. That's what it comes down to. It comes down to shoving policies down your throat, okay, that you didn't agree with. That's what it comes down to. So I mean, a Kitty person might have the same, you know, psychology, so to speak, with the person in Lagos. Um, but where the Lagos person makes decision based on their votes, right, is not going to be in the benefit of that person in that rural area in Ekiti State. So that's the danger of it. It's the electoral college in essence is to protect people like that live in places such as Ekiti State, quite frankly, and that's why the beauty of the electoral college here works very well.
well,
It works
that
very
cannot
well. It
work in
serves the
Nigeria.
interest of the American people.
That cannot work in Nigeria
But I don't know
because
if it's going to work in Nigeria. I don't
we
know.
cannot work in Nigeria because we're diverse enough, and in a way, we also, kind of like we think alike. So I'm talking about Nigerians now generally. Now, eh, in as much as we copy this
Shouldn't you
presidential
take
system,
shouldn't you take that diversity into consideration to come up with a better system?
that I agree with you. Yes,
That's the question I've been trying to ask in the last 30 minutes, sir.
that I
If
will agree with
so you tell me in that democratic system we should create that takes into consideration those diversity that we have as a country. It
you.
cannot be what we have right now.
Maybe if we fully practice federalism, where we have power devolved to the local level, where certain responsibilities are carried out, then electioneering or election being carried out at the local level instead of at the federal, maybe the voice of the you know smaller people will be heard in a way that people will be able to at least have some form of you know uh, uh, um, some form of, how do I put this,
Not
when
sale, but actual impact on government.
yes, yes,
You see,
yes.
I think that's the issue because you keep saying At the macro state, they have a say. At the micro level, they have impact.
But when we
That's the difference.
when we at the macro level, I mean, at macro level, when we have the higher authority at the federal level, what if the power is devolved to the state, to the local level, where there's nothing really much at the central, so people don't have to aspire to the federal. People don't have to look up to the
That would be
federal.
a good option. That would be really nice, actually.
You see what I'm
That
saying?
that would be pure democracy at the
The
state level
fight will
to
be
the
at the
local
state
level.
level, where people don't have to, whoever is going to be going to the federal is just for the ceremonial purposes, with a limited federal function, right? But they will have a say at the local or at the state level, where they will be able to, at least state election will be conducted at the state level, so there won't be much of, because of the population in Kano compared to the population in Osun State. You know what I mean? So I think, and also the peculiarity of our culture, it's itself kind of make things more, a little bit more inimical in a way. uh the In Yoruba land, there's this omoluabi kind of a thing that you don't want to be seen, doing the wrong thing. But at the same time, in the big city like Lagos, that omoluabi thing is out of the window, right? So in a way that our democracy can be fine-tuned, that can be able to, absorb some of those differences that we have, I support it. But the fact that people are able to participate, the participation in democratic system, not even about electionary process now, but democratic system itself, is what gives me, or let's say, is the beauty of democratic system. Now, I said earlier about the traditional institutions that have been excluded for too long. Is it possible that the traditional institution can be also corrupted? Not just being corrupt financially, I'm talking about morally corrupt in a way that they will, because things, I mean, we're in the modern days now. We have kings that are not even going to doing the right normal passage to a baship, so, but in a way that their function within that democratic system will also be limited, so that there won't be any form of, power corrupt and absolute power corrupt applicable in that way, and still be answerable to certain authority, but also responsible to their subjects. You know, Maybe with that we'll be able to appreciate and also get involved more. You know, uh, but as it is right now, we copy presidential system, and it's not a kind of fitting into a kind of culture that we have in Nigeria, whether in the north or south or anywhere you find yourself. But I still believe what actually the beginning of this discussion is the fact that people are looking at maybe the dictatorship is even more
No,
suitable.
that you obviously they were it's a bit extreme. I know that, but the end game of what I was trying to get through to you is that it has to be a system that people will pay attention more. Like in America, people care more about their local elections than the federal state.
We
That has
used
to
to
be
have that.
come up with,
We used to
where
have that.
people value what goes on in their localities more than what happens at the federal level.
We used to have that, but if you remember,
And
even
they
the
had,
election that before 96, the 93 election, I'm sorry, yeah, 93, is it 93 or 92 elections? We had council. In the 80s, we have, the local authority or the local level, at the local government level, right? People aspire to be a councillor, people, because these are the people that they see and they can take their grievance to, right? But the moment we have the state government being empowered and usurp the power of the local authority, that was where we started having problem. And at the state level, the governor now see himself as the King Kong, untouchable, because at this moment it's not answerable to the federal. As a matter of fact, today there's still a case in the court about EFCC's jurisdiction, to prosecute state uh, state offenses, like financial mismanagement at the state level. That is a state of should be considered a state offense, not a federal offense. So I know that won't fly, but it's still being contested in the court. All right. So we have the state governor that sees themselves as the lord of the manor, even more powerful than the president at a point. All right. So if we can break this down, take this power, at least to some extent, away from them, because they control the local government in their area, as if it's just an extension of their offices. So if we can figure out a way, or unfortunately we don't.
Adewale, if I may ask you, if we want to look at the 3 tiers of government that we have, the federal, the state, where do you think that there's more impunity between the 3 layers?
Executive?
No, I'm talking about the 3 tiers of government. I'm not talking about executive
At the
legislators.
state level. At the
Okay,
state
so
level.
if we are now saying that we should give more power to the state, or we are talking about regional, do you think there is something? Is it going to work?
The distribution of power that I'm talking about is not just power being vested in the hand of the executive only at the state level. I'm talking about enabling the local authority, like local government, to function the way it's been set up to function. Now,
So just hold on. Do you think that even if we give autonomy to the local government, they will not also be as reckless as the state governments?
one thing I want us to acknowledge is the fact that local government is much closer to the people. So there's nowhere to run. If you run, people are still going to find you. You cannot hide. You can't go to Abuja if you're a local government chairman or a councillor. So you live among the people. I mean, a local government can barely boast of maybe 2-3 millions in Nigeria. That's population under one local government max. So in a situation where you have a local government chairman that lives among the people that they govern, it will be hard to hide. I mean, how many policemen can guide you and protect you, even if they want to melt jungle justice upon you? So it will be a lot better when we have such kind of distribution of power. Yes, I'm not saying some of them will still not going to be corrupt. I mean, we're talking about human being here, but it's going to be can be managed in a way because these people are closer to the people and they know that there's no hiding place. A governor can decide to go to Abuja today and stay there forever and claim that he's handling a state of issue, a state business in Abuja. But where is local government going to go? To the state headquarters, and I mean that is just my own observation on that area. I mean, it will. I'm not saying that they will not be corrupt, but at least it can be managed to some extent. All right, we have a lot of capital project that the local government is supposed to be carried out, but the state government already absorbed that power, and to some extent they will turn on that fund and divert it to something meaningless. And the local government can't say jack because they are powerless. After all, they were being appointed, not elected to that office. So, to me, to some extent, I would say that maybe we give it a shot. Unfortunately, the military decided the best thing we can do is to have a unitary system. And how far has it taken us? No, it didn't take us anywhere. When we have a regional system, we prosper. We did well. But because of the greediness of those young young fellas in the military, backed by the corrupt foreign government, and they decided the best thing to do is to get the power and unite, bring the country together, and bring resources under their control. And unfortunately, they are unable to manage it. And look at where it leads us today. So we have more problem than before, and unitary system did not take us anywhere. So, unfortunately, but I think it can be managed if people are not self-centered and they're sincere. We've had a couple of confab in that country where people come to hear their grievance, make suggestions, and they have a blue paper being issued, but government never for once even look at it, because number one, that would be a political suicide. So the jamboree ends in the paper of black and white. All right. So I
No, no,
still
no.
believe
You didn't
democratic
answer.
system.
uh, You didn't
Sorry,
answer. You didn't answer Sinbad's question about if the local government she's talking about is going to work.
it will. It will. The reason why I believe it will, number one, we've tried it before and it works. Because at that time there was
Okay,
pressure.
sorry. Before you go further, I think we kind of touched on it. I remember that day when we did with Babati and somebody else. The local government, okay, is being bastardized. Okay, is being destroyed, and I think you know that. It's like trying to build something from scratch, but this time around, it's all rotten. We all know that. See, the skill, see, what you're talking about, of course, is true back then. That if that had continued, would the local government in Nigeria would have built tacit knowledge, experience, know-how, and all the structure necessary to be really good governing body. But you know very well, Adewale, that it's been destroyed. It has been destroyed completely. So now, if you now go back to the local government, and by the way, I'm in support of it, but I've suggested my approach to it, that we can start the local government form of governance now in a more limited fashion, whereby we start with maybe one or two local government or whatever in different states, and build a system, a model that can be replicated across the country. But if you continue on like, let's just go back to the local government's governance, the way we had it before. Corruption will be multiplied. You know that. Redundancy will be multiplied to the core. Nothing is going to work for such a long time. In fact, people will beg to want to go back to the center. They will beg to go back to the center, because these people in the local government, they have no skills on how to manage and how to do anything. They are used to begging. Now you want to divulge power into their hands to run, an efficient system. It's not going to work. We are going to suffer for such a long time before we can see any real change. That's my take on it.
I will say there won't be challenges. I believe there will be challenges. Uh, but I'll tell you, the reason why I strongly believe that it will work is because we've tried it before in the past. And the state government, uh, even during the military administration, knows the importance of these local authorities and the significance, importance they are to the people. Because if you really want to look at it,
Hold on, sorry, but you can't say we've done it in the past and it's going to
yeah,
work.
we
No,
have to we have to
no,
make reference to the past.
tell us now, if we were to implement or go back to the local government and governance, how would it work? How can we
Local
bring it
government
back to
act,
life?
the act that kind of promulgate local government and give them that power and or the functionality in the democratic system, uh, I believe can be empowered in such a way that certain functionality will be vested in the hand, and at the same time, uh, those who are going to occupy that position will also be checkmate. Um, Human being generally, Nigerians, let me put it this way, we have a way of circumventing system to have advantage. So every time we always look for loopholes, somewhere we can take advantage of. There's no system that is proof that is airtight. Now, I still believe in a way that the local system can be empowered, strengthened, um, by ensuring that number one, they are answerable to the people that they represent, that they actually govern. Now, like I said earlier, apart from having some constitutional uh, change to the way it is being run, I think the states um, must be prevented from using them as a tool in a way that will disadvantage certain people
or make some people a powerhouse within that local setting or within that local government. Let me put it that way. Now, if we have that being put in place, people, those who are going to occupy such offices, I mean, that's local government chairman, if I put it that way, live among those people. You can't bring somebody from Alimosho and take them to Koshofe to run. They must be living among themselves. And I also want us to understand that everywhere are not like Lagos. Okay. I mean, at the local government where I come from in my state, it's like a small, I don't know, whoever is becoming the local government chairman is a well-known person in that local government. So it's a lot easier to actually
Adwale, know
challenge
the
them.
face of your local government chairman. Does that stop corruption?
Sorry?
Knowing the face of your local government chairman, does that stop corruption?
No, it won't stop it, but what I'm saying is that it brings government close to the people. Now, they have people that are governing them that lives among them. So even if you're going to steal money, Prince Daddy, at least you're still going to live among us, right? So we're talking about a system that um
Yeah, can I come here? Okay. Yeah, they are there.
come in,
See,
brother.
when you want to present an idea, you have to look at both the potential, both the good and the potential bad as well, the disaster. Now, one thing you're not considering is this. You want to, this local government thing, I agree with you guys. It's a good idea. It's a very fantastic. But we're also not looking at the kind of people, the Nigerians that you're dealing with. Now, once we have this local government, when power start going to that local government, money start pumping there. You know what's going to be happening? Okay, which family house is going to rule? Is going to be the next? There will be war almost every fight over power. These same Nigerians, when that money start pumping to that local area, which is supposed to be a good thing, it will be a good thing if we change the mentality of the people we are talking about. These Nigerians, these people, everybody's so greedy. There will be so many political assassinations. There will be rivalry. It will be like Osho, the local government, BMC, Loma, and some other guys going to war against each other. There will be shootouts, gunfight, gun battle. Every elect. That's what you are having. I'm telling you, with the kind of Nigerians you have. So the idea is good, but I think the first thing is to first just figure a way to change the way we people gain access to political positions.
Mike,
Because
can
in
you also
Nigeria,
can you chime in briefly because it
yeah, yeah,
also
yeah. The
breaking
problem we have in Nigeria, first of all, that we need to address before we even start talking about structure or changing any structure is the process, the process of how which people get to political spaces. We need to deal with that because criminals and anybody can just access that space. That's one fundamental problem we have. If we're having criminals already going into Senate and all these other positions, now if you cannot make it local, it will become more. This one will be, oh Lord. But go ahead, Babati.
Mike, it's a question to you actually, because Diwali brought up a good point earlier, and I know you would be interested in at least addressing that. He says the cabbages and the ballots are supposed to be involved in local government affairs. Now, he didn't actually go into details or how it will make that law, but do you agree that at least the cabbages and the ballots should at
Oh,
least?
I've said that before now. They should be the one governing their local spaces. They should be the one the government should be allocating money to be go because
Well,
to me, let me tell you something. If Nigeria really want to make sense, they just need to go back to where before British came, who were in charge of their locality, right? And
well,
just that's the
newsflash.
government we're having. We can be one country,
New-
but let's be where we were before British came because people were used to that. People understood what the system.
and
Because
Mike,
something
that'll be
people are so
ideal.
we practicing it for thousands of years, so people are already used. That's what people know. What we are doing today is people are still trying to understand it. You understand? We
Mike,
especially in
that'll be
some of the
ideal.
earlier structure. Go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
What you're saying would be ideal if we were still in that state or that form of existence. We know more. Let's not kid ourselves. We are no more. There's no way we're going to
We
go
are
back to
no
where the
what?
British
We are
came.
no more in that existence.
Are we? Are we
Are we
in
not? Don't we have Obas?
pre-colonial era?
Don't we have ballads? Do we still are they still existing?
Come on, listen. Let's not kid ourselves.
So Prince,
Baba, to your question, hold on,
Prince,
Baba, to your question, I don't think we should go back and divulge or give power to the ballots or the Obas.
no.
We need to.
Prince,
Why
let's,
not?
hold on,
But
Prince.
let's understand him now. Let's see where it's coming from.
Let me clarify. Dewale said not. My position is the inter power should be devolved to them. Dewale is saying that at least they should be part of it, not the entirety. So there is a divergence on opinions here. What Mike wants them to go back to what it was, where they control the locality. Dewale is saying that we will still have that democracy where you can vote for somebody, but on that board of committee in that local government area, the ballot and the kings will also be involved. Prince.
It should be the one involved in affairs because they are the people the people relate to. They are the most Nigerians don't speak English and they don't understand the British culture because Nigerian culture is British culture and Nigerian system is British system. That's why most people are not part of the system because they don't understand it. Most Nigerians don't speak English like you, Prince Daddy. Trust me, like you and I. They don't understand all this grammar. They don't understand the democratic system we talk about, the House of Representatives, Senator. They don't know the meaning of all these things. But they understand their locality. They understand their balance and all these. They understand because that's what they've known for thousands of years.
People still go to their cabbage to settle land
That's what matters.
Well,
I don't think Prince Daddy really visit.
I absolutely agree that it should have a role.
I think Prince Daddy only understand Lagos. That's why I don't think he really traveled to the other part of.
Sorry, I have to leave
you're
you
right.
guys.
You're right to some degree, but I tell you that I think
no.
they should be involved in the ceremonial role, like in the case of dispute and whatnot in the locality. I do agree.
Like what we have right now, because they are involved, but it's just more ceremonial.
Yeah,
even the entire Oba of Benin is that the people worship. He's just like the constitution only giving a ceremonial role, which is I don't even understand.
Well, it has to be ceremonial, but in
why does it have to be ceremonial? Why can't they be full functional?
Mike, because we have real work to do. We have real work to do.
So they can't do the work.
Why should the Oba should be doing the work? I mean, they want to put it in the administrative roles to do what?
Is it not their work? Are they not the ones before British King who was doing the work?
Back then, Mike, we live in a much smaller commune. Very small.
What do you mean much smaller? In what sense?
Are you saying, maybe I don't know. Are you saying back then one Oba was in charge of 1 million people? Are you saying that?
No, they have balance, they have structure, they have governing structure, is what we are saying. It's not like Oba just sit down and then of course, what is your point? Are you saying is it not one governor that's in charge of 1 million people?
You know the king has.
Wait, is it not one governor that's in charge of 1 million people? What is the difference?
He has Balogun.
No, it's a more formal and structured system. Okay.
So the one we have is not formal, is not structured.
But Mike, it does require some technical skills and ability.
Like what? Give me an example.
Like how to do budgeting, how to open plan and transportation and what
so they don't know. Easy job. So the traditional don't know. I think you watch too many Nollywood movies where the Obas in the movies are a bunch of illiterate that don't know anything. Do you know every Oba in Nigeria today? They are just as educated. Do you know? I mean, what are you talking about? Are you saying that? I think you just see African and just primitive people. Anyone involved in tradition, just people that don't have brain at all. Now, the way you just talk right now, it's like you sound like the governors are the one with the technical know-how, with the brains, and then people in traditional they don't do anything. I just want to people that don't have brain in their head. These local Africans, you have this mentality of looking at Africans as
but Mike,
people that can't think.
In the Obership, whereby the throne is based on lineage. On lineage. I mean, so is it based on expertise or what experience do they have?
We have structure. What expertise are you talking about that someone cannot do? What's the expertise are you talking about? Which expertise do you have to? Is it not? Well, I mean, what are you talking about, man? Is it not governance?
What I'm talking about is
Development. Who
that
cannot develop?
so is the Oba going to be in charge?
Prince, can we do it this way? Can you at least take the idea that, okay, they will be part of the decision making, not, but the ceremonial thing is, I think, where Mike is having an issue with. I think he might at least agree with you. Maybe
they should be in charge of their locality. They've been in charge of it for thousands of years. Why did the British have to come in and take it away? And the whatever we have right now, Prince Daddy, where has it taken us? Please.
Look, well, because in reality, the local government don't have any power. I already said it earlier. We don't have any power. They don't do anything. So but I respect the Obas and our traditional leaders. Quite frankly, I revere them.
So the Obas are local government, though. They are the local governments, aren't they? Aren't they the one in charge of their locality? Maybe you are mistaking me saying Oba should be governor or you put in a position of governor. That's not what I'm saying. We're talking about their locality.
I know what you're talking about. Their locality, their local, and that I know what you're talking about. And I'm saying that job is not for them in the sense that
it should be for them. I'm sorry. It should be for them. Like Yoruba land, I don't think you understand Yoruba. Yoruba land is so well structured. There is no part of village or town or community going Yoruba land where there's no Oba or Bale. That's how organized we were. That's how well organized and structured we were.
So Prince, what should be their role then? If you don't agree with if you don't want, what should be their role then?
Well, see, their role should be ceremonial. Okay. It should be more like maybe festival, cultural based, quite frankly. But
like we have right now.
But at the same time, if you have an Oba that's an engineer by training, by background, why wouldn't we try to tap into his wealth of knowledge? I'm not against that. But we all know very well.
Okay, Prince, stay with me here. Let's say that same king that you just said right now, the engineer king, has power in his local government area. Don't you think he can better bring in investments as a chairman of the local government council in his own local area, better than actually just lobbying for that? So think about it. If that can be is also an engineer, and he controls the resources in his own locality. Don't you think that when it comes to engineering, he can better address that situation and bring in investment in his own area?
If you're talking about laissez-faire approach, then that is fine. But my question to you, Babati, what percentage of our traditional leaders do control such a qualification and expertise?
A lot of them are okay. Your top.
That's the deal. That's what we are making, right? So this is the mistake we are making.
No.
Let me tell you something, Babati. Sorry, this is one mistake we are making. First of all, people in a local area, they know what they want. They don't need to be Western, get all the degrees in the world to know what they want. You understand? Every Oba or whatever traditional, they know the environment, they know what they need. It may not be something of super like whatever special building like want to become China or something. They know their need of their environment. They know what they want. It may not be simple as just good road, good simple things, and it's not rocket science. And
Mike,
hold on. Let me learn. And you don't have to be jack of all trades to be a leader. You understand? Even if you're an engineer, it doesn't mean you know everything about law or other medicine or things like that. You understand? So this idea that someone have to have a degree in something to become a leader doesn't make sense to me. As long as you're in charge of your people follow you, you know your custom, your tradition, and then you know what your environment wants. And you should be the one in charge. Whatever you know what your environment needs. Is it water? Is it this? And make it happen. The fact of the matter is people honor their kings and their ballets in their localities than anybody else because it's their culture. And when the ballet orders you, maybe the engineer, the ballet will know which of their sons has gone overseas to become an engineer, whatever, you can invite him home to come and serve. They can call the family, your son that's in England, that's been there for so long. We want to give him the title back home. He needs to come back home and come and contribute. Nobody can invite the diaspora back home than their local kings and their local chiefs and of their villages or environment they come from. But if you and I in the diaspora, we have all this expertise and want to contribute to Nigeria, who's in charge? Do I have access to Sanwo-Olu? Do I have access to Tinubu? No. But I have easy access to my local king or Bale. That's when we are looking at something, well, that's the angle we are looking at it from. But when my Bale, my king, don't have any power in Nigeria, and I want to contribute to Nigeria politically with my whatever I've learned, expertise, things I've acquired from overseas, I don't even know how to start. I don't know where to start from. Man, come on, man. You guys just start seeing things.
Prince, I think look up our old structure. You can look up the Egba one and look at, like I said, there are still people still visit the court. If you go to Ake Palace, to your left when you enter, there's still a court room there. People come there more than go to the local court when it comes to dispute about land, family matters and stuff. They go there more than the actual court, because they trust the system and they trust the elders there to make the decisions for them. And that court is actually also recognized by the Constitution. If you look at our laws, it recognizes those local courts, those traditional courts, to handle some cases. And they're headed by the king overall, because it's entire. They have their own system as well. But the Egba one has a very fascinating structure when it comes to it. So let's not dismiss that. My argument has always been that let's find a way to incorporate what we want or what they
But our mentality is we just believe everything African is just backward, it's just dump it and dump it. We believe that we are kind of moving forward. The more we look Western, the more we look to the European or foreign, that's the way forward. And everything African, let's just forget it, let's just dump it and throw it away. And that's been the root of our downfall. Right? We are not moving anywhere because you have to be yourself to get somewhere. You can't be somebody else, man. We are like that, just like I said, we are just Nigerians. We are British. That's what it is. And most of the population don't understand this British thing, this British idea. They don't get it. English is the official language. If you don't speak English, you can't get a job. If you don't speak English, you can't go anywhere. You can't really advance. And if you don't speak English, you don't think you're intelligent in Nigeria. And hundreds of millions of people don't speak English. They don't know how to speak it well. And so therefore, they can't build themselves through the system, because the system is complete grammar. And we wonder why we are not advancing. But if you allow people to be themselves, be in their locality, let them decide their fate as a people. They have been existing for thousands of years. They have evolved linguistically, culturally, whatever, for thousands of years. Let them build from that, modernize from that. You don't modernize on someone else's way of life. We're trying to modernize, but we are being British, trying to modernize in the British identity, British, we are not British. That's why we are struggling. That's why we are confused. That's why we have to have all this conversation every day. Oh, let's structure like this. Let's structure like this. A bunch of grammar. No, you are not yourself. That's why you are not moving. Everybody else in the world, they are themselves. The Chinese people are themselves. The Russians, the Germans, they are Germans, and they're in their DNA, and they do things from there. They build themselves. They modernize from their own roots, culture, where they've been. They've evolved for thousands of years. Why can't we evolve being Yorubas? Modernize from Yoruba angle. Why do I have to be English? Why do I have to be British to modernize? Come on.
So Prince, what I will also say to what Maya said is that what the argument what I can say to your position about, because you were kind of dismissive of Mike's position, is that our own culture or our own system, they need upgrade, right? Maybe not because they are bad, but we can fine tune it and bring it up to stand a little bit. everybody, every culture, everything needs updates and upgrades. You know, so you can always find a way to modernize in a way. Why at the core of it, you still leave that part, the essence of it is still there, but you modernize it in a way. But it cannot just dismiss it, okay, completely and just abandon it and turn it to some kind of ceremonial statue where we come to see in the museum once in a year. I think that would not do our culture, and that's a disservice to the culture. So we can find a way to incorporate some modernity into it, but at the core of it is still that very belief in that essence of what it stands for. That would be a better approach. But just to abandon it and just make it be like some kind of museum relic where we come and see it once a year.
Can you imagine Germans not being able to read and write in German?
Yeah, that would be
they speak German in their country, but they have to read and write in English.
It's vernacular. Vernacular German. You're speaking vernacular German. That would be an
That's where we are in Nigeria now. So we call ourselves Yorubas, Igbos, but we are all reading and writing in English. We can't read and write in our own language. And we are not, and we say we are modernizing, we are advancing. Well, are you kidding me?
Do you know I think I've shared the article on the platform before where Brown University looked into IFA and they were discussing quantum physics. Do you know the average IFA practitioner that actually can cite Odu from A to Z knows more in quantum physics than the average MS student? That's a research study. They don't speak English.
Maulu can barely speak English, but the man is far more intelligent than me. Like his level of wisdom, his level of education is beyond I don't know. He has to stack at least 6 master's degree.
Even in that world of science, they are saying that those people that actually can, because it's this probability that I think I put the link there before.
Maulu, he knows at least 6 stanzas of each of the 256 Odu of Ifa. That
is advanced science, is my point.
Exactly. That's the man is that man is a genius. Like I'm telling you.
But if you ask the average Nigerian, they will say, he doesn't speak English.
Yeah, but they see the man, they say he's not a illiterate man. That they will say those people, the way they look, they say that illiterate man. But when the man comes, he can't. When the man wants to speak, the man, right? When he can't speak English, he tries to struggle to speak English. But when he starts to talk to you in English, you think he's retarded. And when he starts to speak in something like Prince, you say, that man. But when he starts to speak Yoruba, hey, I know the man is far too intelligent, man.
I know, but Mike.
But people like that, they can't get a job in Nigeria now because they can't speak English. You know, they were go ahead.
But so I'm sorry to cut you. But Brown University is saying that what that person has in their head is advanced quantum physics.
Yeah,
they are saying that, but we don't want that. But people that are abroad that actually look at this thing and look at the calculation say this is advanced science.
Do you know how many white people? Most of the people that interact with Europeans now, white people. You know, they invite him to Brazil, they invite him because and then we do the translation of those things. Because they know the man is so advanced, you know.
Mike, I'm sorry, were you here yesterday when Simba was discussing if that our twins tomato man tie. As man, no, the other one.
You say kilo? What do you call it?
Not the white one. Paco, the other one. Tomato. When you brush it, it's very hot. When you brush it with it. Apparently, that iggy, that's for me. No fish ogun sickle cell. And according to Simba, we sold the rights to foreigners. The is it patent or whatever? Is it
the people making decisions in Nigeria are our so-called educated now? We are the advanced, we are the educated because they have got they acquire a bachelor's degree from one university in Europe.
I looked it up,
but they don't have brain at all.
I looked it up, so even the research was done in Nigeria, and yet they sold the right of that medicine to Awonibo. and we lost that thing for sickle cell. Simba was showing me that I actually, is it Nycocan or whatever it's called? Nyco, that is the thing that comes from that Paco. And we lost it because somebody did not see a value in it. Only you calculate. Nobody saw the value in it until you lost it. So please, let's not have that kind of mindset about our culture and the way we live. Can we do better? Can we upgrade them? Yes, we can upgrade them, but we cannot turn them into some kind of relic in the museum. Come on now. Let's do better. Come on, Prince. You're a prince, for God's sake.
No, you can't blame Prince now. These things from the angle, the lens where you just look at things is what you have to understand, So you can't really, the way the thing is, the way we've been educated to see Africa is like most Africa don't know much. Like all these things you talk about, he doesn't know about it. Like all these standards of all these things, they don't know. So obviously, he's not gonna. He won't have an opinion, positive opinion about it or anything. Because all these things is that okay, these Nigerians are poor. There's no advancement going on there, and okay, why should I recognize this? Whereas I look on the other side, the European society is moving forward, advancing. Well, I gotta respect these people more, and I gotta look down on these Africans. But which, of course, if you're looking from that angle, yeah, it makes sense to see things like that. But if you look deeper and deeper and deeper, I understand that. Hold on, there's the reason why this is like this. There's some, something that's not rightly structured. You know, these people you are saying they are not advancing. But of course, the people that are supposed to invest in them don't want to have nothing to do with them.
Mike,
We're talking about this Baba that knows all these things. When the president, the governors, they are all Muslims and Christians. They don't want nothing to do with these kind of people. So if you are the authority in control of the finances, you're supposed to invest in your people. You're not investing in those environment, those people there to see what they can come out of it. Of course, you're not going to get anything out of it. So Prince Ali doesn't see it that way. Because Prince Ali will be like, okay, if you people are saying these people have this brain, they have this knowledge, they have this, why are they not doing anything? Because the authorities in charge are not investing in that area. They don't want to have anything to do with them.
Okay, so Mike, I found the name of that element in that chewing stick. It's called Nicosan. So if you Google Nicosan, you will see Nigeria will come up. It's a herbal drug for sickle cell from Nigeria. You will see Niprisan. It's called formerly Nicosan, normally called Niprisan. That is Nigerian, no?
They have changed the names to 3 occasions now, Babati.
Niprisan. But how did we lose that the rights to that symbol? What happened? Why would you say the patent for that medication? Why? Oh, make sense
because
now.
of money now. Because of money now.
Whoa. You can make more money down the road now. Well, go ahead again.
This is why we are saying let us have the right people in the position of authority that can bring the best brain and use them to develop that country. When I stand or call for free education, people will say I'm a socialist. A country that does not invest heavily on education will lose, you see, all their potential. They won't be able to develop it, and others from outside that sees that potential in them will take it away from them. So in the case of this thing you are talking about now, it's because we don't invest on education, we don't invest in research, we don't invest in, innovativeness and stuff like that. So that country, if you know what we are losing every day in terms of, you know, um,
that is a multi-billion-dollar business every year.
They don't invest in their
they
people.
don't
That's the
instant
problem.
queue. That is another.
But
Yes, education is an
that is a
investment in the
billion for
people.
your country every year now.
Do you know how many medicine that, you know, we can develop in that country to cure a lot of diseases, and we can export that can generate trillions for us? Ó scatter káàkiri ni tó bá lọ sílùú àwọn Haúsá ńkọ́. They have.
Let me bust your bubble, Ajane Kofo. You know, malaria is an African thing.
Yes.
Our dongoyaro. You know dongoyaro.
Ṣé o wà lọ́kàn mi? I wanted to say that now tó fi gbà lẹ́nu mi. Kí ni dongoyaro yẹn is capable of fetching us?
Why can't you just
If you take dongoyaro, both the drug, and one thing we don't understand is that heat. You know, when you have malaria, the first thing you notice is you having fever. That high temperature can actually kill malaria parasites. And that's why they will say you drink it, then they will bath you with that hot water. You will sweat it out within some few hours, you'll be fine. You understand? But the one that we are taking, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, you are still taking medication, you are not better. And those are the ones that we are buying with billions of dollars every year. We are sick.
But do you know how much money we'll be making every year in pharmaceutical only every year in that country? If they can just invest in that education every year.
Let me tell you, Babati, as at 2008, 2009, I used to recommend that medication, and the one that they take for 1 month usually cost them at 5,000 naira as at 2008. 5,000 naira as at 2008. So you can guess now. In fact, it is beyond the reach of an average Nigerian now.
What a powerful.
100,000 cannot buy the one that you use for just 1 month. So I don't know. Something is like the way the bank used to say. I don't externalize things. I take responsibility. All of us, we are sick. We have problem generally. And if we don't realize that, then there won't be solution to our problem. We have to accept that we have problem. Generally, we can't be blaming some people for this problem. All of us, we have the problem. Look, the professors in the university, what are they doing? All of them, they will get grants, they will do rubbish research. All of them, by the time they get that grant, they will be celebrating. Why are they celebrating? Because they see it as cash cow. So even the people that developed this, why did they sold it? Yeah, it's because of money. So everybody has, even the rich have this poverty mentality. Sometimes when I look at our situation, I just look at it and see, I don't think that there is any solution to our problem.
Well, sometimes I don't see a way out, or because even for those that come up with any innovation, the system always find a way to destroy them. Where, out of frustration, you will leave the country or abandon that project. So even the few smart ones amongst you that want to do something fantastic to help the country, the system will find a way to destroy that person or force that person to leave that environment for so-called greener pastures to thrive. You hear all these kids winning awards, the best math kids in the world, whether it's from Sangota, from about those two of them from the same school in Sangota in the world.
What do you think happens when they got the best score in Java and whatever? They're gonna leave the country now. Some school somewhere is gonna pick them up and they will be gone. They are taking the best minds, they are leaving the country. Instead of, so please maybe invest in 2 universities, make them some top tier Harvard like in Nigeria, UI or Uniben. Pump money into it so you can retain these minds and you invest in them to invest in your own country. Because if that kid goes to Harvard or Stanford and comes up with some plan, they're going to establish that thing in that country. They're going to marry in those countries. They're not coming back again. They are Nigerians over in America. You lose that talent. So you are the one that train these kids. They got the best student in your country, but they're not benefiting your country in any way, shape, or form, and you're okay with that. And you keep losing people in their talent every day. And even those that are abroad that want to come back home and help the people, frustrating one. You can't look at what India and Japan and China are doing for their own diaspora to at least bring them back or work with them to help the country. You have a former deputy speaker years ago talking about we don't need Nigerians in the diaspora. A whole deputy speaker dismissing the bill for diasporans to have a place in the House of Representatives. So when you have people like that, can you hope? There's no hope.
If a person that maybe by just what do you call it, by crooked means find himself in position of authority, how does he know the importance of having people in diaspora? I mean, he doesn't know the importance. He doesn't know. He doesn't. He lives in an environment that is undeveloped, and he doesn't. Diaspora to him, they are a threat to his authority, and that is why he doesn't want to hear anything about people in diaspora at all. So that is the mindset of people that mediocre, that just found themselves in position of authority. So when others that have seen the world, that have traveled to many parts of the world, that have seen the way things are done right and are trying to introduce it, so it becomes a threat to them. So that's why you see the deputy speaker pushing that this can never happen in this country. There can never be diaspora vote. There can never be. I said, what? Sheoguni, what is this? Abati.
Yeah. The same guy was against diaspora voting too. Femi had to come and Femi was the speaker then, right? He had to come cover for his nonsense. Yeah, he didn't mean it that way. Don't cover it. We know what you guys are planning. Yeah, what do you mean? Doesn't mean we know what we heard what he said now.
It's just unfortunate that
when you are losing people. You know, when it comes to that area of Lagos, I know what's going on when it comes to those markets. You should know. People are liquidating their houses in Banjo to travel abroad. They are leaving.
Àwọn èèyàn rò pé eré ni nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Nàìjíríà, kò ń ṣeré náà.
Kì í ṣe àwọn tó ṣe middle class. Before it used to be middle class or that don't live. Even people that have money are leaving the country. They are leaving.
Because it looks like a futuristic country. That is why. You could be okay today, but what do you know that is going to happen to you tomorrow?
There is no vision.
You don't see the future.
Mission,
you don't know what is coming your way in the future.
And that's what I'm saying. That there's no vision, no direction.
That is the problem.
Plan. We don't know the plan. We don't even know where the country is. We don't know. There's no clear vision of where Nigeria is going. No national plan.
Mike, people, somebody sold their Aja place. You know those covered estate. $34,000 for a 3-bedroom milk body in Naija. Seriously.
Maybe I need to go and start buying all their properties.
Who do you think is buying it? It's their brothers that are buying it up now. They're the one buying all those places, and people are living and they are buying. That's crazy. Man, I don't know. If you don't do something in the next 2 years, before you know what's going on, that place is going to collapse. I'm telling you. When nobody that has money is buying anything anymore, who's going to do? Is going to buy the cars. Is going to spend the extra income on TV shows or movie tickets, disposable income. Who do you think is going to spend that money when they're all leaving the country?
And it's not that the government program or policy is lifting people out of poverty that will have said, okay, there's prospect for the future, and
what do you do as a government? You meet with these people that are living. Okay, we will lower in America. They'll say, okay, come here. We will adjust your tax system. Let's bring it down. That's the first thing they do in America. Bring that tax rate down to keep them. You must find a way to keep your rich people in the country now. If the government wants to leave, what do you need?
Our political class, they don't. Those people just don't. They don't listen. They believe that the position is just to enrich themselves, and people can, and because they have security, strong security around them, they live in a well-secured place. Their family are well protected, so they don't feel it. And even when you see them, just look at from the way they dress. One dress be any to why do they dress so extravagant like this? You go into a government office to work and you look so extravagant every day, from the head to toe. Extravagant.
They wear every agbada and they are going to work. How can you work with that kind of dressing?
Every day.
Well, let go. So Zambia is now the top destination for Nigeria to Japan. Zambia. People are going to Zambia from Nigeria now. Japan is now African. I'm telling you, Zambia.
Look,
people don't know all this. I'm telling you, look, Zambia of all places, we're not going there to go and Japan, whatever they're doing there.
Because it's stable there. How Nigeria don't going to wherever? Where is this stable? Where can I just live, lay my head, sleep well, can make ends meet, eat good food, and have electricity? I mean, security. That is just it. Because in Nigerians in 1 year, it's not a rocket science. Like you say, but this politicians they are not ready. And you see them dressing it so extravagant every day. Every day.
So can I ask a question? You know, the governors of the Southwest, they met today, and part of their resolution was that they're going to invest in farming. And I'm very invested in this. Like like it was like, come on, like guys, like Gomelo. You know, if you do this like almost how many years ago, like why you even just get to work?
Anyone ní kàn ṣe àwọn tó bá ní kàn ṣe ò kì í sọ̀rọ̀ púpọ̀ jù. Action ẹ máa rí.
Iṣẹ́ yá ni as a support anthem. So yellow kan anthem lè discuss there for 4 hours. I don't.
Ṣebí nǹkan tó wà náà iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ níṣẹ́ ilẹ̀ wa.
Where's the farm? I can call lẹ́nu ni àbí. Okay, mo kọ àgbẹ̀ yá oṣù kí where's the àgbẹ̀ farm ibo ló wà?
ìwé kíkọ́ láìsí
láìsí
ọkọ́
ọkọ
àti
àti
àdá
àdá.
kò ì pé o.
Eléyìí ti pé o. Eléyìí ti
ẹgbẹ́
pé.
ọkọ́ àtàdá ó yá ẹnì tó.
They want to tell big boys to be farming, eh?
Sorry, sorry, let me just tell you, when I just look at those people on the TV, in the parliament or the governors, I see those people dress so manikilo date of dress toto every day. Go shato, acho, go solo kekere, acho lo mawo every day. Why? Why can't these people just look simple? Why do they look so? From the fila to the bata. Why every day? This costs a lot of money.
You wonder how much you would take them to prepare to even put on those clothes. They probably take 1 hour to shower, to iron those agbada, different layers of agbada, put it on. Oh man, those are not people
And
that
the
are
person that
Àwọn perfume tó dẹ̀ máa ń lò àwọn perfume tó máa nágbára gan dẹ̀ ni. What
and
kind of
the
life is
person
that?
making those clothes will be now premium. They go to pay am more. They go to pay that guy a lot of money just to be making you that anything. All the guys in the way every week don't power that be a just
You would mention yung Migueli just a big.
did not to bring us food. Who told you they have the exclusive of food? Can't you make your own food in the southwest? Who told you that they want to control livestock or control tomato or some? You can do the same thing in your own region now. Now became lazy.
Gbogbo oúnjẹ àwọn Haúsá yìí tá à ń ṣe kínní in the 80s àbí 90s ní gbogbo àwọn kínní. Ìgbà tá à ń dàgbà oúnjẹ wa là ń jẹ, iṣu wa ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, ata wa, tomato wa, gbogbo everything là ń jẹ nígbà yẹn. I don't know ìgbà tí gbogbo ẹ̀ dẹ̀ dàrú tó dẹ̀ di wípé àwọn èèyàn wa ò fáàmù mọ́. Everything dẹ̀ dàrú.
They say if you mess with us, we will not bring any food for you. Please now, please.
And now I think like we don't like their food from the north, their tomato, their onion. A lot of us don't like it. They are very cheap. We call them Greek invented food. Greek invented food. I have like my process here. This Greek, it's manured grown food that is not good for us. That is the resistance in the late 60s and early 70s. One year àwọn tomato Hausa ni, tomato tiwa ni. We use our own tomato that we will buy. And so this one is manured grown. That is not good for consumption. Tomato is manure grown. We said it's their manure grown. It's not good. Even their issue, we said they are manure grown, that they are chemicals.
Because
manure.
80s in mom since she ministry and I know what Ogun State was doing in that Ogun, that Ijebu, the farming there was intensive farming, mechanized farming. Palm oil, it's all gone now.
It's
all gone.
So their own food stuff, we do. They are very, very cheap, because a lot of people don't buy it because they believe they are manure grown, that they'll be poisonous or injurious to our health. You know? So we 80s or 90s, They change. We just say all our own just disappeared. Disappeared. We don't know who is who again. What is what again? And that's it. And since then, we lost it. So that we pay everything. Àfi tó ń gé àwòsàn tó gbóúnjẹ wá.
On import gari, on import rice. Man. Okay, I don't know. Me against the protest, Nigeria need the protest, they need that to come out and so. But beyond politics now, because is Yakub there and Isaac, are they there or what? They came up. Yakub, it wouldn't Yakub.
Yeah, Babati, I'm here. Babati.
I go ahead, bro.
You, Babati, me,
yes,
you know why I don't support the protest? But because the protest is not organic. You understand? And that protest can easily be hijacked. But what is the motive behind the protest? Is it really genuine for the masses, or there are some politicians that are behind the protest? You know, protest in Nigeria is always, it's very difficult for our people to organize themselves and say they want to have a genuine protest if some people are not sponsoring it. You understand? Onikolofino. That's my own business. Then if they start the protest, can they have control over the people that will join it so that it will not lead to
Police must be around them now.
You know how it works
must
now.
Be around them now.
They always go. You know how this thing goes.
Democracy.
No, it's not protest. But you know this thing will start in good faith. Then next thing you know, so you will have people start joining the whole thing and start saying Tinubu must go. You know how that thing will end up. So
no, when you have police around, there is no way that criminal or hoodlums can hijack it. The police must just, police being around is just to prevent it from being hijacked by criminals now. So police will do their job, and that is it. They must allow people to protest. When we cannot protest in democracy, then that means we are doomed.
Sorry.
Protest is a way of Ekaro.
Babati, good morning.
Good
morning.
You
said Tinubu must go for the second time, Abi. It's not going anywhere. I go for the second time for sure.
Go ahead. No, go ahead now.
The second time is sure now. 4+4 is inshallah.
Second time is sure. Nígbà tẹ́ ẹ̀ tí èrè ojú first time.
Nǹkan tó omi ló pọ̀ jọ kà lọ bàbá.
Ipò ọmọ wa ni ó jẹ́ ó ṣe.
Omi pọ̀ jọ kà lọ ni.
Ṣé ipò ọmọ wa ni kẹjẹ́ ó ṣe ni ká fi ṣe lọ́tẹ̀ yìí ni.
Màtà ìdílé ayé náà làwọn àgbà tí Buhari ń kọ́ tó ń kọ́ títí wọn ti ṣe.
Tó kọ́ ọ̀nà Márádì. Bàbá tí ìṣó mọ̀ pé nǹkan tá à ń sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan.
Ó wà àwọn èèyàn ní náà.
Yes.
No, it's not that now. It's not that. Okay, Baba T, ṣé South ló máa padà wá ní àbí North ọ̀dọ̀ Àtíkù? Problem máa wà. Agitation ẹ̀ máa.
Ó láti lọ́jọ́ mẹ́jọ ẹ̀ náà tó tọ́. Ṣùgbọ́n kó fi.
Àwọn ọmọ fún àwọn ọmọ òní. Problem máa wà.
Òbí ló fẹ́ ṣe 8 years náà from the east.
Show Peter Obi. ṣé Peter Obi
ò fẹ́ ṣe 8 years.
a lọ ṣe ní Anambra náà.
Yakubu gbogbo tí Obi sọ ni Obi ní Labour ní káwọn fún Obidient ní structure, Obi ní kó má fún wọn structure pé kó fi wọn lẹ̀. Orí bí ọmọdé tó fẹ́ sí.
Àwọn IPOB member ni wọn náà. So what do you expect?
Former bí
ọmọ gbẹdọ máa ní structure, ọmọ máa lè trace wọn now.
Àṣírí àtú àbí.
Trace wọn to their root. Yes now.
Àwọn àgùntàn tó ń fi ọ̀pá tó fi ń tẹ̀ káàkiri nìyẹn.
Àwọn tó bá bàbá dálé kòkò, àwọn tó bá lórí pípé láti ṣáìdì wọn yẹn, ẹ máa rí pé wọn gbà tiwọn. Irú Madam Sira, Emeka, àwọn bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan ni wọn. Àwọn tó lórí pípé ni wọn gbà tiwọn náà. Àwọn ọmọ ọ̀kọ̀tọ̀ stand fún náà. You know? This is the same Peter Obi tó wá sórí online tó pariwo pé wọ́n wó fún ọmọ Igbo lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wọn ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀. Àwọn gbogbo ọ̀nà tó ń gbà lọ sí ọ́fíìsì ẹ̀ ní Victoria Island and Igbo ní store ẹ̀ wá hàn. Ṣé kò mọ̀ pé àwọn family kan ló ní ilẹ̀ kan fi là wọ́n títì ẹ̀ ní. These are property of some family in Lagos Island here now. And this, I don't get it though.
Yakub, but ó máa ń tẹ pé òun mọ̀ nǹkan pa ìlú máa ń ṣe ó máa ń ṣe ojú àánú yẹn ní public bank.
No, he came out, ó tweet now, ṣe bó tweet ayé gbogbo ara ayé tweet right now. Everybody lórí now. Everybody lórí bó ṣe tweet now. Nígbà incident landmark yẹn, everybody lórí ibi tó fì sí now. So come 2027, àmọ́ nǹkan tó máa lọ sọ fún wọn ní South. Bóyá àwọn èèyàn ní sọ fún gbàgbọ́ lórí burúkú yẹn, ìwọ́n tó fẹ́ yẹ kó develop ọ̀dọ̀ wa ní ká dìbò fún. Á jùkò fún. 2027 yẹn kọ́lọ̀ ń jẹ́ kẹ́mi wá wà gbogbo alámọ̀ ayé nǹkan tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ náà. Mo lè sọ nǹkan tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ ní South.
Sórí ìbò South yẹn gan kò lè rúbò yẹn mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ gan. Àwọn gan náà ìmí inú wọn ní dìbò for that much compared to what they did last time. Because kí ni àfẹ́ tí wọ́n lé kó gan ẹ̀rọ abáwọn pé wọ́n máa tó bí yín dá ẹ̀tún dọ́rí ẹ̀wò.
Ìjọ òní mo wà ní orí kí ni mo kọ̀ wà ní background joy of nation ó ní àwọn èèyàn suffer ní Nàìjíríà. Anyway mi mo èèyàn tó lè pass message yìí sí wọn máa nù bóyá tó bá di next week after màá volunteer ara mi màá wá sí online I will show the platform bí Èkó ìṣeré pé ibi táwọn èèyàn bá ti ń jìyà màá kọ́ lọ sí island màá show Quilos gbogbo àwọn club wọn bẹ̀ màá wá sí mainland Apapa road màá wá sí Ìlérè màá wọ̀ Ìkẹjà so kí joy of nation kó wá sọ àwọn èèyàn tó di bẹ́ẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Ìgbò ṣá mo mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣe Èkó yìí kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ hàn àní from Thursday to Sunday gbogbo everywhere máa block ní àwọn èèyàn ṣe ló kàn èmi níbi táwọn èèyàn ti sọ fà mo rí ibi tí wọn ti ń ṣe oúnjẹ jẹ ní ilẹ̀ o so bóyá lẹ̀ Ìgbò tí wọn náà ti ń sọ fà lónìí bọ̀ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yìí àbí ṣèbí Sunday àṣìwà ní Lẹ́kì àbíbọ́lá lọ sí ọmọ tó àbúrò mi tó ń ṣílẹ̀ yẹn you saw what is going on now you saw this you know.
Mo tẹ I was even glad pé Èkó ló host Yorùbá summit ní the 6 governors that was very symbolic and we both know why they chose Lagos.
Èmi àti ìjẹta tí mo wá èmi àti Ọlá àjọ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa regional government gbogbo alamọ region tí ó ti rẹ̀ jù láti jẹ́ ká everybody ṣe regional cleaner.
Àwọn kò lè pè wọ́n ní àwọn ló ń spread ju kò lè pè ọmọ bèkìrì yóò lè pè àwọn tó kù.
About spread. It's not even about spread. When it comes in terms of the food, Yorùbá máa ìkọta bá ní àmà jẹ àwọn onílẹ̀ bá fẹ́ fi gbìn kan náà landlord ní wọn náà they don't have anything wọn lórí wọn nílẹ̀ àwọn Calabar yẹn ọ̀dẹ̀ nígbà fún wọn Calabar náà gbójúlé tó súnmọ́ Abia yẹn àbí ṣé Akwa Ibom ni wọ́n máa yẹn
back, no. I don't really like to dwell in the matter, but I want to man fẹ́ gbẹ́nu sí ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. Ẹ̀yin dẹ̀ ní páànù lé yín jò ẹ̀ lọ di. Ẹ̀wọ̀n olé onílé. Rúùfù tí yín gan jò ẹ̀ lọ di. Gbogbo five governors wọ́n sì ní wọn yìí kankan ṣe. They didn't do anything for them now. Ọlọ́run.
Ẹlòmí ń lọlé gan-an nù wọn kò dé nílùú wọn o, Èkó ló dé sí báyìí o, kò dé ọkọ̀ ọ̀dẹ́ ìtumọ̀ náà.
Bàbá tí tírẹ̀nì tí Sanwó-Olú tó sọ fún ọmọ deliver fún wọn ní Lẹ́kì Àjà sí. Wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà, àbí àbúrò tó wà láàyè náà. Sanwó-Olú ló máa deliver by 2026. Wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tírẹ̀nì yẹn náà láti Lẹ́kì.
Ṣé green line àbí? Ṣé green line?
Mi tiẹ̀ mọ̀ pàtí ní red and blue bóyá green ni. But mo rí náà eléyìí ṣe pé bóyá ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀yìn I saw it. Wọ́n ti ṣe like two faces níbẹ̀ láti fi Fiji sí yẹn. I saw it mo rí níjọ́ Saturday náà. These are the same people tẹ́ pé wọ́n lè wá platform kan sọ̀rọ̀ any of their governor àbúkọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ alẹ́ sọ́tì. Àwọn tó ń celebrate sign Julius Berger. Julius Berger táwọn olùmọ́ ní South West. Wọ́n rí sign yẹn lásán wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní parí wọ́n mọtí. Torí wọ́n rí sign Julius Berger. Ó ga ọ̀. Ọlọ́run máa ń pa mí lẹ́rìn nígbà mi. Ọlọ́run. Àwọn èèyàn tó celebrate sign Julius Berger. Julius Berger tó ti liquidate ní South West. Even company wọn tó wà ní orí bridge ọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀gọ́ mi lérò pé wà ń bẹ̀ mọ́. So Baba T, I go Tinubu 4+4. Oh sure. Babe. Oh sure. No matter how the propaganda, no matter this thing.
Yeah, but, Jacob, what I try to stay away from, I want to abroad or they are probably the ones to damage Nigeria's image. Or what's the online? I don't know if I like to. That they want staying out the port the most. Not because it can be critical about the administration, but not a point where.
I know now, Baba T. Let's. I want to show clean abroad. Just our background now. We know where they belong to now. We know where they are. People like Man of Prestige. People like Ekene. People like Joe. People like this guy, Dex. We know where they belong. They will never see anything good come about the country now. When Jonathan was there, prior 2011, 2015, we know where they stand for now. And the more corruption to the so-called potential in Nigeria and say Jonathan no law on bail. You can't take that out. Give us a lot of trouble. When you have a problem in Nigeria now, corruption to shell in fact, but you know your body. So capable 12 years in I also go 1 year Tinubu am out. Tinubu man 8 years. So after 8 years, I'm more where I don't talent about before. We will not to my back. But we know what this guy stands for now. I'm going to do for now to see and to my editorial. But we know what this stood for now. We're not going to go for shit. You get me, Baba T. Is anyone there?
No, we want him to perform. Don't get. We want him to. Isaac Black, are you there? Anybody still? Yeah, we want him to perform.
I can hear you. Baba T. Yeah. Baba T. Is there anything on my colleague without foundation?
Obviously.
I have his own template. Lord, you can't follow that same route now. I think I think provide why some subsidy line. I think you would have been some salary, have been some debt. It could have been worse. And you are you will be down so $1 can be $1 and something. And you are $1 put any $. She won't wash it. kò ní sí mọ́ rárá jù náà wọ́n á ti kó gbogbo àwọn àfihàn gbèsè bá jẹ́ náà. Look at what Buhari did. Àwọn foreign investor ó ní pé òní kó wọn fún wọn. Who does that now? Who does that? Ṣé kò ṣe military power ló lò fún wọn yẹn? Ó ní òní. Okay, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Mo láti lọ gba Ghana tí gbogbo àwọn airline yẹn sọ pé àwọn ò ní wá sí Nàìjíríà gbà àwọn foreign airline torí policy Buhari. Look at what the Emefiele did. It's monetary policy, the Minister of Finance, the commercial. I don't know. Anything, but I'm saying ball. So ìlú òun màmá lọ́nà tí Minister of Finance máa lóun gbọ́ ohun ọmọ ọgọ́n pa òun kàn ní news. So blame Tinubu now, well, I see it as part of politics. So and the man himself, I'm going to come here when it comes to local company. Continue to call him back, you know. So Baba can blame Tinubu, àwọn èèyàn jápa, àwọn èèyàn ṣe kínní. Báwo ni Nàìjíríà ò jápa? Tó bá kan wà sí Nàìjíríà ò jápa ni, ó kàn lè pọ̀ ju àwọn lọ rí. Àwọn tó jápa lọ náà máa jápa dára, àtọ́ bá débẹ̀ tó náà máa yí kankan. Shabroad náà àrùn mi. Right now, for you to get even cleaner job in Canada now, right now in Canada, there's job shortage, there's house shortage, there's food shortage, everything is short. In Canada, anybody going to Canada, I know part of Australia and all they are living in Canada. You know, that's the town Langbe, Calgary, Abia Bata. I can remember during the time of Stephen Apple. Oh, they love another 6 months. Come out, multi-millionaire in Nigeria. But right now, can you remember? So, is a global phenomenon now. Question Nigeria and politician. UK is even worse. UK is worse. You know. So, how about you? Go ahead.
I mean, no, we all know it's a global phenomenon. It's going on, but there has to be the immediate. There's short-term, medium, and long-term ways to address the situation. Obviously, so the man concern.
Yeah, but that is what the man is telling us.
Yeah, you know, I don't have an issue with the medium. Yakub, an issue with medium and long-term solution to prefer. My issue is, in the meantime, you have to also address the immediate needs. Flooding the market with
like what
supposed to do.
Like what?
No, because
like what?
Let me give an example. Let me give an example.
All right, go ahead.
So
go ahead.
The money you saved on subsidy should have been to flooding the market with food products and making it cheaper. If you have to import for now, removing tariffs.
Just let me ask you this, because I've been hearing this for so long, that money saved from oil subsidy, fuel subsidy. Where is the money which money did we save from fuel subsidy?
Okay, so
do we have just wait. Do we have the money? Okay, answer me.
You said okay. Because allegedly,
hold on. Simba, Babati, hold on. Yeah. I will come in there. The money we save from the subsidy. Do you know that the backlog of foreign? No,
forget about it. I want to know that money first. I don't agree there's any money saved from fuel subsidy.
Okay, so they were paying. No, landing costs or another thing. They were paying those people importing to they were subsidizing the rates. So they were paying people. Now I know the people were falsifying documents and all. I get all that part, but still they were still paying people to reduce the poor at the pump rate, the landing cost, look to reduce. What I'm saying is, like Yakub was saying, like Tinubu address A, B, C, and D, which I think are more medium to long term. I'm saying in the immediate term, where you can subsidize.
Let me tell you. Oh, can you be borrowing money? No, just wait to subsidize something, and then when you now stop borrowing, just let me. Where is the money? Because you say money from fuel subsidy. I want to know where that money is coming from. That's
they were not saving money from fuel, but they were spending money on fuel subsidy. Not saving money. No. They were spending money to subsidize. They were not saving money like that. So to saving money from subsidy, I mean, so since you remove that subsidy that you are doing in the first place.
Okay, so the money that they are using to pay down, they should use it for another thing.
No, obviously you will not spend the whole amount because it was affecting your budget.
Wait, no, where is the money? That money for the subsidy, where is it coming from?
That's no. Okay, think about it. Look at it this way. Let's say you are spending 100 million naira, billion naira on fuel subsidy, right? And you took it away, right? Obviously, I'm not saying that you should spend that same 100 million on agriculture or importation. What I'm saying is that maybe 20% of that money will go to agriculture to expand.
You don't understand my question, BT. My question is, you don't even have the money. You are borrowing money to pay that subsidy. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's money that you don't have.
Right.
You don't. That money is not as if it's not as if you have the money. If you have the money and you are spending on certain thing, then you stop spending that money. That money that you can say, okay, I can divert this money to do other things. But you don't even have that money in the first place.
I'm saying that the entire subsidy money was not all borrowed. Part of it.
How do you know? How did you know?
Because you are earning money on oil. Remember, the part of the money you want to say was the part that Buhari was using to guarantee those foreign investment by just paying people.
You know, even two ways. Let's us look at it this way.
You can't say
how long? How do you? No. Just wait.
All the money
just wait now, BT. Let's say as at that time, June last year, when he announced that it works. For how long do you think they can even that subsidy was eliminated? How long do you think that subsidy was eliminated? How many? 1 month, 2 months, 3 months?
Like you feel like they're still paying it behind the scenes?
It's not paying behind the scenes. It's a common sense that you know that this thing, the price is above 1,300, 1,400. You understand? And you are still back. Is there anywhere in the world that you fix the pump price of petrol or any fuel?
But I am not saying that. You didn't hear what I said earlier. I said,
you understand?
No. I said there is short-term.
For Nigerians, let me tell you, for Nigerians to be buying that commodity at this present price, it's subsidized. There's no doubt about it.
I know it's
subsidized. So we should not be talking about. We should not. One, it's not something that's supposed to be discussing again. That most oil subsidy, and it's not something that's supposed to be discussing that said, okay, the money saved. There's no money saved from anywhere.
No, this is where I'm coming from. I said I agree with Yakubu that okay, long-term solutions will take a while. There are medium-term solutions. The reason I brought that up was because I was talking about immediate needs of people that you can solve right now. If it includes borrowing money remember, it's short-term that I'm discussing now. We're not making it a permanent solution where we are feeding them. No, because it will affect your local business when it comes to agriculture. I talked about buying back from the farmers at a fixed rate when it comes to farm produce to release tax benefits from people. That things government can do in the immediate term is what I was discussing. And so if it involves borrowing money to feed that in the short term, so be it. You can do that in the short term why you fix the foundation of the business, like Yakubu was describing. So why you are fixing your refineries, which will lower the cost, why you are addressing the good of farmers and whatever they're doing in that sector, in that immediate 1 or 2 years, you can afford to borrow or whatever you are saving, if you don't like that word, to feed your people in the meantime while you address the immediate needs. Then when your policies start coming into fruition within 1 or 2 years, you can then move to stage 2 of medium
Okay,
term.
so okay, you mean that they should be buying food? They should buy food for Nigerians.
No,
Is
no,
that
no,
what
no,
you're
no,
saying?
no, 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 no. No,
Babati.
Yakubu, hold on, please.
Babati.
No,
Yakubu,
Yakub, I
please.
want to
Let me
Yakub,
respond.
One
let
sec, one sec.
Let me
Babati.
respond
Yeah.
now. Let me respond,
1 minute.
please.
1 minute.
Hold on
1
now.
minute.
Let me
1 minute.
respond.
Okay.
Let me respond, please. Hold on, please. What you can do is, for example, removing import duty on specific items. So it's targeted at, you look at your top 10 things that when you consume in your country. Because if you open a floodgate, you will crash the market of your own farmers.
Babati.
So you target
Babati.
some food
Oh,
that
Babati, hold
yeah.
on. That kind of thing can never work in Nigeria. People are so greedy. I will tell you one thing. I followed my wife to Igbo market yesterday. We went to go and buy fruit. Avellora and one so. Can you imagine inside main market? Avocado, you know, one lady for 4,000. In the main market, don't pop. Can you imagine one loss same avocado? Who my other for me 1.5. Same size, same everything. I can even show you. So can you imagine the level of greediness of we Nigerians? It's on business. It's beyond human comprehension. I can't even stand it. So come on your duty pro some certain distance. Tobacco data never be any time same price. So what do you want the government to do? Are they going to arrest them? Anyway, that's where I'll go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me even give an example. Let's say car. You understand what I'm saying? Car. If they say, okay, don't pay import duty on the car so that it can be affordable for Nigerians to buy, you discover that Nigeria will start importing car through Nigeria and go and be selling it in the Benin Republic and go and be selling it in Cameroon. The same thing will go for food.
Simba, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, do you know this Uber Corolla? Do you know this Uber Corolla that goes for? Do you know how much they are selling in Nigeria now?
How much?
It's 8.5 million. And do you know why it's that?
This same because people are buying it.
It's not even that. The Nigerians are not buying. They are coming from Niger, Libya, to buy it because it's cheaper here.
Imagine.
That's
that same Uber, I remember around June last year, I bought one that I bought for my children for school runs. I bought it. I even bought it 4.2 million. That was what I bought it June last year. I bought 4.2 million.
It's 8 million, 8.5 now. 8.5. Even the Nigerian use is above 5 million because people are coming from Niger, from Libya, from all these North African countries. Those small North, one a lot of them. Tobacco 50, 100 motor.
I remember fertilizer when they subsidized fertilizer that time.
You know. So
fertilizer. You remember that time the Yakub, there was a time they subsidized fertilizer in Nigeria.
Yes now.
And then people the farmers themselves, they would prefer to go and sell it because it pays them rather than to go to farm and use it for farming. They will make quick money from that instead of using it for farming.
They prefer to keep it go back than it because someone of that cheap. And you're wicked now, you're wicked. Although we just kept on blaming government.
I think like what Babati used to say, we need Koboko. We don't need all this democracy, all this rule of law and all this. You need somebody that will be hard or not. If you do such a thing.
So Simba, in that Koboko democracy, you will have a price control board. that will monitor all these things. Like you will price gouge people like this.
Babati.
Yeah.
Babati. Àní avocado tí mo sọ lánàá yẹn, the funniest part ni pé ọ̀dọ̀ woman tá ti padà wá ra yẹn, ibẹ̀ la gbà kọjá lọ sínú ọjà ọ̀tá yẹn lọ pé ó máa wà cheaper mi ẹ̀ jẹ́ ká máa lọ bẹ̀. But ọlá pé bí last 2 weeks a ti lọ sí Ìdí-Òro ní Lagos State food up market yẹn àti iye táwọn yẹn tàn bẹ́ẹ̀ mo ṣe wá wò pé nǹkan tààrà tó cheap ní bíbá yìí a ṣe máa rà nínú main market tó máa wọ́n because ẹ sọ pé mo rà yàrá nìkan tó fẹ́ fún ọ lómo ní tó bá rà owó ẹ̀ ló máa fi san àṣọ wa padà sọ́dọ̀ woman yẹn ó wà tà fún wa ní 1.5 same size same distance wọ́n rò pé nínú the same òyìnbó kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ what is going on báwo ni wọ́n ṣe máa tà tiẹ̀ ní 4,000 kéèyàn kan máa tà tiẹ̀ ní 1.5 àdé ń blame Tinubu à ń blame Akpabio kò yé mi o I don't get it I don't get it.
So basically, Simba, basically Simba, you're saying that we are our own worst enemy, Abi.
I swear to you.
Our own worst enemy.
You don't let Jackie Lan be said. Jackie Lan need same Lagos State for agri hub talking to Lagos State in me. I pint of tomato, fresh tomato, 5,000. So pa àwọn mọ́là don ti kiri yẹn sọ pé lò tó bá pín 100 of them 10,000 wọ́n máa ta fún ẹ 10,000 naira ló máa ta fún ẹ ọlọ so I don't get it ṣé bí tí Lagos State ti rí tí wọ́n tó yàtọ̀ ni tí Lagos State yẹn dẹ̀ tó wà more fresher more bigger láti tàwọn mọ́là oníwìbá rẹ̀ lọ same thing to ata one this thing is like 3.5 lára. That paint. So what is going on? What is going on? Anybody hear me?
We can hear you. Can hear you.
Okay. So nǹkan kan tí mo dẹ̀ tí mo notice táwọn Lagos State ò mójútó ní ẹ̀yìn mo rí pé àwọn ọmọ Igbo wọ́n máa wá sí kíní yẹn wọ́n lè kó àwọn àlà 20-50 because èèyàn kan crate márùn ló lè rà wọ́n máa kó lọ síta wàá yìí wọn níta wọ́n máa lọ máa tuta lówó ńlá because.
Babati, can you hear? Babati, are you there? Can you hear that?
That what you say?
It's like our problem is like it differ all solution. Things that you see in developed world that are working, Nigerians will define a way of working against anything that will benefit them.
Simba. It's like
because everybody is selfish
now. Simba, you can land your way.
Okay, continue.
This is how I do my investigate kini. Apala create any 4,000. Kola o si wan le go. Apala 4,000. Baba kan wá sọ fún àwọn people pé bá tẹ́ dé bí bá láàárọ̀ 2.5 lẹ́tà create yìí 2.5 lẹ́tà láàárọ̀ yìí. Ó ṣe wá di 4,000 so bí mo ṣe wá rẹ̀ kan mi báyìí. Èmi ni mo máa people yìí wá pé bí tí mo ti rà rẹ̀. But báyìí wà lè sọ̀rọ̀ wá dúró. Just because àwọn ọmọ Igbo àwọn àti láwọn ríta sọ wọ́n ti kó àwọn lógúnlọ́gbọ̀n wọ́n mọ̀ pò in fact ẹlòmíì wọ́n ti ta tiẹ̀ tán níṣojú mi ń bẹ̀ níṣojú mi ó máa kọ́ ta tiẹ̀ ní 2,000 the last one àwọn díẹ̀ ti fọ́ nínú ó ta crate yẹn ní 2,000 naira níṣojú mi níbẹ̀ so ṣé gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì wọn máa blame fún yẹn náà.
Babati, are you there? Babati, are you there? Babati.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you. Sometime around 2003, 2004, I was working in State Hospital Osogbo, and that time there was free aid in Osun State. Come and see. Anytime they discover that they have brought medications, drugs to the hospital, come and see how people will troop in. Some people can come 3 or 4 times daily. to come and get drug. It's not as if they needed those medication. No. They wanted to go and keep it. Someone else will go and sell it. So before you know it, the drugs that are supposed to last for 1 month will finish in a matter of 2 or 3 days. Because the whole hospital will be jam-packed. It will be like a market. You will not see people feigning symptoms and signs. If somebody tells you that he or she has a headache, how will you prove that he doesn't have that headache? Can you say he doesn't have the headache? Those are the issues that we have in that country. And that is how people are abusing the national health insurance scheme also. Just because they believe that they are taking certain amount of their money, they must come to the hospital every month to come and complain, to get medication, even when they are not sick. So how can you rectify, how can you solve such problem when people are very greedy and they don't have the spirit of collective gain? Everybody is just selfish.
But if that's the nature of the average Nigerian, then democracy cannot work around in that kind of environment. Because they'll be so selfish when even because they will not be thinking about the collective. It will be about the individual when they are even voting. So the current system will never work then, no matter how you modify or adjust it. If it's still democratic, quote unquote, in nature, then there's no hope for the country. There has to be a few group of people that have the interest of all at heart and make the tough decisions on behalf of all, not through the democratic way, but in a way where the people are forced to comply. Like a Simba, like some kind of the end justifies the means kind of mission, if you get what I'm saying. That you might not like it, but it's a good kind of government where you force them to do the right thing, you mandate them, you put stiff penalties when it comes to health services, abusing the system. You put all those laws in place and they have to comply. Without any tribal sentiment or religious sentiment, you put that in place. So they need only the iron hand. They don't need, democracy is not going to work. And the best form of democracy that I think that is was close to what happened, maybe the Obasanjo kind of democracy, where it was still, if you get what I mean, if you want something done, he knows how to twist hand and force people to comply. That would probably be the kind of democracy that will work. But all this Tinubu democracy, and I don't think that is gonna. Unfortunately, I mean, with the way you've described Nigeria so far, I don't think that that will work.
Well, I've given up. I've given up, and that's why I don't complain. Once there's any problem, I look for solution for myself. Will you believe that there was this young man that I met that I thought I can empower? He was into agriculture and he was planting all these fruits. He planted some things for me in my compound, not knowing that the guy was using those things to lure me. So he came to me and said, oh, if you can invest in this thing, this is how much you are going to make, since you have the land and everything. I believed him. I gave this guy 3.6 million. He did not do half of the work and he ran away. He ran away. So you see, and those are the youths that will be fighting for that. So Nigerian youth are very hardworking. Is the government. Okay, look at this one now. Yeah, I don't know.
$3.6 million, you say?
Yes, I gave him 3.6 million.
Man.
3.6 million.
But could he value what he can gain beyond that?
He has forgotten that if he did the work for me very well, it can even can be an eye opener. You understand? He will get a lot of work from it, from my friends, and he can make millions from it. But that is how they are myopic. Maybe he has used the money to go and buy something, to pay his rent, to give to his girlfriend and all those things. You understand? Now he will be running up and down. He won't have peace because I will not allow him to have peace. If I catch that guy, I'm going to kill him. If I will even imprison him. I will imprison him. I will not. I can spend 5 million to get that guy in prison. Believe me.
So you know his families and friends and all that.
I know I will get him. You know, I'm not even raising anything against him. I'm not giving him any hints as if I'm not even calling him. I'm not. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not doing anything to make him aware that okay, this guy is likely to take any action. I know I will track him. And there are a lot of them like that. There are a lot of them like that.
And let me give you an example. I went to Nigeria for a business meeting with my parents, my dad, and so we were staying at one of our uncle's hotel, right? And then this guy I've not seen in over 30. I've not seen him since secondary school. So we kept in touch. He's married with kids. He's struggling, right? So Batimode, somebody said, your Baba is here. He came around. Even money come out from college. They were trying to expand in the Wasim area for a retired military officer, whatever. Okay, my help. Mo for any small job. Àwọn bàbá kan, àwọn náà bàbá abroad yẹn tẹ́ pé bá mi wá àwọn ọmọ fún wọn kọ́kọ́ lè fi ṣe ètò àbí. Just adẹ̀kọ̀wó fún. You know these guys took half of the money and láti pé òun san fún wọn. Ó ti kówó jẹ ń bẹ̀ already. Mo ní eléyìí ordinary small yàtọ̀ kó lọ gbọ́mọ wá. How can they trust you with millions of money?
Imagine.
O ti ń kówó kó lọ gbọ́mọ wá fáwọn bàbá ìkan fi ṣe kọ́kọ́ pa. O ti kówó ń bẹ̀. This guy now, when and I asked our mom, okay, sọ fún yín. I had to give them, okay, go and àwọn bàbá tó jókòó bẹ̀ yẹn ẹ tọ́jú wọn bẹ̀. Ó tún parọ́ fún àwọn ọmọ yẹn pé òun tún fún bàbá ni. And this guy just kò gbé fóònù mọ́. Mo wá wò lọ́kàn pé how much ló gain gan? You could have made more. Èlò ni ló make ni pé kò fẹ́ because ní ojú ara ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó sì gbá mi nìyẹn inú ẹ̀ dùn.
He cannot see that if he does that work very well, it can open opportunity for him. You understand?
Like it's not even bóyá okay mo níyàn ni o ọ̀n tẹ̀ pé òun ni o just ṣètò fún wọn èlò ló máa kọ́ àwọn bíi ẹni mẹ́rin jọ báyọ̀ àwọn bàbá yìí àwọn abroadian kìíní ni báwọn kọ́ tọ́jú wọn I will pay them whatever just have them so they can have a good time blah 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 blah. That's it. O ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe wọ́n ọ̀ràn mẹ́. O tún block mi lórí Facebook bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé o gbá mi lórí nǹkan ni. What is wrong with this guy? Èlò náà. Like you so man. Naija, I don't know.
Ohun tó mú tó fi súnmọ́ ẹ náà ni ohun tó fẹ́ rí tó lè rí lára ẹ̀. It's not as if when work opportunity.
At Nigeria, the guy was making 20K from a call center. But what you're going to make from this entire multi-general stuff? It's going to on fẹ́ kó bá wọn máa bá wọn mójútó rọ́bà plant wọ́n fẹ́ gbìn rọ́bà kínní rọ́bà ní Wàsíù area yẹn right kọ́ni báyẹn kó máa I don't know ṣáà wo That was his own problem, Gary. I don't know. Just this that perfect buy.
Okay, Shoma, okay, imagine kó jẹ́ pé irú project yẹn wọ́n gbé fún pé kó máa manage ẹ̀. Ṣé o mọ̀ pé tó máa fi jẹun nìyẹn? Ó ṣe ti rówó kékeré, ó ti jọ́ lójú, ó ti fi ba nǹkan tó pọ̀ jẹ́.
Ǹjẹ́ ni mo ní bí Elon ló yọ because ẹni tó ní fáàmù yẹn ìtara dẹ̀ army of kìíní ni. Tó bá lọ dọ́rọ̀
ìyẹn wá pa ni.
wàá nọ tiẹ̀ bàjẹ́. Yà kiri. So èmi gan máa notice beginning if you call anybody in Nigeria to do something for you, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé opportunity to dupe you ni. It might be opportunity to make money off of you. That's what the way they see it. I don't know what it is.
And that is the mentality of an average Nigerian. Olè náà ni, olè. Olè ni. It's even in the Quran, Babati is in the Quran that it will give you a leader that will be a reflection of the followers. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
A máa fún yín ní àwọn olórí tó máa mirror irú èèyàn tí ẹ̀yin gangan jẹ́ fúnra yín. Ṣé tún rẹ̀ yẹ? So, and that's what I've been saying, that you cannot have, if you have a bad follower, there's no where you can have a good leader. Because it will be a reflection of the followers.
Hopefully they will. I don't know. Like, well, if there's hope, I don't know. Whatever discussing.
My only, maybe if there's anything like miracle, that's what. But the way we are going, it will be very difficult. Okay, Babati, later now.
All right, I gotta bounce. Prince, sorry, I don't have the power to bring you in. I think you're our host, Mike and Thomas, they are off, so I gotta bounce.
Thomas
Look by drive, with the
lónìí Wednesday ló tún lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì.
Ìgbà wo ni Thomas lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì? Gbogbo Dikin ni Thomas nínú ilé Olúwa.
Òun náà ti ń rówó bẹ́ẹ̀ nù. Ó bá paṣẹ́ títí náà. Ó paṣẹ́ títí ń lọ ń ṣe kínní.
Ó ti sí ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àìbí. A ní bí a Thomas ní ogún ẹni, ó sì bẹ̀ sí gbowó. Ó ti ń gbàjọ. Prince, what happened to your
Oh, yeah. I mean, are you guys done?
Yeah. We're done, but Prince wanted to talk or something. I don't know.
Maybe it's been in the background the whole time. Yeah, let me go ahead and end the show.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, bye, man. No.